Northern China, autumn of 1978. Achoo! The autumn wind slipped through the cracks of the old house and into my blanket, cold enough to cut to the bone. I rolled over and pulled the covers tight. Outside, my aunt's voice rang out sharp and shrill. "I've had it with you. What kind of father does this? Your own son's out in the countryside farming, and you hand his job slot over to your nephew. And now look, the kid couldn't handle the work, so the factory let him go. My little brother left behind just this one son. Was I supposed to let him rot in that village all by himself? What's the point of saying all this now, after everything's already done?" I reached out and felt around. Rough, warm. A calm, a brick sleeping platform? My eyes shot open. Sunlight streamed through the window lattice, flooding the earthen calm. I leapt out from under the covers and pinched myself hard. It hurt. The pain was real. I had been reborn. I was back in 1978. In my past life, my father died young and left me in my uncle's care. My uncle treated me better than his own son, spoiling me into a good-for-nothing. When a rare job slot opened up at the factory, he made my cousin Li Chong give it up for me. But I found the work too hard, slacked off and cut corners, and got fired in the end, slinking back to the village in disgrace. Right now, this was that exact moment. And I remembered, that very winter, a cold snap hit hard, and the village ran short on food. To save the fine grain for me, my uncle went hungry until he was skin and bones, yet he still climbed the mountain to dig for wild vegetables. An avalanche took his life, along with the lives of everyone with him. Heartbroken, my aunt took my cousin and moved far away. I joined the army alone, and even after I became an elite special forces operator, every time I thought of my uncle, my chest ached like it was being carved open with a knife. This time, I would never repeat those mistakes. Creak. I pushed open the door. "Uncle, give me a hug." Li Jinhua froze, then quickly pushed me away. "You're almost 18, a grown man. What's with this nonsense? You hungry? I'll have your aunt go trade for some fine grain." I caught the displeasure on my aunt's face and immediately waved my hands. "No need, uncle. I'm not hungry. And from now on, stop trading our coarse grain for fine grain." My uncle and aunt both stopped short, staring at me with strange looks. "You and my cousin both eat coarse grain. Why spare me alone? Winter's almost here, and we don't have much grain to begin with. Save it up, and it'll help us get through the cold." Li Jinhua paused, then suddenly broke into a grin. Good, good. Our jamming's grown up. Suaping, go fix jamming something to eat." Though shunned, Suaping still kept a straight face. She went into the kitchen after all and brought out a bowl of cornmeal. I let out a long breath. If they didn't trade for fine grain on my account, my uncle's family could hold out a little longer this winter. But this was just treating the symptom. To cure the root, I had to make sure this household never went hungry again. At the very least, I could never be dead weight again. After a couple of bites of cornmeal, I said what I'd come to say. "Plan to hunt." "No way." Li Jinhua slammed the table and stood up. "It's too dangerous. You're your father's only son. If something happened to you, how would I ever face him? You think we can't afford to feed one more mouth?" I knew he was worked up, so I just tried to calm him down. Once he headed out to the fields for work, I quietly slipped out the door. I remembered from my past life that around this time of year, there were people in the village who bought animal pelts. I wanted to check the prices. I wandered around the village for half a day without finding anyone, but I ran into an acquaintance instead. "Hey, isn't that you, Ming? Heading out today, where you off to?" "You know where the pelt buyers are?" "Up at the head of the village. The hunters are rounding up people to head into the mountains." "Thanks." I took off running toward the village entrance. At the head of the village, several hunters had already gathered, shouldering their rifles, getting ready to head into the mountains. The pelt buyers stood around them, negotiating for first dibs on the fresh hides. One of them was Peng Sanjin, the shrewdest man in the village. He had the capital to pay cash on delivery, which made him the hunter's favorite, even though he lowballed his prices. I walked over and tapped him on the shoulder. "You buy pelts, what's your price?" Peng Sanjin turned around, recognized me, and contempt immediately filled his eyes. Me, a spoiled brat. Did I really think I had any business asking about pelt prices? Get lost. Go play somewhere else. Quit making trouble. Can't I even ask a question? You think asking a question is going to get you some pelts? Go find a nice cool spot and stay out of the way. You want to come up the mountain with us? A young hunter spoke up. It was old Zhang's son, Zhang Qi. Qi, can you take me along? Puffed. A few people around us burst out laughing. You know the rules around here? A villager gave me a sideways glance. How much you put in, that's how much meat you get. If you go up the mountain, the most you'll do is help haul the game. Pelts? Those aren't for you. Peng Sanjin watched coldly, saying nothing. As far as he was concerned, a spoiled brat like me who'd never hunted a day in his life had zero chance of getting his hands on any pelts. I ignored them and looked straight at old Zhang. Uncle Zhang, can you count me in for the trip? Li, you really want to go? Yeah. Come on. Zhang, let him come along, someone sneered. If we bag something big, we'll have an extra guy to carry the meat. Old Zhang stared at me for a moment. You heard the rules. Shares go by how much you put in. Everybody's got to abide by that. I will. I turned and walked over to the other pelt buyer, Su Tian, a fellow villager who paid a bit more. What are your prices for pelts? 15 for a roe deer, $5 for a rabbit hide, Su Tian answered. I did the math in my head, fair prices. If I get any pelts, you get first dibs. Brother, the mountains are dangerous, and these are all seasoned hands. You don't necessarily have to go up the mountain to get pelts. Don't push yourself too hard. His tone was genuine, worlds apart from the arrogant Peng Sanjin. Don't worry, bro. Just wait for the good news. The moment I said this, everyone around got annoyed. Even seasoned hunters wouldn't make guarantees. Yet here was a guy who'd never set foot in the mountains, talking like the pelts were already in the bag. The most pissed off was Peng Sanjin. I'd just ignored him, then turned around and started talking prices with someone else right in front of everyone. It was a clear slap in the face. You coming or not, kid? You should be grateful we're even letting you tag along. And here you are running your mouth. Coming. I grabbed a handy machete and followed. The group headed into the mountains. Jamming, did something go wrong back at the factory? Old Zhang asked quietly. Just because I'm back in the village doesn't mean I can sit around all day. I want to put some food on the table. It's fine. Stick with us, don't mind those guys. Zhang Qi patted my shoulder. I nodded along while keeping my eyes on the ground. Fur, droppings, tracks. Countless wilderness survival drills in my past life had made tracking and hunting second nature to me. Soon we reached a clearing in the woods. Split up, 1 gun per team. If anything happens, shout out immediately. Everyone paired off in 2s and 3s. Nobody wanted to team up with me. Jamming, come with us. Old Zhang and his son waved me over. I hadn't been counting on anyone anyway. On the way here, I'd already spotted a tuft of fur snagged on a bush and locked onto the trail of a herd of dumb roe deer. I'd planned to keep them for myself, but since old Zhang and his son had been kind to me, I'd share. For one, they had guns, more convenient than a machete. And two, if things went sideways, a gun could save your life. Uncle Zhang, look over here. I pointed to a branch. Wow, Xiao Li's sharp eyes. I didn't even see it. Zhang Qi plucked the tuft of fur. Following the trail, the 3 of us soon came across several roe deer. Zhang Qi raised his rifle and took aim. Suddenly, old Zhang put a hand on him. Jamming's the one who found these deer. He gets the first shot. Back in the village, out in the fields. Su Tian, who hadn't been able to stop me, grew more panicked the more he thought about it. He bolted toward the edge of the field to find Li Jinhua. Uncle Jinhua. Jamming went into the mountains with old Zhang. Did you know? What? That reckless brat. The hoe in Li Jinhua's hand hit the ground with a clang, and he took off without looking back. His own son, Li Chong, hurried after him. Everyone earning work points in the fields stopped to watch the show. Did you hear? The Li family could have given the factory spot to their own son, but they handed it to the nephew instead, and then the guy complained it was too hard and got sent back home. Talk about a raw deal, huh? And now he's gone into the mountains with the hunters. A spoiled kid like that, who thinks even field work is too rough. And he's gonna hunt? He'll get gored to death by a wild boar. And that was no idle scare. First the boar, then the bear, then the tiger. That's how the danger ranked. The times villagers had been mauled by wild boars coming down from the mountains. Plain text. Who hasn't seen that before? Getting stuck with a good-for-nothing nephew like that. Old Li must have had the worst luck imaginable. Huh. Big haul today? 3 big ones and a little one. All thanks to you, jamming. Zhang Qi grinned ear to ear, staring at the roe deer on the ground. Just as he said that, help! A frantic cry rang out in the distance. The three of us quickly stashed the deer, grabbed our gear, and rushed toward the sound. The scene was chaos. A few hunters clung desperately to a tree, guns and hats scattered across the ground. A wild boar, easily 300 pounds, was ramming the trunk again and again. The moment the man in the tree saw us, he grabbed at us like we were his last hope. Old Zhang, save me. The boar swung its head toward the voice and locked onto the three of us. I cursed silently. What a dumb pig. Probably got less brains than the one under its own feet. Split up. Get in the trees. Old Zhang barked. Bang. Zhang Qi fired a shot, then spun around and scrambled up a tree. Boars have thick hide and tough flesh. The shot only enraged it. It wheeled around and charged straight at Zhang Qi. Whoosh. My hatchet flew from my hand and buried itself in the boar's neck with a wet thunk. Squeal. The boar shrieked in pain, whipped around, and came barreling at me. Don't just stand there, shoot. Where's your gun? Old Zhang roared. I panicked, climbing up, dropped it over there. Zhang Qi yelled. The others clung to the trunks for dear life, in no position to fire. Bang. Zhang Qi got off another shot, but the boar was too fast. It only grazed the hide. I doubled back, stopping short again and again, drawing the boar left and right. Then I pivoted and dove for the gun lying on the ground. Grab, chamber, aim, squeeze, all in one smooth motion. Squeal. The bullet struck the boar's head. It slowed abruptly, screeching and rolling. That didn't kill it. Ammo, throw me some. Coming. Zhang Qi tossed the rounds over. Eject, load, chamber, fire. Bang, bang. Two sharp cracks. The boar staggered 2 steps, then crashed to the ground. I slumped down onto the dirt and let out a long breath. This body was just too weak. The second my nerves tightened, the gun barrel started drifting. Took me 3 shots to drop it. Back in my old life, one would have done the job. Whatever. The outcome was good. You okay, Li? Old Zhang and his son ran over. I'm fine. Just then, my uncle and cousin's shouts came closer. Jamming. Jamming, where are you? Old Li, over here. Old Zhang called back. After a rush of hurried footsteps, the two of them arrived and froze dead in their tracks. Li Jinhua's eyes had still been rimmed red, but now there was nothing left but pure shock on his face. Because what he saw was a massive, blood-soaked wild boar lying stone dead right at my feet. You killed this? Li Jiaming. You nearly scared me half to death. You're your dad's only son. If something happened to you, how would I ever face him? Uncle Li Jinhua's face had gone dark. I laughed out loud. I'd risked my life to kill a wild boar, and the first thing out of his mouth was blaming me for taking the risk. Uncle, I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? I pointed at the massive boar at my feet, its blood not yet congealed. I killed it, so our family gets the biggest share. Meat for dinner tonight. I'd rather not eat the damn meat than have you risk your neck like that, he snapped. The few hunters who'd been so terrified they'd scrambled up a tree earlier had somehow slipped back down and were now crowding around the boar. Let's haul the pig back to the village first. During the hunt, they'd each scattered faster than the others, but when it came to splitting the meat, they were quick enough. I sneered. You carry it. I'm the one who killed the boar. If you don't put in some effort, you won't even get the scraps. The words landed like a slap across the face. They opened their mouths, but couldn't get out a single word of protest. On the way up the mountain, they'd kept harping on more effort, more meat, terrified that a freeloader like me might grab an extra ounce. And how'd that turn out? Chased by the boar, too scared to even fire their guns. One of them dropped his rifle and pissed himself, and it was the same guy who'd mocked me the hardest before. The men silently roped up the boar. I leaned in and whispered a few words to Old Zhang and Zhang Qi. Old Zhang caught on and left with Uncle and the others to carry the pig ahead. I used the excuse that I'd exerted too much and needed to rest, keeping Zhang Qi behind to keep me company. Once the others were far enough away, the two of us exchanged a smile and headed toward the spot where we'd hidden the roe deer. Qi, carry a big one back later. No way. You're the one who found them and shot them. A small one's plenty for me. Zhang Qi immediately waved his hands. You and your dad are the only ones in the whole village willing to team up with me. Besides, I need you to help me carry it. He couldn't argue his way out of it, so he finally said, then I'll take the smallest of the big ones. And I don't want the hide. You asked about the going rate for pelts before we went up, right? The hide's yours. I agreed. Push him any further, and this honest man probably wouldn't even take the meat. At the entrance to Guzi village, the hunters' families were all waiting, hoping their men would return with a full haul. My aunt, Shun Suaping, was among them. Suaping, I heard your nephew went into the mountains today too. He just wants a cut of the meat, doesn't he? That good-for-nothing can't do anything but waste money. Never set foot on that mountain before, just latched onto my husband to tag along. Exactly. We can't let his family get an extra share later. The gossip buzzed around like flies. My aunt gripped the hem of her clothes tightly with both hands and said nothing. Su Tian came over to comfort her. Auntie Tsuaping, don't worry. Uncle Li went looking in the mountains. He'll be fine for sure. In the distance, figures appeared. They're back. My husband, I'm happy to help translate, but I notice your message appears to be cut off. The text ends mid-sentence at pressing down. Here's the translation of what you've provided. We took down a huge wild boar. At the words, wild boar, Auntie's heart clenched. She rose up on her tiptoes, scanning the crowd. Jinhua, Xiangzi, where's Jiaming? She'd taken in the whole group, and there was no sign of me. Her hands gripped tighter. The men carried the boar to the village entrance, and Auntie rushed forward. Where's Jiaming? He's not hurt, is he? Uncle quickly said. He's fine, he's fine. He's coming behind with Zhang Qi. And let me tell you, Jiaming's the one who killed this boar. We're having meat tonight. Old Li, don't talk nonsense. You think I don't know what that nephew of yours is like? He's never been up the mountain, never held a gun, and he killed a wild boar? You just want a bigger cut of the meat. Yang Sheng's wife shrieked. Bullshit. When I got there, the boar was dead right at Jiaming's feet, while every one of your men was cowering up in the trees, too scared to come down. Uncle wasn't backing off an inch. Don't believe me? Ask them yourselves. Ask your own men what really happened. The woman turned to her husband, only to see that the gun was gone from Yang Sheng's back, and there was a wet patch spreading across his crotch. Was it the Li boy who shot it? Say something. Yang Sheng's eyes darted away. It took him a long moment to stammer out that the last shot was his. But we did our part too. We're the ones who found the boar, and we got in a few shots. You can't just say he killed it all by himself, can you? Right, brothers? He looked to his cronies, hoping to twist black into white through sheer numbers. Enough. Old Zhang spoke up. This time, Li Jiaming gets the lion's share. Old Zhang, don't play favorites. Favorites? Old Zhang sneered, pointing at Yang Sheng. You say you fired several shots? You dare empty out the bullets in your pocket and count them against what you had before we went up? You dare count how many bullet holes are in that boar? You dropped your gun on the ground, and you still have the nerve to argue? The hunters all hung their heads, wishing they could crawl into a crack in the earth. Actually, I think Yang Sheng has a point about wanting a bigger share of the meat. My voice came from behind the crowd. Jamming. Auntie rushed over and grabbed my hand. You're not hurt. I'm fine, Auntie. I lowered my voice. I also got a roe deer. I'll have a fur coat made for you this winter. I looked around at everyone and said, slow and deliberate. After all, if a certain someone hadn't been so scared he dropped his gun, how could I have brought down a boar this big with a single shot? Yang Sheng's wife knew she was in the wrong and quickly tried to muddy the waters. Everybody did their part. The boar on the mountain belongs to the collective. Everyone should get a share. I'd seen through her little scheme long ago. Fine. But this gun, from now on, it's mine. A gun issued by the collective does more good in my hands than in the hands of someone who needs a diaper. Li Jiaming, don't push your luck. Yang Sheng reached out to grab it. I seized his wrist in one hand and pressed down. Would you like me to continue once you provide the rest of the text? Pinning it down hard. His face turned bright red, and he couldn't move. Too far? How many times did you keep chanting more work, more meat on the way up the mountain, terrified I'd grab an extra pound or two? Now that I did the most work and deserve the biggest share, you flip like a switch. How is that not going too far? I let go. Today, either you leave the gun here, or you take your share of meat and get lost. Yang Sheng weighed the gun in his hands against the strength in mine, then gritted his teeth. Fine, give me back the gun. I handed it over, and his wife didn't dare say another word. Just then, someone spotted the meat and roe deer hide in mine and Zhang Qi's baskets. What's in your baskets? Shouldn't that get split too? That's none of your business. Oomph, you even skinned it already. Trying to keep it all for yourselves? Keep it all. Old Zhang scoffed. Not one of you would team up with him on the way up. Only me and Zhang Qi. The three of us bagged this deer back then. If you're jealous, blame your own useless men. Wanted to hog everything but didn't have the skill. Ran crying for help when the boar came after them. The crowd's faces darkened, but no one dared talk back. After all, old Zhang was the most experienced hunter in the whole village. Without him, those men who'd been chased down by the boar couldn't even find their way into the mountains. Once the meat was divided, everyone went their separate ways. Li Jiaming. Peng Sanjin caught up, lowering his voice. I'll give you $16 for that roe deer hide. You want it? 21. What? Su Tian's only charging 15. Why should I pay 20? Peng Sanjin glared. No reason. I just feel like it. 20 if you want it, otherwise forget it. I turned and held the hide out to Su Tian. Brother Su, take a look at this quality. 15, and it's yours? I'll take it. I'll take it. Peng Sanjin panicked. Both hides were fresh and intact. He could turn around and sell them for over 20, so even at 20 he'd still come out ahead. 20. Deal. He gritted his teeth and pulled out the cash. Money for goods, done. But I turned right around and stuffed 10 into Su Tian's hand. Brother Tian here. Saves you the extra trip. Peng Sanjin ground his teeth so hard they nearly cracked. Evening, the Li household. The family was busy putting away the pork we'd brought back. Even with the biggest share, split among the whole village, it was only enough for a few extra days of good eating. This roe deer hide. Let's make Annie a fur coat, and a pair of gloves each for uncle and big brother to get through the winter. No, no, you shot this yourself. Keep it and trade it for something. Auntie kept refusing. All these years, I owe it to you and uncle for raising me. Please, take it. Auntie looked to uncle, as if for help. Uncle smiled warmly. Take it. It's Jiaming's way of showing he cares. But this hide could fetch a good bit. It's fine, Auntie. I cut her off. Tomorrow I'll go again and I'll just head into the mountains and bag a few. What? You're going into the mountains again? Uncle slammed his hand on the table. No way. Absolutely not. Here we go again. I could practically recite his next line. So I mimicked his tone, and we spoke almost in unison. You're your dad's only child. If something happens to you, how am I supposed to face him? My cousin and aunt burst out laughing. Huh. Dad, look at the two of you. Huh. No surprise there. Your uncle raised him. Watching everyone laugh warmly around the table, my heart swelled. Heaven had given me a second chance at life. This time around, I was going to protect this family no matter what. I stopped smiling and said seriously, Uncle, Aunt, I've made up my mind. From now on, I'm going to make a living hunting. I'll get us a big brick house and a good life. What? Hunting? Uncle looked ready to slam the table again. Too dangerous. Uncle, I've left the factory in town. I need something to do. I can't freeload off you my whole life. Down the road, when cousin gets married, how's the bride's family going to feel seeing a nephew mooching off the household year after year? Uncle opened his mouth, but said nothing. That hit home. He'd grow old someday. He couldn't protect me forever. Learning to stand on my own was the only real long-term plan. I could see it in his eyes. He was sizing me up, like he was getting to know his nephew all over again. And no wonder. Just a while back, he'd been fretting about not having enough grain for the winter, and I'd talked him out of trading coarse grain for fine grain. Then turned around and brought back a wild boar from the mountains. Uncle, I sold that roe deer hide today. Got $15. I pulled out the money and tried to press it into his hand. You earned it. You keep it. He turned his head away. Good sign. In my past life, this was exactly how he looked whenever he was about to give in. Uncle, trust me. I went through militia training back in town. Before I could finish, a slipper came flying at me. Why didn't you say so sooner, you brat? Had me worried sick all this time. Li Jianhua, you miserable old man. Hitting the kid. Aunt jumped to my defense. Then it's settled, I said with a grin. From now on I'm going to hunt, and this family's going to have it better and better. I shoveled down a couple bites of rice, grabbed 2 big cuts of wild boar foreleg, and headed out the door. My aunt and uncle didn't press me with questions. They just felt like this boy had somehow grown up overnight. Carrying the meat, I made a beeline for old Zhang's place to borrow a gun. What kind of hunter doesn't have a gun? Traps could catch game too, but there was always the risk of someone else swiping your haul. With a gun, all my skills could finally be put to real use. Halfway there, I ran into a girl about my age. She looked familiar, but I couldn't place her. Li Jiaming, where are you headed? She stared at the meat in my hand and swallowed. You are? Hey, what's with you? We only just parted. You held my hand, and now you're pretending you don't know me? How lame is that? She flared up instantly. Breakup? I racked my brain and finally dredged up a fragment of memory. In my past life, a matchmaker had introduced me to a girlfriend, Lu Wenyuan. I'd just started at the factory back then, and the two of us had barely exchanged a word. After I got laid off, she cut me loose without a second thought. Cut me loose completely. So what was this act she was putting on now? I've had a lot on my mind lately, just didn't recognize you. Besides, there was never anything between us, and you were the one who called it off. What? You want me to carve your name into my heart and never forget you for the rest of my life? People's memories are meant for those who matter. If I hadn't run into her, I'd probably have forgotten she ever existed. I ignored her and kept walking, carrying my meat. Lu Wenyuan stamped her foot in fury, spat out something spiteful, and spun around toward the home of the village chief's nephew. Knock, knock, knock. Coming. Old Zhang opened the door. When he saw the two front legs of meat in my hands, his eyes lit up, like he understood something. Come on in. I sat down and set the meat on the table. Before I could say a word, Zhang Qi, get the gun. Old Zhang spoke first. Uncle Zhang, you knew I came to borrow a gun? Kid. You think I've been an old hunter all these years for nothing? He narrowed his eyes. Besides, that marksmanship of yours, that's no ordinary skill. My heart jolted. Old Zhang stared at me, his gaze like a hunting knife fresh from the forge. I've been a hunter my whole life. My nose is sharper than a dog's. Those shots you fired on the mountain today, and now you show up at my door with front leg meat. I know exactly what you're after. I didn't deny it. Want to be a hunter? I nodded. I'll take the meat, and I'll lend you the gun. But I'm only giving you 10 rounds. After that, you figure it out yourself. I wasn't worried about ammo. Bring back game, and I could trade for more. And besides, there was Su Tian. He moved animal hides through the black market. Hook up with that channel, and forget bullets. Even good guns wouldn't be a problem. Zhang Qi laid the hunting rifle on the table. I picked it up, checked the mechanism, and slung it over my back. Kid, old Zhang suddenly sighed. You shouldn't have made that demand in front of everyone yesterday. Yang Sheng, and plenty of others in the village, they've all got a grudge against you now. He wasn't wrong. Truth was, I'd killed that wild boar, so I had every right to take the lion's share. But being in the right doesn't stop people from turning green with envy. Only mediocrities never draw jealousy. Was I supposed to stop hunting, stop making money, just because I was afraid of being envied? As for the worst-case scenario old Zhang worried about, a bullet in the back from the shadows. I sneered inwardly. In my past life, I was a special forces soldier. That bunch of guys who pissed themselves at the sight of a boar wanted to ambush me. They couldn't lay a finger on me. Don't worry, I'll go into the mountains alone. They'll never find me. Don't get cocky. Old Zhang. He slammed the table. A man alone won't enter a temple. 2 men won't peer down a well. Let Zhang Qi team up with you. You'll watch each other's backs out there. Good for you young folks to learn from one another, too. I opened my mouth to protest. The shooting I could chalk up to militia training. But anti-tracking, sensing killing intent. I couldn't exactly explain those away by saying I'd moonlighted as a special forces operative. You're not trying to ditch me cause you don't want to split the meat, are you? Zhang Qi grinned. No way. Qi, when I head into the mountains, you're the first one I'll call. At the home of the village chief's nephew. Tell me, am I tougher than Li Jiaming or not? Zhao Yifu's forehead was beaded with sweat as he leaned down, staring at Lu Wenyuan. This guy had been throwing his weight around since childhood, riding on his uncle's status as village chief. Li Jiaming had taken plenty of beatings from him over the years. And now that he'd even landed Lu Wenyuan, he was riding high. Lu Wenyuan just glanced back coolly. He never so much as touched me. How's there anything to compare? Though what? Li Jiaming killed a big wild boar and took the lion's share. Today he's been strutting around with a whole front leg. Didn't you say that in the whole village, aside from old man Zhang, you're the best shot around? Better even than his son? That one line set Zhao Yifu off. Him? I've been kicking his ass since we were kids. Today was just dumb luck, a blind cat stumbling onto a dead mouse. If my uncle hadn't had something come up and pulled me off the hunt, That boar would have been mine. He pointed to the rifle on the wall. See that? My uncle got it just for me, the only one like it in the whole village. Not like those beat-up old hunting rifles they lug around. Lu Wenyuan shot at a glance. Then her face suddenly took on a wounded look. I ran into Li jamming on the road today. I said hi and he didn't even acknowledge me. Bag's a little game, and suddenly his nose is up in the air. That's nothing. I'll head into the mountains in a few days and bag you some venison, Zhao Yifu said, thumping his chest. Really? I make my living on skill. He's a rookie. He's running on pure luck. And luck? It can't hold out forever. The sky had just brightened when I stretched out big and long. An 18-year-old body, the vigor of youth practically bursting out of me. It didn't match the raw power of my past life, but this energy, I'd missed it. The boar meat I'd split up yesterday, plus the favors owed for the borrowed guns, hadn't left me much. Nowhere near enough to make it through winter. The best solution, keep it all myself. The fewer people, the better. Since those hunters all figured I was taking advantage of them, I'd bring just one man up the mountain and let everyone see exactly who was benefiting off whom. On the way to Old Man Zhang's, I ran into Su Tian again. Jamming? Out this early with your rifle already? Didn't you bag your haul yesterday? I leaned in close to his ear. Heading back up today? You get first dibs on the pelts. That place where you offload your goods. Think you could take me there? I want to pick up a few things. Ammo, gun parts, all just to cover. Su Tian caught on instantly. What I really wanted to go for was, it's the black market. Deal. I'll come find you once I've got the goods. I tossed out the words and took off. I knocked on old Zhang's door just as Zhang Qi was getting up. Bagged a wild boar yesterday, and you're still this fired up? Itching for more. Not going for anything big today. Just gonna scout the edge of the woods, pick off some small game. Big stuff's too much to haul back. I still remembered how exhausting it was carrying that road deer yesterday. The two of us slung our rifles and headed out. Too many eyes in a village like this. No sooner had we left than someone spotted two rifles heading toward the back mountain, including the family that had griped yesterday about getting too little meat. Get up. The woman slapped Yang Sheng awake. What the? Did money fall from the sky or something? Money did fall from the sky. Move it, or there won't even be scraps left. She grabbed his ear and dragged him to the window. Open your eyes and look. Who are those two? That good-for-nothingly kid and old Zhang's son. They've got rifles. Then get after them. Those two are sneaking off to hunt and keep it all for themselves. Once they bag something, you jump out and offer to help carry it. Then it's a three-way split. On the trail up the back mountain, the back of my neck went cold. Someone was following us. What's wrong, Jiaming? Zhang Qi asked when I stopped. Interesting. We've picked up a tail. Zhang Qi started to turn around. Don't look back. Act like you don't notice. I leaned close to his ear and quietly laid out the plan. His eyes went wide. You can actually pull that off? Will it work? Only one way to find out. We ambled along, taking our time. When the tail caught up, all he saw was me sitting alone on a rock, resting, Zhang Qi nowhere in sight. The man ducked into the bushes, watching from the shadows. A few moments passed, and in the blink of an eye, Zhang Qi popped back up, laughing and chatting with me. The next instant, the two of us bolted. The tail burst out of the bushes, cursing as he chased. You two little brats. Real proud of hogging it all, huh? It was Yang Sheng. As he ran, he spotted our footprints in the dirt, and his step got so light with glee. Huh, kids these days. But his moment of glory didn't last 3 seconds. His foot caught on something, and he went flying face first. Splat! Right into a mud pit. Off in the distance, Zhang Qi and I burst out laughing. Keep it down, he'll hear us. Relax, he's got mud packed in his ears. An embarrassment like this, most people would just swallow it and never breathe a word. Come on, he won't dare follow us again. We've got real business to attend to. At the edge of the forest, it was quiet except for birdsong. Zhang Qi and I stepped lightly, careful not to snap a dry twig and spook our prey. Qi, look. I pointed at some droppings on the ground. Deer. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The bushes shook. Something was there, not far off. I crouched down. A hand hovered over the droppings, still steaming with warmth. Fresh. The two of us crouched low and crept forward, parting the bushes. Jackpot. 3 whole deer, grazing lazily just up ahead. Whole families here. Zhang Qi hissed under his breath. I made a shushing gesture, pointed at the two of us. then at the two adult deer. He got it instantly. The deer had their heads down, foraging. From within the bushes, two black muzzles slowly emerged. Bang, bang, almost simultaneously. Click, bang. Another shot within 3 seconds. Both adult deer dropped where they stood. The remaining fawn bolted, spooked by the gunfire. An easy target, but it didn't go down right away, though it couldn't get far either. If it weren't for this crappy gun with its lousy accuracy, I'd have dropped it in one shot, guaranteed. Nice shooting, jamming. Not bad yourself, Chi. Still a bit worse than you. Where'd you learn to shoot like that? Always going for the head. We walked over for a closer look. One clean headshot, one through the neck. The next shot was Zhang Chi's. That one was still twitching. Mine had stopped breathing long ago. Mine was a doe, no antlers. Where else am I supposed to aim? I don't buy it. That wild boar yesterday. You nailed it with 3 headshots too. That thing had a big head, and it was close range. I patted the gun. Enough chatter. Let's find that little one. It can't have gotten far. Zhang Chi and I covered the adult deer with branches, then immediately followed the blood trail after the wounded fawn. Drops of blood led into the underbrush, and we tracked it, pushing the grass aside as we went. Suddenly, I stopped dead. Zhang Chi, scanning the surroundings, wasn't paying attention and slammed right into my back. Jamming, what the... Shoo. He clapped a hand over his mouth immediately. I pointed ahead. Well, would you look at that? The fawn lay on the ground, already dead. But there was something long and thin sprawled across its body. Its color was almost identical to the deer's hide. If it hadn't moved just then, we'd never have spotted it. The yellow immortal. Zhang Chi's voice trembled. The weasel was gnawing at the flesh around the wound, its 2 beady green eyes fixed warily on us, yet it showed no intention of leaving. Up north, the folklore about the 5 immortals, fox, weasel, hedgehog, snake, and rat, was seriously spooky. Legend had it that the yellow immortal's piss was toxic. Breathe it in and you'd start hallucinating. Run into one of these things, and the old folks all said, whatever you do, don't mess with it. Jamming, what do we do? What's there to be afraid of? I strode forward. Yellow immortal, my foot? Might as well call me the terrifying upright ape. I'm not buying into this feudal superstition. The little ones are all immortals, and the big ones we can't beat. So what? We're just supposed to starve to death? I crouched down in front of the weasel and said, dead serious, hey pal, do I look like a man to you? Or a god? The weasel froze for a moment, then actually reared up on its hind legs and let out 2 squeaks at me. I shot this deer, but you saw it too. There. How about this? I'll cut you a piece, and I'll take the rest. Deal. Squeak. I couldn't be bothered to figure out whether it understood or not. I grabbed it and set it aside, drew my knife, and hacked off a chunk of venison about the size of its lower body, dropping it right in front of it. Generous enough, buddy. Dig in. The weasel actually raised a paw and waved it slowly at me. I hoisted the deer onto my shoulder and left. Back where we'd stashed the deer, we dragged out the adult one, threw it over our shoulders, and took off running down the mountain. Run! Zhang Chi froze for a second, then grabbed the other deer and scrambled after me. At the foot of the mountain, the 2 of us collapsed by the roadside, legs trembling. Huff, huff. Zhang Chi dumped his deer down. Damn, I thought you didn't believe in ghosts and goblins. What were you running so fast for? I opened my mouth, then swallowed the words. I thought to myself, I've already been reborn once. What in this world can't I believe anymore? I glanced at the village not far off. That thing can't catch us now. Let's rest, then haul these back. Once we'd caught our breath, we carried the deer into the village. As we passed the fields, a villager out working had a sharp eye and spotted the big antlers on my back right away. Oldly, isn't that your nephew? He's back with a deer. My uncle, Li Jianhua, looked up. Let me see. Beside him, my cousin Li Chong bellowed at the top of his lungs. Jamming. Is that you? Big brother, it's me. Hey, it really is him. Li Chong tossed his tools aside. Dad, I'm going to help. My uncle grinned from ear to ear. The fields erupted instantly. Yesterday, they said he was just lucky and wouldn't share the meat. Today, he's brought back his own kill. Wild boar, roe deer, wild deer. All luck, every single day? If he catches something tomorrow too, you still gonna call it luck? Someone had already sidled up to my uncle. Oldly, can I bring some grain over to your place at noon and trade for a bit of meat? Sure thing. Come by after work and we'll talk it over. That remark set someone off. Talk it over. Talk over what? Is the field planted? Don't you all want your work points anymore? It was Yang Sheng's father-in-law, the group leader for this section. After yesterday's incident, his face was dark as the bottom of a pot. He walked up to my uncle. Li Jianhua, you can let your son go help, but he's got to come back and make up the work. We're farmers. Your family bags a deer and suddenly the land doesn't matter? My uncle set down his hoe and straightened his back ramrod stiff. No need to trouble yourself. My nephew brought back mountain game today. I'm happy. I've got energy to burn. I'll cover my son's share of the work myself. Whoa, old Lee's really fired up. Yeah, like he drank deer blood himself. Huh, the field broke into laughter. What are you laughing at? His family bagged a deer. Did yours? The group leader snapped, and everyone lowered their heads and got back to work, grumbling. My uncle shrugged and didn't. I ignored her. With people like that, it's not worth the breath. When we knocked off at noon, Li Chong and I had already dressed the deer. The meat from the young deer, along with one of the two hides, all went to Zhang Qi. He wanted the tender cut. The rest of the venison and the most valuable part, the antlers, we kept for my family. Zhang Qi, you sure you don't want more? Nah. If it weren't for you today, we'd never have hauled these deer back. At some point, a crowd had gathered outside my front door. Some had come to trade for meat as arranged. Others were just there for the show. These days, after work, there wasn't much else for fun, and watching a good spectacle was top-tier entertainment. This bunch clustered at the village entrance had sharper ears than anyone. Back in my old life, you'd call them the world's greatest intelligence agency. Venison was prized stuff, and several families came cradling their own grain to trade for it. My uncle beamed with pride, grinning ear to ear. Anybody with bullets at home can trade those too. I raised my voice. And not just today. From here on, whenever I bag more game and you want meat, come trade bullets anytime. Right in the middle of the trading, Lu Wenyuan pushed her way through, drawn by the noise. What's all the commotion? Wu Chunhua answered sourly. It's that no-good spendthrift from the Li family. Dragged 3 more deer back today. And now he's trading meat for grain. She shot Lu Wenyuan a glance. Hey, aren't you that deadbeat's girlfriend? Why aren't you getting yourself some meat? Lu Wenyuan's heart sank. Back when she'd dumped me to latch onto the village chief's nephew, she'd been dead certain a good-for-nothing like me could never support her. But this deadbeat, since when did he know how to hunt? She wasn't the only one refusing to admit it. Yesterday, he tagged along with the big group. Today, he went into the mountains with old Zhang's son. Wasn't it Zhang Qi who found all the game anyway? Wu Chuanhua's words dripped venom. Her husband, Yang Sheng, had tailed the two of us that morning. Not only did he lose us, he came back covered in mud, and when she asked what happened, he wouldn't say a word. Instead, he chewed her out. Right now, she hated my guts. Ooh, listen to you, sour as vinegar, someone chimed in. You say he's just lucky. So how come your man's got such rotten luck? Wu Chunhua blew up on the spot. How is it luck? The way I see it, old Zhang just didn't want to split the game with everyone. So he cut a private deal with this Li Jiaming. Probably some shady kickback scheme too. Smack. A cabbage leaf came flying out of my yard and landed square on her face. Zhang Qi strode out, eyes blazing. Wu Chunhua, that filthy mouth of yours yapping day in and day out. Did a wild boar bless it or something? Saying we pocketed the game for ourselves? I saw Jiaming's marksmanship with my own eyes, clear as day. Instead of squawking out here, go home and make your man practice his shooting, so he stops hogging a rifle just to piss it away. You. Wu Chuanhua's face went crimson with rage. Looking up, she saw me stepping out of the yard. She's right, I said flatly. If you don't buy it, let your man go up the mountain and hunt too. If he can bag something, that's skill. We won't say a word if he keeps it all for himself. Beats squatting around playing in the dirt. The moment playing in the dirt left my mouth, Wu Chunhua froze. She had a foul mouth, but she wasn't stupid. It clicked instantly. I knew about her husband tailing me this morning, and that mud all over him? Odds were, that was my doing. No wonder she'd sent Yang Sheng out to follow me, and that good-for-nothing had flat out refused. Turned out he'd already been played. She spun around and bolted for home, probably to give Yang Sheng an earful. Chi Ji, I won't see you out. Zhang Qi hoisted up the deer hide and meat and waved at me. He planned to make a pair of gloves and a shawl out of that hide. I glanced at Lu Wenyuan, standing there dumbstruck to the side, said nothing, and turned back into the yard. In my eyes, this woman had nothing to do with me anymore, not worth a second thought. But that indifference, in her eyes, must have felt like I was mocking her for having been blind. She stormed off toward the village chief's nephew's place. Back in the yard, I traded for 20 rounds of ammo and a few sacks of coarse grain. Come on, taste your auntie's cooking. The whole family dug into the fresh venison, and my uncle talked about the morning's work in the fields between bites. Auntie, with cooking like this, even the imperial chefs would bow down. Auntie laughed so hard her eyes crinkled into slits. Uncle, don't push yourself too hard at work. Your health comes first. Humph, your old man's tough as nails. I've got energy to burn, and I'm happy doing it. So what? I could tell he really was happy, but then I suddenly stood up and shut the door. What is it, jamming? I put on a serious expression. Uncle, I don't say things without reason. I heard something in town. I slowed my words. Before long, they're going to start dividing up the farmland out here as a trial. All three of them froze. The part about hearing it in town was made up, but the land division, that was no lie. By the end of this very year, the first batch of villages would start trials, distributing land to individual households. It might be a few years before it reached our village, or maybe sooner, but the land division was coming, one way or another. So I'm telling you to take it easy at work. Don't wreck your body. Just keep this in the back of your minds. Don't go blabbing about it. The three of them still hadn't snapped out of it. But the way I'd carried myself these past couple of days made them believe me without knowing quite why. Oh, and this afternoon I'm going to rest a bit. Might head into town to buy a few things. Anything you all want to eat. I was doing the math, sell the deer hide and antlers, and I'd have the capital to make a trip to the black market with Su Tian and see if there was anything I could use. By the time lunch was over, word that I'd bagged a wild deer had spread through the entire village. The efficiency of the intelligence network, same as always. When are you going up the mountain? Lu Wenyuan burst into the room, her tone as frantic as if the place were on fire. Now what? What's got you this worked up? Zhao Yifu looked at her. That face was already red enough to smoke from the ears. You just sit around at home all comfy. Look at Li Jiaming and Zhang Qi. They bagged 3 more deer in just one morning. I bet they're having a full spread for lunch today. So they got 3 deer? What's with that look on your face? You ever wonder why I dumped him for you? Lu Wenyuan curled her lip. And you've still got the nerve to ask me who's more of a man, you or him? Back then, being able to provide for a family was the hard and fast standard for picking a spouse. She'd written me off as a good-for-nothing who couldn't support her, which is why she switched to Zhao Yifu. He had an uncle who was the village chief, who'd hooked him up with the best rifle in the village. Down the road, he'd probably even land a spot as a forest ranger. That jab lit a fire under Zhao Yifu. He shot up from the Kong. Lu Wenyuan smiled to herself. Just as she'd figured, telling a man he's not as good as her ex was the #1 way to milk a sucker. She threw on more fuel. The way you are now, forget competing with Zhang Qi for ranger. That spot's gonna come down to a fight between Li Jiaming and Zhang Qi. It's just wild deer. And that full spread, the deer's the smallest thing on it. The smallest? You got the guts to go after the other 2. Who says I can't? I'll round up some men and go into the mountains right now. And I'll bag you a big one. He talked tough, but inside he was rattled. The other 2 delicacies on that spread were the real monsters. The Tiger King and the Bear King. With the sorry weapons this village had, one swipe from a full-grown one, and you'd be missing an arm or a leg. Who in their right mind would take that on? Zhao Yifu headed out and wandered around the village. Everywhere he turned, all he heard about was me and my deer. The more he heard, the angrier he got. So they got a little lucky? They only found their prey because Zhang Qi led the way. He went door to door rallying the hunters. Once they heard what he was after, a group quickly came together. Zhao Yifu wasn't the most skilled hunter, but he had a good rifle and was a shoe-in for future ranger. On top of that, yesterday, when they were divvying up the pork, old man Zhang had clearly played favorites with me, so everyone had been sitting on a grudge. If even a nobody like Li Jiaming can bag one, why can't we? Exactly. Zhang Qi must have left us out on purpose. This afternoon, Yifu's leading us, and he's going to be the future ranger. He's got real skills. Zhao Yifu ate it up. But when he counted heads, Yang Sheng was missing. He'd heard Yang Sheng had tagged along with us too this morning. If he'd guide them, they'd find the deer faster. Where's Yang Sheng? Did anybody tell him? We did. He didn't show. Zhao Yifu frowned and led the group over to Yang Sheng's place. Knock, knock, knock. Yang Sheng, we're heading into the mountains. The door cracked open. Yang Sheng shot them a glance. Go if you want. I'm not going. The group froze. Are you even a man? Zhao Yifu snapped. I heard you pissed yourself yesterday and got humiliated in front of everyone by Li Jiaming. Don't you want to prove yourself? Yang Sheng wasn't having any of this. Screw it. The memory of getting played this morning, falling face first straight into that mud pit, made him certain there was something cursed about Li Jiaming. He wasn't going back, not for anything. I'm not going. Did any of you even check the almanac before heading out? What almanac? What century do you think this is? Cut out the feudal superstition. Yang Sheng let them wear their mouths out arguing. He had just one line. Go if you want. I'm not going. Yang Sheng, Li Jiaming's right. That gun of yours couldn't fire a bullet if its life depended on it. Best it can do is scare somebody into pissing themselves. Fine, don't come, but hand over the gun. Don't waste the resource. The crowd pressed in on him. Yang Sheng's face darkened. Then, to everyone's surprise, he actually went back inside, hauled out the gun, and tossed it into their arms. Make sure you give it back. Slam. The door shut hard behind him. Ha, coward. Zhao Yifu cursed, but there was nothing he could do. He couldn't exactly carry the man up the mountain. He rallied the group and marched off toward the village entrance, the whole crowd trailing behind him. Meanwhile, I'd already rested up. I'd packed the deer hide and antlers into a bundle, found Su Tian, and was about to head into town. We'd barely passed the village entrance when we ran smack into this whole mob. What's going on here? Look at all of them. Someone in the crowd recognized me and quickly tugged at Zhao Yifu, pointing my way. Zhao Yifu shoved through the crowd and pushed his way out. Hey, you're Li Jiaming, right? Heard you bagged a few deer this morning. Tell me, where'd you get them? His tone was like he was giving orders. I raised an eyebrow. Are you out of your mind? Are you out of your mind? I looked him dead in the eye, asking where I hunted last time. The game isn't going to stand around in the same spot waiting for you. Wasn't this obviously just picking a fight? The guy looked kind of familiar, but I couldn't place his name for a second. Kid, you know who I am? He got right up in my face, looking down at me, his voice dripping with menace. Don't care who you are. A good dog doesn't block the road. I couldn't be bothered with this idiot. Getting into town was what mattered. Hold it right there. He reached out to grab my arm. Smack. I slapped the back of his hand. He wanted to put his hands on me. I wasn't going to hold back. You dare hit back? What gives you the right to hit me? Su Tian quickly squeezed in between us. Come on. Come on. You too. You're from the same village. Don't ruin the peace. Let me talk to him first. He pulled me aside and lowered his voice. Jiaming, that's Zhao Yifu, the village chief's nephew. The game's not going anywhere. Just tell him and be done with it. If he can't catch anything, that's on him. Why make an enemy? Zhao Yifu. The moment I heard that name, the memory clicked into place. Back in my past life, when we were kids, this was the guy who bullied me nonstop. He's asking a stupid question like that because he's coming after me. I tell him today, and tomorrow when he comes up empty, he'll still blame me for giving him a fake spot. Su Tian froze for a moment, then nodded. People looking to start trouble will always find an excuse. You take one step back. He took 3 steps forward. Sure enough, the moment I stopped talking, he got right up in my face. You little punk. Let me tell you something. All the game up in those mountains belongs to the state. You're sitting on information and keeping quiet? That's stealing public property. You want me to have you arrested? That's a big accusation. I smirked. Are those your words, or your uncle's? You willing to put your name on that? I'm just not telling you. If you've got the guts, go get your village chief uncle, and let's take this to the commune together. See if being village chief means he can twist the truth and slap whatever label he wants on people. You. Zhao Yifu ground his teeth, unable to squeeze out a single word. Sure, the game in the mountains belonged to the state, but it wasn't going to fly into your bowl and turn itself into meat. Whoever put in the work got the share. That was an unspoken rule among the hunters. Like I said, a good dog doesn't block the road. I waved my hand. If you've got what it takes, go hunt for it yourself. Li Jiaming, don't think you're so special. You just got lucky. With all of us searching together, you think we can't find game? That's right. And this time we've got Zhao Yifu, the future forest ranger. With him leading the way, we'll bag plenty. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Going into the mountains isn't some sweeping raid. More people won't help worth a damn. The reason I could find game was the tracking skills I'd honed in my past life. These guys, their footsteps alone would scare off everything for miles. And if they ran into some big beast that wasn't afraid of people, they'd be the ones getting startled. At that point, you'd better pray everyone's got a Type 56 semi in hand and that they can shoot straight. But between all of them, they only had a handful of homemade rifles. Forget it. Kid, I'll remember you. Zhao Yifu snarled. So what if you do? Gonna shoot me in the back. I pointed at him and raised my voice to the crowd. Everybody listen up. This guy wants to shoot me from behind. If anything ever happens to me, he's the first one you check. You son of a. He gripped his Type 56 tight, really wanting to put a bullet in me. But it was broad daylight, with all these people watching, so he had to swallow it. The crowd headed into the mountains. I headed into town. The so-called black market was just a hidden alley somewhere in the city. Want me to come along with you? Su Tian asked. I handed him the deer hide. Su Tian, you go find a buyer first. Sell it, and just get me the price we agreed on. He nodded and walked off with the hide in his arms. I wandered the alley alone. These days were still the tail end of the planned economy. To buy rare items like radios or bicycles, you needed ration coupons. The black market didn't require coupons. Some people even sold coupons themselves, as long as you didn't get caught. I looked left and right, but didn't see what I wanted. Hey buddy, need any coupons? A man in a black trench coat, his hat brim pulled down low, appeared out of nowhere. I'll translate this Chinese text into natural American English. Been circling around for a while. Guess you didn't find what you're looking for. Here we go. A scalper. In a black market like this, these are the guys who always have the inside scoop. You got what I want. Tell me what it is first. Even if I don't have it, buy your ticket through me, and I'll point you to where you can get it. What do I call you? Name's Liuzi. I reached into my jacket, pulled out a small object, and opened my palm. How about this? Liuzi took one look, and his eyes went wide. It was a bullet. You got any? Or know somebody who can get them? Cough, cough. The sight startled a couple of coughs out of him. I don't deal in this stuff, but I know someone who can supply it. Come with me. We wound through a maze of alleys and stopped outside a courtyard. Knock, knock, knock. Sky King covers the Earth Tiger, came a coded call from inside. Flying dragon stewed with monkey mushrooms. Creak. The door opened a crack. Hey G, it's me. Brought someone to check out the merchandise. The man behind the door gave Liuzi a once-over, then pulled it open. Come in. Inside the courtyard, a man they called Heiji lounged lazily in a reclining chair. Tall, dark-skinned, playing it casual, but I saw through it in a heartbeat. There was something formidable underneath. Heiji, why so cautious today? Because we've got a tail behind us. I answered for him. You didn't notice? Heiji's eyelids lifted. He shot me a quick glance, then closed them again. This kid, interesting. What? Who's got the nerve? Not the red armbands, is it? Liuzi was getting anxious. No, I cut in. Those types don't need to sneak around. Whoever's following us, they can't operate in the daylight either. So, you want to see the merchandise first? Liuzi mumbled, suddenly feeling like a third wheel. If you would. I walked toward Heiji. Whoosh. Without warning, he exploded up from the chair, throwing a punch straight at my face. Terrifyingly fast. Smack. Fist met palm, and we each stepped back a pace. I caught his punch dead on with my palm. So that was it. That familiar aura on him. It was the scent of my own kind. He'd caught my scent first, and that punch was just his way of testing the waters. Not bad, kid. Right back at you. So, what are you looking to buy? These. I flashed the bullet again. For hunting game up in the mountains. Heiji's brow furrowed slightly, then relaxed the moment he heard hunting. Huh, a hunter then. Come on in. Inside the back room. One look and I was rooted to the spot by what hung on the wall. Damn. A Mosin-Nagant, a Hanyang 88, and even a Type 56 semi-automatic, same one Zhao Yifu carried. In that moment, those beat-up hunting rifles back in the village became utterly beneath me. What's the matter? Tired of playing with hunting rifles? Brother Hay smiled. Once you get your hands on these, there's no going back. You short on cash, Hay? I knew he was making a pitch. Obviously. You think I keep these around just to look at? He snapped. You want one? It's 100 times better than that hunting rifle of yours. Buy it, and I'll even hook you up with the paperwork. Guaranteed nobody comes knocking. Nothing drives the point home like a side-by-side comparison. Those homemade guns back in the village, cobbled together from scrap, looked pathetic next to these. I reached out and ran my hand over the Type 56. Tempting, no doubt. No wonder every hunter in the village envied Zhao Yifu for having one. But the next second, my eyes locked onto something in the corner, hanging quietly beside a Hanyang rifle. A Kar 98K. I walked over and saw a row of stars carved into its walnut stock, as if silently telling a story. How much for this one? Brother Hay followed my finger, froze for a moment, then let out a long breath. Good eye, brother. He stepped forward, carefully lifted the rifle down, and wiped it clean with a rag, his eyes full of reverence. This one's special. If you want it, 800. 800? That's way too much. That was enough to buy a job in the city. It's not mine to sell cheap. 800 isn't expensive, not a penny less. His eyes never left the rifle. I let it go and turned back to the Type 56 semi. Oh, right. Something suddenly occurred to Brother Hay. You're a hunter, aren't you? Can you get your hands on snake gallbladder? Snake gallbladder? From a Machitsuan. You bring me one, and this rifle's yours, no questions asked. His expression was dead serious. Machitsuan, the short-tailed pit viper. Highly venomous, usually found in the Rocky Mountains up north. That snake's poisonous. You've asked others before, haven't you? They all turned you down. I stared at him. Is one life worth 800? We really need that medicine. If you can bag one, you're a hero. Brother Hay said. After that, I'll supply you with all the 7.92 rounds you want. Name any other terms, they're yours. Oh, so now I'm a hero. I stroked my chin, ready to twist the knife. Then it's only fair I ask for a little extra, right? Name it. These combat boots. That short blade. That pair of binoculars. And once the job's done, throw in an optical scope for this 98K deal. Brother Hay didn't even blink. He agreed to all of it. Those things would come in handy for hunting anyway. Fine, I'll take the job. Any deadline. With your skills, as soon as possible. I gathered up my things and turned to leave. Those tails outside. Need a hand with them? You think I'm scared of them? Brother Hay paused, then nodded. After that punch earlier, he knew better. Then, brother, I'm counting on you. He actually bowed to me. Outside the courtyard gate, two guys were skulking around, keeping their eyes on the entrance while chatting. Who the hell is that tall guy inside? We went and reported his black market dealing to the management, and instead of arresting him, they told us to mind our own business. Who cares? He's not our target anyway. Our target's that country kid Brother Sanjin mentioned. Brother Sanjin? Peng Sanjin. A third voice cut in. Obviously. Who else around here would dare? Both of them froze stiff. Somehow, without them noticing, someone had appeared behind them. This country kid you're talking about. Does he happen to look like me? Bam, bam, bam. I asked the question while my fists rained down on them. In no time, I had both of them on their knees begging for mercy. Stop hitting us. Do you know whose men we are? We work for Peng Sanjin. You'll be sorry for crossing us. Oh, still got some attitude, huh? Big brother, no? Daddy. Stop hitting me, Daddy. It was all Peng Sanjin's money. He paid us to follow you and jump you for your stuff after you finished shopping. Stop, Daddy. Only after another round of fists and kicks did I finally let up. It's a rare treat to beat someone without having to pay their medical bills. Since they'd taken Peng Sanjin's money, I'd beat them until they felt that money didn't even come close to covering the hospital, so the lesson would stick. It was already night by the time I got back to the village. The sky had long gone dark, but the village was unusually lively. People were coming and going on the road, all buzzing about something. I caught bits and pieces before I finally understood what had happened. That crowd of 20-odd people who'd gone into the mountains that afternoon. Things had turned out exactly as I'd predicted. More people didn't mean more efficiency. After thrashing around for most of the day, all they'd bagged were 2 pheasants and a few bird eggs. How were 20-some people supposed to split that? Someone claimed they'd spotted a roe deer, but with no gun in hand, they'd let it get away. So a whole crowd of them got into a screaming match in the woods over who should carry the gun and how the kill should be divided. Right in the thick of the shouting, a huge wild boar suddenly charged out, barreling straight into the crowd. The disorganized mob instantly scattered in every direction. There were too many people, and the ones with guns didn't dare fire for fear of hitting someone. In the end, it was Zhao Yifu who dropped the boar with a Type 56, but plenty of people still got gored. When they wrapped up, the injured and the boar were carried down the mountain together. I figured that would be the end of it, but then the trouble started all over again when it came time to divide the kill. 2 pheasants and 1 wild boar. How do you split that among 20-some people? It was just like when my family had divided that boar before. Everybody was convinced they'd done the most work. The ones carrying the boar argued with the ones carrying the wounded. The injured men's families demanded a bigger share of the meat, while the ones who'd carried them complained they were dead weight and still wanted meat, should have just left them on the mountain. Zhao Yifu said he'd shot the boar, and immediately someone claimed they'd hit it too, that he'd only fired the finishing shot. Nobody would. Whoever wouldn't back down finally started throwing punches, and the whole thing blew up all the way to the commune. The village chief and the brigade leader both got called over. When I came back, that was the commotion I saw, people rushing off toward the commune. I said it all along. Old Zhang's father and son, and that Li nephew, those are the ones with real skill. They actually bag their game, and when it comes to splitting it up, there's no squabbling. Huh? That's not what you were saying before. You were right there cursing them out as spoiled rich brats. Monday morning quarterback, aren't you? Hey, when did I ever say? I picked up the pace. Uncle and Auntie were still waiting for me. I'm back. You're back. Let me go warm up your food. I was greeted by the smiling faces of my uncle and aunt. Uncle here. I pressed a few Tinyuan bills into his hand. The money Su Tian had gotten from selling the deer hide. Li Jinhua absolutely refused to take it. You've grown up, son. He patted my shoulder. At my age, I've got nowhere to spend money anyway. You young people need it. Keep it for yourself. It's fine, just 2 bills. Consider it my way of looking after you. I smiled. If you're not used to this now, what are you going to do later when there's more? You little brat. Make a bit of money and you're already showing off. He scolded me, but he was grinning inside. Fine, I'll hold on to it for you. Save it for when you get married. Huh, you should worry about my brother first. He's the one who's really getting up there in years. You dare tease me? I'll thrash you. Li Chong grabbed a slipper and came after me. Before long, Shin Chui had the food warmed up. Uncle was in good spirits and had a couple extra drinks. That night, the laughter in the Li household never stopped. Some homes were happy, others were troubled. The Li family rejoiced, the Zhao family stewed. Zhao Yifu was in for a rough night. There was no escaping a tongue lashing from his uncle, the village chief. What were you doing dragging that many people up the mountain? Just mind your own patch of land and be done with it. Now you've made a real mess. If this drags down the background check for your forest ranger evaluation, you'll have plenty to cry about. The village chief laid into him. It's all that Li Jiaming's fault, Zhao Yifu said through gritted teeth. Li Jiaming? Who's that? That little runt whose parents died, the one being raised by his uncle's family. He got laid off from the factory a while back, and lately he's been all fired up playing hunter, running around with Zhang Qi. Zhao Yifu spat the words out bitterly. If those two hadn't gone into the mountains and bagged a few deer and paraded them around everywhere, I'd never have. A hunter, and riding high is he? Village Chief Zhao Xinjian said dismissively. So it's just that Li Jinhua's kid, the one you used to beat up when he was little. His family's got no connections. Just squeeze him and be done with it. Early morning. Something warm and wet was pressed against my face. I wiped it away with my hand, and it pressed right back. My eyes flew open. I nearly flipped the whole Kong over. A weasel was curled up on my blanket, tongue lolling out. Lick my face. I rolled over, grabbed a slipper, and pressed my back against the wall, wide awake now. Squeak. Squeak. It chirped twice, then slowly hopped down from the Kong and rubbed against my leg. I crouched down and picked it up for a closer look. Wasn't this the same one I'd run into when hunting deer? I fed you venison, and now you've tracked me down? Slurp. Another lick, right across my face. Okay, enough licking. I set it down, and it darted straight back onto the Kong, flopping down beside my pillow and refusing to budge. Don't tell me you're mooching off me now. The little thing actually lifted its head, its eyes curving into little crescents, and nodded at me. I closed my eyes and silently chanted, "No turning into a spirit," a few times. When I opened them again, it was still staring blankly at me. Fine, I'll keep you. You don't eat much anyway." It let out a happy squeal. I took out some of the cured meat I'd been saving for winter and fed it. "You love squeaking so much. I'll just call you Squeaky from now on." At noon, someone knocked on the door. My uncle and cousin were both busy with the farm work, so I went to answer it. It was Zhangqi. "Zhangqi, what's up?" He hemmed and hawed. "That hunting rifle. I can't lend it to you anymore." I froze for a second, then handed the gun back to him. He sighed and laid out the whole story. This morning, the security militia had come specifically to inspect his family's hunting rifle. They said that yesterday's mass entry into the mountains by the villagers had caused a public safety incident. And after the village chief reported it, licensed hunters were ordered not to lend out their weapons. They'd be back tomorrow to double-check, or he'd be held accountable. What does a public safety incident have to do with lending out a gun? I frowned. I asked too, but they just said they were only there to enforce orders, not to explain them. Zhangqi fumed. "Jianming, did you piss someone off?" I told him to go ask the other hunters. The result, not a single other hunter had been inspected. The militia hadn't even shown up at their doors. It was obvious. Zhao Yifu and his village chief uncle were behind this, tripping me up. Later I noticed that every time I went to Zhangqi's place, there was a tail watching me. Only when they saw the two of us not going out together and not carrying guns would they disperse. You can play the thief for 1,000 days, but you can't guard against a thief for 1,000 days. I'd just traded venison for a whole stash of bullets, and now the gun was gone. Other people pulled the firewood out from under the pot. My pot was surrounded by firewood, but someone carried the pot itself away. Rubbing my bowstring, I asked my uncle, how did someone like Zhao Xinjian ever become village chief? Back during the election, by popular opinion, he never should have had a shot. But then Hu Weimin, the front-runner, suddenly died of a serious illness, and that's how Zhao lucked into it. My uncle glanced at me. Why? Regretting getting on the Zhao family's bad side. I shook my head. That uncle and nephew are cut from the same cloth. Even if you don't provoke them, they'll come after you anyway. Constant compromise only makes people think you're an easy target, and it earns you nothing but worse and worse bullying. And besides, I knew clearly. This winter, the village won't stay peaceful. I clenched my fists. Zhao Xinjian, Zhao Yifu, just wait till I get my chance. I'll pay you both a proper visit. Winter was closing in, and like the wild animals in these mountains, I was busy stocking up. I'd set some traps in the foothills to catch small game. After all, I had another mouth to feed now. Ever since that mess last time, when a bunch of people got hurt going into the mountains, nobody dared set foot in here anymore. So at least my traps stayed undisturbed. I caught a few pheasants to feed Squeaky, and it chittered away, thrilled. Looks like I'd better bump that 98K up the priority list. I'd meant to trade meat for bullets and bag more game, but this whole batch of ammo went to waste. My uncle kept pushing me to farm with him, but I knew better. Farming would never build any real wealth. If you could actually get rich off it, the richest thing in the village would have been the production team's water buffalo. I needed to build up capital fast through hunting, so when the policies loosened up, I'd be among the first to cash in, which meant I needed a gun. A real one, all my own. Brother Hay had told me he could get me a firearms permit, the kind that wouldn't raise any flags in an inspection. The days kept getting colder. I roamed through the woods with a stick, poking through every thicket. Snakes are cold-blooded. While the temperature hadn't fully dropped, they'd still come out to hunt and build up their reserves, so I had to move fast. Any colder, and I'd be reduced to digging out their dens one by one. What was I, delivering warmth straight to the snake's door? Combat boots, leather gloves, a sharpened snake stick, fully geared up. I'd been searching for days, but the ones I'd run into today weren't the species I was after. Half a day gone, and I decided to head deeper into the mountains, into territory I'd never covered before. A mist began creeping across the ground. As visibility dropped, I slowed and softened my steps. This wasn't the outer fringe, and I had no gun in hand. I drew my machete, blade in one hand, stick in the other. No one around. Dead silent. It felt exactly like running missions through the jungle in my past life. Rustle, rustle, rustle. I instinctively dropped low and scanned my surroundings. No one tailing me. So what was it? Please don't let it be a predator. Something long and thin came shooting at me out of the mist. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Damn, when did you catch up to me? I wiped the sweat off my forehead and let it climb up onto my shoulder. Were you a dog in your past life? ended up in the wrong body, and came out a weasel. Squeak, squeak, squeak. It cried urgently, like it was arguing back. Fine, fine, fine. I patted its head. I'm going to catch snakes. Go play by yourself. But Squeaky stretched out a paw and pointed in one direction. You're saying there are snakes over there? Squeak, squeak. It nodded and hopped down to the ground, ran a few steps, then looked back at me, waiting for me to follow. I trailed after it and came to the foot of a cliff. It vanished all of a sudden. Slippery little thing. Just then, I heard movement above the cliff. I looked up. A small but agile figure in tribal herder's clothing was scaling the cliff face with ease. One look and you could tell she was a seasoned herb gatherer. She was inching toward a cluster of medicinal herbs. Suddenly sensing someone below, she turned and shot me a quick glance, then pushed off with her legs, launching herself up and plucking the herb clean off in one smooth motion. Impressive. She tucked the herb into her waistband and started climbing back down. Halfway down, she froze. Didn't move. Hey, why'd you stop? Something wrong. No response. She just stayed there, rigid. Puzzled, I moved closer to the base of the cliff. That's when I got a shock. She wasn't ignoring me. Not far from her was a snake. It was hissing, flicking its tongue in her direction. From a distance, with its color blending almost perfectly into the rock, I hadn't seen it clearly. Triangular head, 2 rows of round spots, narrow crossbands. Well, small world. This was exactly the pit viper I'd been searching for. The snake seemed to have already sensed her presence. As it flicked its tongue, it began coiling its body back. Don't just stand there. Get down here. It's got its eyes on you. I shouted as I scrambled up toward her. Squeak, squeak. That squeaking sound rang out again. It was watching the snake from the other side. The viper had already coiled into perfect striking position. In a flash, I planted my foot on a solid rock, pushed off hard, and lunged toward the girl. She finally snapped out of it, but her movements were stiff and trembling. Squeak darted off the rock toward the snake. I caught her midair, twisted my body, and kicked toward where the snake would likely strike. Whether I'd hit it, whether I'd get bitten, it was all down to luck now. Wham! I slammed into the ground hard with her in my arms. Good thing we weren't too high up. A jolt of impact shot through my whole body. I set her down, crouched for a few seconds to catch my breath, then recovered. You okay? Her eyes were still full of terror. She shook her head, then pointed at my thigh. You're hurt. I followed her finger and looked. The viper was hanging off my thigh, with Squeak clamped down hard on its body. Was it adrenaline, or had my leg actually gone numb? I hadn't felt a thing. Swish. The blade came down, head severed from body. I quickly pried the snake's head off my leg. I'd been bitten. These military boots were snake-proof to begin with. That kick was supposed to make the snake bite the boot. No such luck. Take your pants off, now. She lunged at me, hands going straight for my belt. Wait. I stepped back twice. I'll do it myself. Then hurry. There's no time to waste. I looked down at the 2 puncture wounds on my leg. When I touched them, a sharp, piercing. My heart ached. She lunged at me again. What are you doing? Sucking out the venom. This snake's poison is no joke. You think you can suck it out yourself? She looked at me with pure innocence. Wait. I tied a tourniquet above and below the wound, then pulled a bottle of liquor from my backpack and poured it over my short blade. After a quick disinfection, I cut straight through the fang marks and squeezed hard. Black blood oozed out. You can't get it all out that way. What? You're really set on sucking it out, huh? Calm down. I'm my tribe's doctor. Letting me handle this is your best shot. She pinned me down. That snapped me back to reality. Night was falling. Forget whether I could make it to a hospital. Even if I did, would they have anti-venom ready right away? She'd been out gathering herbs. She really was the tribe's doctor. Letting her do it was, honestly, the smart move. Fine. Do your thing. She leaned down. But remembering how I'd resisted a second ago, I still felt uneasy. I'm trying to suck out venom for you, and you act like I'm taking advantage of you, she muttered as she rummaged through her things. Watching how skilled she was, I let out a breath. What's your name? Kamyush. I'm Li Jiaming. Only now, relaxing, did I really notice her face and catch the fresh, herbal scent coming off her. The name suits you. Pretty as a flower. You've got to be the flower of your tribe. Ah. She bore down suddenly and sucked hard at the fang marks. You're repaying kindness with cruelty. "Pa, pervert." She spat out the tainted blood. "If I hadn't jumped up and taken that thing for you, you'd be the one bitten. If you hadn't saved me, I wouldn't bother. Here, open up." She pried my mouth open and pushed in a pill. "Don't ask. It won't hurt you. Your tribe doesn't have some rule where if a man sees your body, you have to marry him, does it?" Before I could finish, the liquor bottle was shoved into my mouth. "Why are you suddenly so talkative?" She gave me a strange look. "We don't have any rule like that. And it's not like you saw my body." Only then did I realize that, for some reason, I really had been running my mouth around her. I set down the bottle and glanced at the headless pit viper on the ground. Drawing my blade, I sliced it open, removed the gallbladder, and dropped it into the bottle. "This is as far as I can treat the wound for now. To draw out the rest of the venom, we need to crush a certain herb and apply it," she said, standing up. "Only problem is, I don't know where in these mountains to find it." Squeak, squeak, squeak. Out of nowhere, Squeaky came scurrying with a small sprig of herb in its mouth, chittering up at her. She took it and froze. It was exactly the antidote herb she'd been looking for. Squeaky pointed a paw in one direction, as if offering to lead the way. "Is this a weasel spirit?" She looked at me. "It actually found the very herb you needed. Medicine. So you know we call it the yellow immortal too? I'm mixed, half Xia, half Mu. Plenty of Xia folks where I'm from, so a lot of people speak both languages." Gigi squeaked again, seemingly annoyed that we were too busy talking to pay attention to it. "All right, I'll follow you." She came back with the herbs, chewed them up on the spot, and dabbed a bit onto my wound before bandaging it. Off to the side, Gigi gnawed on the snake's body, head and gallbladder already removed, looking as greedy as if it were chewing on a spicy snack. Night had fallen completely. She helped me up. "Can you walk fast? Or should I get you down the mountain first? What about you? How long to get back to your tribe?" Before she could finish, a woo, a long, drawn-out wolf howl echoed through the mountains. Speak of the devil. Ignoring my injured leg, I got my bearings and pulled her in the opposite direction. My blood probably drew the wolves in. I limped along. She looked down at my wound. It was still oozing blood, dripping down my pant leg onto the ground. "You're bleeding. Maybe we should slow down. Maybe I moved too much, or maybe the cut was too wide. Can't worry about that now. We need to put distance between us and the wolves." If anything, I picked up the pace. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Gigi followed the whole way, occasionally peeing on the blood I dripped to mask the scent. Dodging the howls, we finally found a cave. There was some straw inside. It looked like someone had used it as a temporary shelter before. I went in and checked thoroughly, confirming there were no wild animals. "This'll do. Looks like neither of us is making it home tonight. You've lost a lot of blood." Her reminder made me realize how much I'd been bleeding. I had no idea whether the wolves would track us down by following the trail. A drizzle started to fall, drops landing on my face one by one. "Help me rebandage it. I'm going to get some firewood." She immediately reapplied the medicine and wrapped the bandage tight. Outside, the rain grew heavier. Whether that was good or bad, I couldn't say. I could only hope the rain would wash away the blood and scent I'd left along the way. The rain kept falling, and it grew colder and colder. I knew just how sharp a wolf's nose was. I couldn't gamble on luck. After finishing with my wound, I went out into the rain to gather and split firewood, hauling it into the cave load after load. Meanwhile, Camus scattered insect-repelling powder around the cave. By the time I'd piled up enough wood, it was pitch dark. "Your leg's bleeding again, and you're soaked through." Camus frowned. "Hurry, start the fire, and get those clothes off to dry. A snake bite plus getting drenched like this, your body can't take it." I hadn't paid attention to how much blood I'd lost or how much I'd sweated. Only one thing filled my mind. There had to be enough wood to hold off the wolves that could pounce at any moment. Life was worth far more than a little blood and sweat. But I'd forgotten. This body of mine was already running on empty. I'll translate this Chinese text into natural American English. Back in the cave, my vision suddenly went dark and my legs buckled. "Hey, are you okay?" Camus caught me just in time. Seeing how pale my lips had gone, she immediately started a fire, stripped off my soaked clothes, and hung them up to dry. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little squirrel came scurrying over with a half-eaten piece of snake meat in its mouth, set it on the ground, and pointed with its tiny paws. One at the fire, one at me. It wanted me to roast the snake meat and eat it. "You little coward." I said, glaring at it from the ground. If you'd manned up back then and just bitten that snake to death, would I have had to search the whole mountain for herbs? And now I wouldn't have to share this meat with you either, would I? Chirp, chirp, it protested, then pointed at the wound that was still oozing blood. Guess there's no other way. I dragged myself over to my supplies, dug out 2 bullets, and pried them open with my short blade. I scraped the herbs off the wound and poured the gunpowder from the casings onto the bleeding flesh. Then I pulled out a burning blade of grass. Ah, with a hiss, the gunpowder burned itself out, and the bleeding finally stopped. I wiped the sweat from my forehead and gasped for air. Kim Yuj finished roasting the snake meat and handed it to me. Didn't bring any food. This'll have to do for now. Nothing to make do about. Who could have seen today coming? You eat too. I'm not eating. You worked up such a sweat chopping wood, then got caught in the rain. You need the strength more than I do. A woo. Outside the cave, the wolves began howling again, each cry boring straight into my ears. I looked out at the night sky beyond the cave, where raindrops pounded the ground with a steady rustle. Tonight was going to be rough. And someone else having a rough night was my uncle back home, Li Jianhua. I only learned about all this later. That night, he sat staring blankly out the window, not touching his chopsticks even after the food had been reheated twice. Let's wait a bit longer. I can't eat, he sighed. We've got to have faith in jamming. It's not the first time he's come home late, my aunt, Shun Suaping, reassured him. But something feels off today. My right eyelid won't stop twitching. Dad, that's just old superstition. You need to let that stuff go, my older cousin Li Chong chimed in. With my brother's skills, he took down a 300-pound wild boar with 2 shots. Did you forget? But he had a gun back then. At that, my uncle suddenly shot to his feet. That's right, a gun. I'm going over to old Zhang's place to ask whether Jiaming borrowed one. Dad, take an umbrella. He didn't even look back as he charged out into the rain. Meanwhile, in another house, Zhao Yifu wrapped his arms around Lu Wenyuan from behind. You devil. Heh, seems like someone's really about to become a dead man. Zhao Yifu sneered, watching the Li father and son out in the rain. What do you mean? I've had someone tailing Li Jiaming lately. Without his gun, he can't hunt anything. Best he can do is catch a few pheasants. This evening someone said he went into the mountains and hasn't come back. And now his uncle and brother are both running over to old Zhang's place. Clearly the guy still hasn't come out. His face was smug. I always said he just got lucky. No gun this time. Maybe he'll die up on that mountain. Lu Wenyuan rolled her eyes. She'd only stirred the pot to get this man to bring back more meat. But this Zhao Yifu, why was his whole mind fixed on Li Jiaming dying? Inside the cave, the wolves' howls grew closer. In the darkness, several pairs of eerie green lights flickered to life. A chill crawled up my spine. They're here. I said it slowly, certain now that the green glow was wolf eyes. I grabbed a few handfuls of firewood and threw them into the flames. The fire leapt up. Those pairs of green dots closed to a certain distance, then stopped. Through the firelight, the wolves' outlines were perfectly clear. 5 of them. No more, no less. I gripped my hatchet tight. No gun this time, and that put us at a serious disadvantage. Beside me, Kim Yuj pulled a long whip from her waist. I glanced at her sideways. What are you looking at? I grew up on horseback. Of course I used this. What came next was a war of attrition. Wolves are patient hunters. They follow the scent and wait for their moment, waiting for our fire to burn out, then rushing in all at once to tear the prey apart. But what they didn't know was that the 2 of us in this cave were hunters too. One a special forces soldier who'd seen combat, the other a sharpshooter from a tribe raised on the grasslands. The pack crept a few steps closer, low growls rolling from their throats. The standoff had begun. They were smart. Noticing I kept feeding the fire, they simply laid down at the mouth of the cave, no longer pacing. They're not leaving, I said. Go rest for a bit. I'll keep watch. Kim Yuj fixed her eyes on me. You're not in good shape. I'm fine. You sleep first. You're lying to me. I'm the tribe's doctor. That look on your face can't fool my eyes. I can't rest. I shook my head. The wolves gauge our fighting strength by our size. The moment I back down or my presence weakens, they'll pounce. So how long can you hold out? As long as I have to, even if I can't. If I can't hold, I die. If I can, well, we'll just have ourselves a nice meal of dog meat to build our strength back up. I gripped the hatchet, eyes blazing, staring hard out of the cave. Minute by minute, time crept by. I knew full well that the little bit of what I'd chopped before dark wouldn't last until dawn. I had to ration it. But the wolves could see that too. As the flames shrank, the lying wolves stood back up. In their eyes, this was the signal that our presence was slipping. Awoo! One wolf decided its moment had come. The fire had shrunk to where it no longer posed a threat. It sprang over the fire, lunging straight at me. Here it comes. Quick as a flash, I swung a burning branch and smashed it against the wolf, driving it back. Branch out front, hatchet crossed over my chest. I set my defense. The wolf yelped in pain, barked twice, and lunged again. I didn't flinch. There wasn't a trace of fear in my eyes. I swung the firewood club. Whack! Right in the wolf's skull. It toppled over. I pounced, pinning it down hard, and brought the machete down with everything I had. Aroo! A single agonized howl, and the beast was dead. I dragged it to the fire, pressed the blade against its throat, and sliced. Wolf blood sprayed across the ground. I roared at the wolves still outside the cave. Come on, you sons of bitches. Firelight flickered across my face. Veins bulging, eyes bloodshot. The wolves outside actually recoiled at the sight of me. Two backed up several steps. The other two shrank down. But I knew. Killing one wasn't enough to scare them off. That's just how wolves are. Grr. Aroo. The two in front lunged at the same time, leaping over the fire and into the cave. One threw itself at me. I grabbed it, and we rolled across the ground, man and wolf grappling. The other tried to strike while I was pinned. Crack. A sharp snap. Camuse's long whip lashed across it. Sneaking up on us? You think I'm just for show? She moved lightly, closing in, and kicked the wolf straight into the fire. Aroo. Aroo. Asterisk crack. Crack. Asterisk. Howls and whip cracks tangled together, echoing through the cave. On my side, I'd subdued my wolf too, one blow to the head, and it was done. Once it was over, we both turned toward the cave mouth, our eyes sharp as blades. The last two wolves stood there, legs trembling. They'd been the weakest of the pack to begin with, and now, all fight gone, they turned tail and fled. Phew. I let out a long breath and collapsed, all the strength draining out of me. I looked over at Camuse. She was looking at me too. Our eyes met, and we both broke into a smile. That giddy relief of having cheated death. I went to gut the wolf and cook the meat, but she beat me to it. Let me. You're already exhausted. She paused. The way you were just now, it was really terrifying. We roasted the wolf meat and ate, then took turns keeping watch. I wanted to take the first half of the night, but she absolutely refused and lay down to sleep first. The firelight danced across her face, crackling. I don't know what she was thinking, but before long, she noticed something was wrong with me. My whole body had curled into a ball, and I was shivering in fits. This is hypothermia. How did this happen? All of this, Camuse told me later. That night she'd thought I just had a fever, but the moment she felt my temperature, she knew it was serious. The cold, the rain, chopping wood, the sweating, it had all pushed me into hypothermia. My mind was hazy, and I clutched at her, rambling. Uncle, don't go. The snow's too deep up on the mountain. It's dangerous. Auntie, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. She pried my hands loose, carried me to the fire, stripped off the wet clothes I'd put on before they dried, and kept drying them. Ma, Pa, I've lost my home again. Where are you? What am I supposed to do? She froze when she heard this, letting me hold on to her hand. After a long while, she sighed. I never imagined your life had been so bitter too. May the eternal sky watch over you. As if she'd made up her mind about something, she loosened her robe. If you ever betray me, I'll hunt you down to the ends of the earth and gut you. The next morning, the fire had burned out, leaving only a few embers. As I was waking, I felt warm all over, comfortable beyond words. What is this feeling? I opened my eyes. Camuse was wearing only a thin shift, wrapped up against me, our dried clothes draped over us. Last night, we'd huddled together for warmth. But why hadn't she woken me during the second half of the night? You, what are you looking at? Turn around, quick. Oh, a moment passed. Okay, you can turn back now. I turned around to find her face as red as a ripe pomegranate. So I stammered, not knowing what to say. I'm going back to my tribe. That snake gallbladder from yesterday, can you give it to me? The gallbladder? No way. How can you be like this? I needed to save someone's life. Be like what? I nearly died getting that thing. Of course I wasn't giving it up. Because in my eyes, that snake gallbladder was no longer a gallbladder at all. No matter how I looked at it, it was a brand new car 98K. You? Fine. She looked a little disappointed. Oh, right? Do you remember last night? As she said it, her face flushed again. What? She shot me a look and hinted. Last night, during the second half of the night, you even said, "Oh, I'm sorry, I get it." I thought she meant I'd failed to get up and keep watch, so I quickly apologized. I was sleeping so comfortably. Why didn't you wake me? Right? You were real comfortable. My response made her laugh in exasperation. So comfortable you were shivering and talking nonsense at the same time. Huh? Did I? Only then did I remember. I really had a nightmare last night. I dreamed that everything was fake, that nothing had changed. Maybe in that moment, I'd grabbed onto her and said something. Thank you for taking care of me all night. Why don't you get some more sleep? Sleep, my foot. Two fingers wrapped against my forehead. Ow, that hurts. Forget it. If you won't give me the gallbladder, then give me an extra wolf pelt. That's no problem. I nodded. Kimyush, this snake gallbladder really is important to me. Next time I catch one, I promise I'll give you the gallbladder. She nodded. She seemed to believe me. It's dawn. I'll head back to the tribe now. Where is your tribe? There's a river on the other side of the mountain. Once you cross it, hashtag the deep grassland camp. The deep grassland. That's where our camp is. She glanced back with a mischievous grin. What? Worried about my safety? Want to walk me back? As if, after watching you scale that cliff and whip those wolves yesterday, all fierce and fearless, I know you can handle yourself. What would you need me for? The air suddenly turned awkward. You definitely don't have a girlfriend, she said, rolling her eyes. Nailed it. The village set me up with someone once, but she dumped me for losing my town job. No big deal though, we weren't into each other anyway. I thought back to all those years as a soldier in my past life, single the whole time. I nodded. Yeah, no one. Li Jianming, you really are a big idiot. With that, she snatched up the wolf pelt and stalked out of the cave. What did I say to make her mad all of a sudden? I stood there baffled. I was clearly complimenting her skills. Dawn broke faint and gray. The villagers were already out working the fields. These details I only learned about later. In the field, my uncle Li Jianhua worked distractedly, dark circles ringing both eyes. He'd gone to old Zhang's place last night, and Zhang Qi told him I'd never come to borrow any gun. He hadn't slept a wink. Hey, old Li, what's with the look? The obnoxious team leader was at it again. At this pace, don't expect me to log your work points. If you can't keep up, go home and rest. Quit slacking around here. Whispers rippled through the field. What was Old Li up to last night? Two black eyes like that. Heard his nephew went into the mountains and never came back. Worried sick, couldn't even eat. Ran through the rain to old Zhang's. Probably wanted Zhang to go searching in the dead of night. If you ask me, that nephew just got lucky bagging a few hauls. But like they say, it's the swimmers who drown. If even the experts go down, what chance does someone running on luck have? Bet he capsized this time, gored to death by some wild boar up there. Hey, weren't you singing his praises last time? What happened? The wind always shifts with the crowd's mood. Dad, don't listen to their nonsense. Jiaming's fine. He might walk back any minute now. Li Chang's voice trembled. On the ridge, the team leader didn't just let the gossip slide. He stirred the pot. Li Chang, either you cover your dad's share too and I'll log the points, or hurry up and take him home. Standing around wasting time gets you nothing. Well, since the team leader's given the word, then Uncle should take today off. A young man's voice cut in. The crowd turned. A wolf pelt draped over my shoulder, the smell of blood still hanging in the air. Uncle, didn't I warn you to take it easy? Don't go wrecking your health. Li Jin was exhausted, bloodshot eyes went wide. He grabbed Li Chang. Chang, my boy, my eyes aren't working right today. Look over there. Is that your brother? Dad, are your eyes not working? Your ears broken too. Li Chang charged at me, ready to kick. You little punk. You had us worried all night. Don't hit me, man. I dodged. I spent the whole night battling this thing. You think getting back was easy? Their eyes finally landed on the wolf pelt. Holy crap, you skinned a wolf? Yeah, with a machete, no less. I hopped into the field. Uncle, I told you not to worry about me, but you wouldn't listen. Li Jinhua choked up for a long moment, and all his words came down to just one thing. Good. As long as you made it back safe. I took him by the arm. Go home and get some sleep. Forget about these work points. You help Dad back home. I've got the field. Li Chang grabbed the team leader who was trying to block the way. What's your problem? Weren't you the one who just told my dad to go home and rest? But the work in the field. Am I not a person? Li Chang glared at him. Am I not a human being, or what? The team leader was left speechless and stalked off, muttering curses. Behind me, the crowd erupted in chatter. There's not a single bullet hole in that pelt. When Zhao Yifu and his crew hunt wolves, they surround one with a whole group of guns. This kid did it all by himself. So the Li family's nephew really does have some skills. Yeah, right. The whole crowd hissed at the guy who kept flip-flopping. That afternoon, in the Li family courtyard, after lying down for half a day, I stretched and got up. Last night, I'd been half dead, and in less than a day, I was mostly recovered. A young body really is a great thing. Knock, knock, knock. Jamming you home? It was Zhang Qi. I ran to open the door, and the moment he stepped in, he looked me up and down. All limbs accounted for, good enough. Only then did he let out a breath. Last night your uncle came pounding on my door, soaked to the bone, asking about you. Scared me half to death. Heard you were back, and came right over. If something had happened to you just because you couldn't borrow a gun, I'd never. I'm fine, doing great. I pulled him inside. Killed a wolf last night. Take a look. Zhang Qi stared at the wolf pelt spread out on the floor and clicked his tongue in admiration. That's a big wolf, and the pelt's still in one piece. You had the guts to take it down without a gun. I wouldn't have dared. Suddenly, he pointed at the wolf's mouth. Why didn't you pull out the teeth? What for? To make a wolf fang necklace. He fished out his own from under his collar and showed it to me. For us hunters, it's more than just a trophy. My dad says it gives off a scent we can't smell ourselves. Out in the wild, when it counts, it might just save your life. Then I've got to make one. Some of the grassland tribes are even stricter about it. You have to kill a wolf with a bladed weapon to count as a true hunter. Zhang Qi clapped me on the shoulder. And wouldn't you know it, you happened to do it without a gun. The grassland tribe. That name popped into my head instantly. Kamyush. Had she gone back to her tribe? In the eyes of her people, would I count as a worthy hunter? Jamming, Zhang Qi cut in. This one's on me, brother. I'll make that necklace for you. Call it making it up to you. Enough with the guilt trip. The necklace, though. Yeah, I'd like that. The dried snake gallbladder and my healing wounds both came together over a few days. I met up with Su Tian and headed back into the city with the wolf pelts. At the black market, I handed the pelts off to Su Tian as usual, tracked down Liuzi, the guy in the trench coat, and followed the trail out to the courtyard where Brother Hay stayed. Knock, knock, knock. Sky King covers the earth tiger. Flying dragon stewed with mushrooms. The door creaked open. Well, if it isn't little brother jamming. Brother Hay ushered me into the courtyard. What are you looking to buy today? That thing you promised me last time, still good? His drowsiness vanished in an instant. You actually got it? I pulled the cloth bundle from my pocket, peeling it open layer by layer, until a dried snake gallbladder lay in my palm. He reached for it, but I whisked it back into the wrapping. Brother Hay, where's my 98K? Hold on. He was so excited he started pacing circles around the courtyard. I'm a man of my word. He darted into the house and came back with the 98K already in his grip. Brother, you've done me a huge favor. Then his tone shifted. Only thing is, I don't know a thing about medicinal ingredients. I frowned and slipped the gallbladder back into my pocket. I'd nearly died getting this thing. Brother Hay quickly waved his hands. No. There's a medicine hall in the city. Come with me. One look from someone there, and we'll know if it's real. The plaque overhead read, Jisher, healing the world. The moment we stepped in, a young man who looked like an apprentice greeted Brother Hay with a smile. Mr. Pan, here to pick up medicine for old Yang again? Is your senior sister go in? She's seeing patients in the back. Please wait a moment. I couldn't wait. I pulled out the gallbladder. Take a look at this. Know what it is? The apprentice looked awkward. I'm just an apprentice. Senior sister Gu would have to examine this. Old Master Yang's condition is a special case. Just identifying an herb and you're dragging your feet? Consider it practice. My voice rose. Keep it down, sir. Don't disturb senior sister while she's with patients. Brother Hay tried to smooth things over too. Little brother jamming. This is a medicine hall. The gun can wait a little while longer. Realizing I'd lost my composure, I was about to apologize. A woman's voice came from the consultation room. Junior brother, what's going on out there? The apprentice went in to explain, came back a moment later, and asked us to wait. After a good long while, once all the patients had cleared out, Brother Hay and I were finally led into the consultation room. A woman stood with her hands clasped behind her back at the window, gazing outside. Dr. Gu, I said with a slight bow. I was impatient earlier. My apologies. It's fine. Have a seat. That voice, why did it sound so familiar? So that day when I begged you for the snake gallbladder to save a life, you flat out refused. Just so you could trade it to him for something? I shot to my feet. Only one person could say that to me. She turned around slowly. Kamyush, it's you. Didn't expect to run into each other again so soon. Looks like fate keeps throwing us together. Li, Jin, Ming. Doc Gu, you two know each other? He looked completely lost. Know each other? We'd spent a whole night together in a cave. But of course, I swallowed that one back down. I ran into him gathering herbs in the mountains a while back, Kamyush said flatly. That gallbladder. Should we still get it verified? Hay ventured carefully. No need. Already checked. It's the real deal, modeled pit viper. She stared at me without blinking until I squirmed. Wouldn't give it to me when I begged. And now here you are, handing it right over. She held out her hand in front of me. Not the same thing at all. Sticking with hay, I can trade it for a good gun. I shrugged. Besides, didn't I already give you a wolf pelt on top of everything? Her expression turned visibly colder. Anyone ever tell you that you're terrible at conversation? She grabbed my hand. Hand it over. Kamyush examined the gallbladder. Give it a little more time. I need to go into the mountains for an herb that only matures in winter. Then I can treat old Master Yang. Doc Gu, thank you so much. Hay said gratefully, over and over. So my gun? I asked. You'll get it the moment we're back. My word's good, Hay answered. Kamyush's bright, clear eyes shifted, and the corner of her mouth curled up. Is that gun really that important to you? More important than saving someone's life? Of course a gun's important. If we'd had one that day, things would have turned out completely different, I explained earnestly. I looked up and caught her wearing a sly grin. Something was off, 9 parts out of 10, off. Hey, this gallbladder, it's not from a modeled pit viper, she suddenly announced. You're just making that up now. I panicked. It's not. She stuck her tongue out at me. I stepped in close, glaring down at her. What are you going to do? She teased, puffing out her cheeks. Without thinking, I reached out and lightly pinched her puffed-up lips between 2 fingers. MMPH. Her eyes went wide, and she chomped down. Ow. I yanked my hand back. What are you, part dog? Part rooster too, petty and vindictive. I settle scores on the spot. Hay stood off to the side, scratching his head. So is this gallbladder from a modeled pit viper or not? Back in the courtyard, I finally got my hands on that 98K I'd been dreaming of. Baby, I've missed you so much. The optical scope was already mounted just the way I'd asked, the walnut stock smooth and warm. I nearly kissed the thing. Hay handed me 2 boxes of 7.92 bullets. These are for you. Thank you really this time. He gazed at the row of stars carved into the rifle's stock. Take good care of it. From now on, use it only for hunting. Don't carve any more stars into it. Those stars, do they mark how many enemies the previous owner killed? Yeah. The previous owner was that old Mr. Yang, the one Doc Gu is treating. A light kindled in Brother Hay's eyes. He used this rifle to kill more invaders than anyone could count. Eventually, he'd killed so many he couldn't be bothered to keep carving. Later on, the enemy used biological weapons, left him with a chronic illness that never healed. They didn't take him to a big hospital? They did. But that kind of injury, even the big hospitals were helpless. Old Yang didn't want to be a burden on the organization, so he paid out of pocket to find help among folk healers. Over the years, he sold off a lot of his belongings and finally found a glimmer of hope at the Jishur clinic. He paused. That doctor grew up on the grasslands. She studied medicine under a nomadic shaman, then later apprenticed to a well-known local doctor. The remedy for old Yang. She blended what she learned from both traditions. So there's a whole story behind this rifle. Old Mr. Yang is a war hero. I stroked the stock. So you and him, are you father and son? Now you're just teasing me, kid. Brother Hay gave me a light knock. I'm one of the orphans he supported. Old Yang has a son of his own, works in intelligence. Then one day, he just vanished, no trace. He sighed again. When I heard, I knew I had to come take care of the old man. I never expected this plain-looking Brother Hay to carry such a sense of honor in his heart. Brother Hay. Yeah. From now on, whenever you're looking for medicinal herbs for old Yang, if there's anything I can help with, just say the word, free of charge, all of it. He smiled and clapped me on the shoulder. That means a lot, brother. Back at the black market, I went to find Su Tian so we could head back to the village and found him chatting with Liuzi. They both ran in the same black market circles, so it wasn't strange they knew each other. I didn't think much of it. Chatting, huh? The goods are sold. I'm about ready to head out. Jianming, buddy. Liuzi glanced at the wolf fang necklace around my neck. Su Tian tells me you killed a wolf up in the mountains? That's right. You've really got some skills, brother. I've got a job here. You interested? Let's hear it. Somebody's buying lynx pelts. They'll pay this much. He spread out 5 fingers. Lynx, a beast said to be a wolf slayer. I'd nearly lost half my life over a snake gallbladder. And now this? Why don't you just have me go kill a bear while you're at it? I said sourly. A bear would be even better. Lots of buyers for those. Bear gallbladder, bear paws, bear pelt. Every part's worth good money. You really think you can take one down, brother? I fell silent. That crack about the bear had been out of anger, but that lynx pelt, 500 yuan. A full 500. With that, my whole family would get through the winter comfortably. Brother, you in or not? Just give me a straight answer. Well, I looked up. It'll cost you more. It'll cost you more. Huh. I stared at Liuzi. What can't swing it? Getting that snake gallbladder nearly cost me half my life. Lynxes aren't something you mess with. The ones up in northern Longhua are some of the fiercest in the world. Quick, cunning, sharper than most people. Liuzi froze, then broke into a grin. He hadn't expected my terms to be so simple. You got it, jamming. If the pelt you bring back is clean and beautiful, I'll not only talk the price up for you, I'll split my finder's fee with you too. Your finder's fee is yours. I waved him off. You just get the price up. Huh. Deal. You handle the lynx, I handle the haggling. The group split up, each heading their own way out of the black market. In a corner, a man who'd just packed up his stall sidled over to Peng Sanjin and repeated everything he'd overheard, word for word. Peng Sanjin had been buying pelts for years, and he already knew some big shot had recently been paying top dollar for lynx fur. If he could land this deal and get in good with the guy, his standing in the Peng family would rise fast. Brother Sanjin, should we? His man made a throat-slitting gesture. Peng Sanjin shook his head, a cold glint in his eyes. You don't always have to do it yourself to take someone out. Then what do we do? Simple. In this business, Liuzi and Su Tian don't call the shots. As long as the money's right, I don't believe it, that Li Jiaming's the only man alive who can hunt a lynx. I brought the 98K home, took it apart, cleaned every inch of the mechanism inside and out, then spent 2 full days adjusting and test-firing it. By that morning, I figured it was ready. Time to try it in the field. So I headed out to find Zhang Qi, thinking the two of us could team up and go into the mountains. Halfway there, I noticed the village hunters were up unusually early today, all of them heading up the mountain. Jamming, haven't seen you out in days. Been tinkering with that new rifle of yours. Zhang Qi reached over and touched the barrel. Whoa, even got a scope. Fancy stuff. Fancy my ass. It's an old relic left over from the war. I leaned close to his ear and dropped my voice. Qi, I picked up a big job in the city. Wanted to bring you in on it. Hunting lynx. Zhang Qi cut me off. I froze. How do you know that? Whole village is talking about it. You didn't know? I know, but I never said a word to anyone outside. Unless. I swallowed the rest. Su Tian and I went way back. There's no way he'd run his mouth. And Liuzi even less so. He's not even from this village, and he's the one who brought me the job in the first place. Wait, you said the whole village. They already know? No wonder. No wonder the hunters got up so early today. No wonder those eyes kept looking at me funny. What exactly did they say? That you're a good shot, and someone lined you up with a big solo job. Bag 1 lynx pelt, and it's worth 1,000 to you. And to make sure you could pull it off, they even threw in a gun for you. That one in your hands, right? PFF. I nearly spat out a mouthful of air. Bullshit. I cursed. Total fabrication. Six and I agreed on 500. Since when did it become 1,000? And a gun thrown in? I nearly died for this gun, catching venomous snakes to harvest their gallbladders just to trade for it. Still, whoever cooked up that rumor was a genius. Su Tian wasn't the only one buying pelts in the village, and I wasn't the only one who could hunt. But laying it on that thick made it obvious. They were coming for me. And that one piece of fake news accomplished exactly what it was meant to, because it made every hunter believe that Link's pelts were valuable, valuable enough that someone would set a person up with a good gun just to get one. Now, in these people's eyes, a Link's pelt meant just one thing: jackpot. The kind that nobody could tear their eyes away from. I already had a suspect in mind. I told Zhang Qi the whole truth about the gun, about the pelt deal, and laid out our current situation. The more I thought about it, the worse it looked. With this many people knowing, won't the other villages start getting ideas too? I watched the hunters getting ready to head into the mountains. Nearly the whole village had shown up. Some weren't in a hurry to climb up. Instead, they huddled in twos and threes off in the distance, muttering. Yang Sheng, the one I'd left covered head to toe in mud last time, was among them. I couldn't make out what they were scheming, but from the sly glint in Yang Sheng's eyes, I understood it all. The kid had taken a hard fall last time, and somehow there was a fresh spark in his eyes again. Money makes the world go round. The old saying doesn't lie. I clapped Zhang Qi on the shoulder and pointed toward Yang Sheng. Qi, looks like we've got a tail again this time. Sure enough, the moment the two of us set off, those men fell in behind us. Not too close, not too far. What do we do? Same as last time, split up and find a mud pit. Zhang Qi asked. I shook my head. They've definitely divided up the work. Too many of them. Little tricks won't cut it. I paused. Then the corner of my mouth curled up. You've got a plan? Zhang Qi looked at me. I leaned close to his ear and ran through it. Will it actually work? Guaranteed, I grinned. I call it desensitization training. On the way up the mountain, Zhang Qi and I walked at an easy pace, chatting now and then, letting Yang Sheng's crew trail along behind us. This time it's not like when Zhao Yifu brought that whole crowd. I said. They took a beating last time. They know their limits now. Coming up the mountain just to get thrashed. Who'd dare rush in now? Zhang Qi rolled his eyes. When it came to saving reckless idiots like that, he had way more experience than me. Behind us, Yang Sheng was also pumping up his crew. Sheng, you sure just tailing them like this actually works? Relax. Following those two is the best bang for your buck. Yang Sheng thumped his chest. They're the two best hunters in the whole village. Zhao Yifu's nothing compared to them. Trust me, he'd personally learned the hard way just how good I was, so he said it with total conviction. Conveniently leaving out that time, he took a nosedive into a mud pit. When those two split up and run, we split into two groups and follow. Sheng, they're moving. Yang Sheng looked up. Sure enough, while he'd been talking, Zhang Qi and I had already broken into a jog. After them, Yang Sheng waved his arm. There's fewer of them and more of us. They've got two guns, but we've got at least one. The advantage is ours. The whole gang chased after us into the woods. But the longer they followed, the more something fell off. We weren't running fast, and we weren't splitting up. Not the slightest attempt to lose them. Yang Sheng was completely baffled. Sheng, didn't you say they'd split up and run? How the hell should I know? If they stay together, that's even easier. Just keep following. Yang Sheng talked tough, but his eyes stayed locked on us, waiting for us to suddenly pick up speed and split off in two directions. But that moment never came. Zhang Qi and I kept a steady, unhurried pace, heading deeper into the woods. And on they chased, right into other hunters' territory. Some were setting traps. Others were belly crawling along the ground, holding their breath. And then they had to watch as the two of us ran through up front, with Yang Sheng's whole crew thundering after us, trampling right across the ground they'd so carefully staked out. Not scorched earth exactly, but by the time we passed through, their hunting grounds were pretty much wrecked. Yang Sheng, what the hell are you playing at? The hunters blew up. Can't you find your own damn spot to mess around in? I didn't care. I deliberately picked out the tracks other people had left behind, dragging this whole tail of followers along on a path of destruction. After all, they weren't cursing me. This was my second move. When you can't resolve a conflict yourself, blow it up bigger. Before long, one small group's hunting grounds after another got ruined, and Zhao Yifu's didn't escape either. Screw you, Yang Sheng. What the hell are you doing? Zhao Yifu was hopping mad. You want me to put a bullet in you, huh? The commotion behind us almost made Zhang Qi laugh out loud. He gave me a thumbs up. Man, that's a nasty trick. Killing several birds with one stone. Exactly. If I tried to shake Yang Sheng on my own, the other hunters would have had more time to hunt the lynx. But letting him tag along freely wasn't an option either. With one stir of the pot, I'd killed 2 birds with one stone. Even better, I wasn't the one taking the heat. Everyone saw Yang Sheng chasing after me, and everybody knew exactly why. He was waiting for me to bag some game, so he could shamelessly claim finders keepers. Guys like him were all cut from the same cloth as his crew. Birds of a feather flocked together. The hunters whose spots got trampled tried to hold their tempers at first. Sure, Li Jianming's got skills. What's the harm in throwing Yang Sheng a bone? But that thought evaporated fast, because Zhang Qi and I were obviously leading this pack in circles through the whole forest on purpose. No matter how big the woods were, I could always loop right back to their positions and pay them a visit again and again. Even when they moved to a new spot, they couldn't escape my eyes. Damn it, you're doing this on purpose. Zhao Yifu's new position got stomped into a mess again, and he finally lost it. Yang, you son of a bitch, get the hell out of here. Yang Sheng had swallowed it once before, but now he was fired up too. This forest belongs to everyone. It's not named Zhao. I'll go wherever the hell I want. None of your damn business. You've got the nerve to talk back? Keep it up, and I'll make you regret it. That lit Yang Sheng's fuse. He waved his hand, signaling the men behind him to stop, and the whole group closed in on Zhao Yifu. Say that again. Who's gonna regret it? Zhao Yifu glanced at how the other side clearly outnumbered them. A wise man doesn't fight a losing battle, so he immediately backed down. Whoa, easy there, buddy. My mouth runs off sometimes. He forced a grin. Look, you've got the numbers. How about doing me a solid and helping me corner Li Jianming and his guy somewhere else, together? But inside, he was scheming. Asterisk, just wait till we get back to the village. I'll have my uncle deal with you dogs. Asterisk. Corner them. Yang Sheng sneered inwardly. Asterisk, you think you're the only clever one? Every time I get the idea to box them in, I find I can't keep up with those two. Asterisk. How the hell am I supposed to corner them? Zhao Yifu beckoned him closer and dropped his voice to a whisper right against his ear. Force him somewhere isolated, then put a bullet in him. Dig a hole in the woods and bury him. No one will ever know. A chill shot through Yang Sheng. He never imagined Zhao Yifu's heart could be so black. Sure, he had a grudge against me, but the most he'd ever wanted was to beat me up. He'd never once considered shooting someone in the back. What's more, Zhao Yifu was using him as a pawn, killing with a borrowed knife. Yang Sheng gave him a long, hard look, said nothing, then turned and went back to chasing me. TCH. Just a piss-your-pants coward after all. Zhao Yifu spat behind his back. The group resumed the chase. Whenever they fell behind, I'd slow down and wait. The moment they got too close, I'd pick up the pace again, reeling them in, letting them out, dragging it on all the way to the afternoon. Zhang Qi and I finally stopped. Yang Sheng's group. I was dead tired, drenched in sweat despite the cold. Huff, huff. Yang Sheng braced his hands on his knees, panting like a dog. Keep running, why don't you? Why'd you stop? I gnawed on my rations without looking up. Because I don't feel like running anymore. Good, stop then, he wheezed. So now you're finally gonna go after the lynx, right? No way. I never planned on hunting the lynx today. I'm heading home in a bit. You son of a… Yang Sheng's mouth hung open, so worked up he couldn't decide which curse to spit out first. Don't get cocky, Li Jianming. Nobody bagged anything today, but I'll tell you tomorrow, and the day after too. There's more of us. Splitting up won't shake us. Go ahead, never make a move, and just watch everybody else swoop in and grab it. Sure thing, I laughed. You'd better keep following me tomorrow and the day after. If you don't, you're a coward. Arg. Yang Sheng stamped his feet in fury. Here we were, the 2 best hunters in the whole village. We could have beaten everyone to the lynx. But just because he was tailing me, I'd rather sit back and watch others take it than hunt it and let him grab a share. All he wanted was half, right? Was I really that petty? I'm going home now. I twisted the knife. You coming or not? Get lost. Just get the hell out of here. On the way home, Zhang Qi kept shaking his head. Jianming, I honestly never expected it. You dragged them out for a whole day of straight-up cardio. That's right. My plan was simple, run them into the ground. Because I needed the training too. This body was young, but still too weak. If I couldn't lose them, I might as well train alongside them. I've got to hand it to them, though. They actually kept up with you running through the woods all day. Just means they've got too much time on their hands, and they really believe in what we can do, I said. 2 more days of this, and they'll definitely quit. 2 more days. Zhang Qi's eyes went wide as he finally caught on to what desensitization training meant. Then I'm not coming tomorrow. No can do, Qi. If you skip tomorrow and the next day, then suddenly show up the day after that. Wouldn't that blow our cover? Zhang Qi let out a long sigh. Fine. My rotten luck, tagging along with you. I clapped him on the shoulder. For the money, hang in there 2 more days. Over the next 2 days, I did the same as before, packed plenty of rations, met up with Zhang Qi, and made no effort to dodge Yang Sheng, letting them tail us all they wanted. Once we hit the woods, I went right back to inspecting everyone else's hunting grounds one by one. By the afternoon of the 3rd day, Yang Sheng finally cracked. 3 days straight, I hadn't once gone after real game, just led him in circles day after day. Wasn't this obviously making a fool out of him? Worse still, he'd watched with his own eyes as other hunters bagged their catch. It was only 2 small deer, but he completely gave up any thought of trying to outlast me. When I said I wasn't hunting, I meant it. I wouldn't touch a single hair. But he couldn't afford to wait anymore. So far, nobody in the village had bagged the lynx, and he figured that with his skills, he still had a shot. As for why no one had gotten it yet, I wasn't the least bit surprised. My inspection tour these past couple of days hadn't been for nothing. Not only had I deliberately messed things up, but I'd also kept an eye on everyone's chosen spots and the traps they'd set. The results put me at ease. After that, Yang Sheng ditched me and joined the others, each of them tracking their own prey and setting their own ambushes. With no one on my tail, I could finally move freely through the mountains. But a lynx was no ordinary catch. Otherwise, a single pelt wouldn't fetch several hundred. Even I couldn't find it easily. Over the past few days, I'd overheard the villagers talking. Some claimed they'd run into the lynx, but the thing was too alert. Before they could even raise their rifles, it sensed them and vanished in a flash. Others said they'd fired, but their guns didn't have the range, and getting any closer risked spooking it, so they came up empty. 2 more days passed, and still no one had gotten it. Some of the hunters started leaving it to chance, no longer obsessing over the lynx. The ones still after it were those confident in their own abilities, like me and Zhang Qi, and that Zhao Yifu with his SKS rifle. Zhao Yifu crouched in the woods with his men, a newly acquired pair of binoculars hanging around his neck, sprawled up in a tree scanning the area. His lens swept across the terrain and landed on me, also out hunting. He quickly pulled the view back, wanting to see what I was up to. There I was, cradling a weasel in my hands, feeding it small bits of meat while muttering something into its ear. Zhao Yifu's scalp prickled. That thing couldn't have turned into a spirit, could it? Had Li Jiaming struck some shady deal with a fox spirit just to bag that lynx? How the hell was anyone supposed to compete with that? No wonder Yang Sheng and the others had been so desperate to shadow this guy. Just as he was thinking it, the weasel in his lens leaped down from my hands, and sure enough, it started leading the way ahead of me. No way. Zhao Yifu flipped over abruptly. I've got to follow. I was still fretting over not being able to find the lynx when Squeaky suddenly darted out from somewhere and scrambled up onto my shoulder. Holy crap, this thing. Zhang Qi jumped back in fright. I quickly explained. Zhang Qi let out a breath and muttered. The more I hear, the creepier this gets. Squeak. The little guy chirped at him twice, clearly displeased. See, I told you it was creepy. Enough. I patted its little head. Squeaky, do you know where the lynx is? It nodded, chattering and gesturing in a direction. I pulled a small piece of meat out of my bag. Squeaky ate it happily, then hopped down to the ground and led us deep into the dense forest. Squeak. It leaped onto a tall rock and pointed downward. I bellied up to the edge of the rock and looked through my 98K scope. In the distance, a yellowish-gray, stub-tailed fat cat with thick, powerful limbs was tearing bite after bite into a dead deer beneath it. Its triangular ears stood up like antennas, alert to everything around it. Damn, that thing's fat. I was grinning inside. That pelt would definitely fetch a good price. But the instant I lined up its head in my sights, The lynx suddenly jerked up, scanning around. Hundreds of meters away, all I did was glance at it. And it actually sensed me? Ree! The piercing shriek cut through the air, worse than nails on glass. In less than half a minute, I understood who it was calling out to. Through the scope, Zhao Yifu and his crew were sneaking up from below. The lynx's warning was aimed right at them. How'd this thing end up down there? Zhao Yifu and the others crept closer and closer. Zhao's got the right idea. Just swoop in and snatch it, someone said, sucking up. This cat's pretty fat, another one sneered. But it doesn't look like much, just a big cat. Probably not even as nimble as the one back at my place. Can you sell your cat for money if you butcher it? This thing looks pretty dumb to me. Didn't even run when we showed up. The lynx opened its mouth and hissed, deer blood dripping from its teeth and the corners of its mouth. Its ears stood up straighter, then flattened back. Zhao Yifu raised his Type 56 semi-auto and turned his head to give orders. Everybody keep your eyes open. Don't let it get away. Before he could finish, the lynx had already dropped low. The exact moment he turned his head, that yellow blur shot out, lunging straight at the guy who'd been running his mouth the most. Too fast for anyone to react. Zhao? Help me. Bang. Bang. Both shots missed, but they forced the lynx to change direction. In 2 or 3 bounds, it scrambled up the treetops and vanished in the blink of an eye. Zhao, the big cat's gone. Great. One moment, they were the hunters. The next, they were the prey. Careful, it's in the trees. Everyone looked up. A dark shape darted through the branches like it was flying. Zhao Yifu raised his rifle to track it, but the muzzle couldn't keep up with that shadow at all. From some direction no one could pin down, the lynx dropped. One of the underlings screamed and hit the ground, a huge gash torn open across his body, blood pouring out. Nobody could follow its movements. All they heard was claws raking against tree bark, twice. This is messed up. Everybody watch out. Zhao Yifu gripped his rifle for dear life. Another one went down. Panic spread like wildfire. Close up, back to back, form a circle. Zhao Yifu roared. But every one of them had their own agenda. They'd come for the money. With their lives on the line, who was going to listen to him? Someone stole a glance left and right, then turned and bolted. Get your ass back here. Run. The moment the first man bolted, the rest scattered like startled birds. That's how people are. They stick together when things go well. But the second things turn south, it's every man for himself. Only now did Zhao Yifu understand. A crew held together by profit falls apart faster than anything. He couldn't stop them, so he ran too. Rustle, rustle. Leaves shook overhead. He froze, swinging his rifle in a circle. HSSS Sha. A cold sting ripped across his shoulder, like a blade slicing through. Clutching the wound, he staggered off in another direction. Trouble never comes alone. As he fled, his foot dropped into nothing. A rope snapped tight, and he was yanked upside down into the tree. Help! Somebody help me! Dangling there, Zhao Yifu screamed in desperation. But out here in the deep, remote wilderness, who was going to save him? The people he'd scared off? Rustle, rustle. The only answer was the shaking of leaves. His pupils shrank. Even hanging upside down, he kept his rifle raised, searching frantically in every direction. The greed for that lynx pelt was gone from his eyes now. Only the raw desire to survive remained. The beast was cunning. It seemed to know this stick in his hands could kill, so it just kept stirring up noise around him, watching as his strength drained away bit by bit. Finally, that slashed open arm couldn't lift the rifle anymore. But he still gripped it with all his might. The moment it hit the ground, he was truly finished. Swish. A paw swiped out. The rifle flew from his grasp. I'm done for, he mumbled. HSSS Ra? He turned toward the sound and finally saw the lynx clearly. It padded to the ground and looked up at him, cold and detached, like it was sizing up prey ready for the slaughter. It sprang, one paw slashing toward his face. From a distance, I watched through my lens. This thing's actually kind of smart. Smart, but only so smart. Zhao Yifu shut his eyes, terrified, bracing for death. But the paw never landed. He opened his eyes. The lynx was already sprawled on the ground, blood streaming from its head, dead still. Only then did he remember. First there'd been a soft thump, then the crack of a gunshot. Someone had saved him. He was overjoyed. Even his wounds stopped hurting. He hung there quietly, waiting for his savior to appear. What he got instead was, well, well, if it isn't the greatest hunter in the whole village, young Master Zhao. I said, walking over. Haven't seen you in a few days. How'd you end up like this? Nice pose, by the way. I studied him carefully from beneath the tree, like I was admiring some rare exhibit at the zoo. Li Jiaming, what are you doing here? What am I doing here? I smirked. Watching the show. Of course, I was really here for the links. Watching the show was just a bonus. Zhang Qi and I crouched down to deal with the very dead lynx on the ground. Hey, I shot that, Zhao Yifu shouted. I couldn't be bothered with some guy dangling there, completely harmless. Only after finishing up did I glance. He glanced at me. You shot it? Your gun's on the ground. What? Did you take it down while doing acrobatics? I leaned down close to him and sniffed. Next time there's a feast, remember to sit at Yang Sheng's table. As for your skills, you need a lot more practice. Then I stood up to leave. His attitude softened immediately. Hey, get me down. My uncle's the village chief. You dare treat me like this. Seeing that I wasn't stopping, he changed his tune. I'm sorry. Save me. Brother Zhang. My uncle and your dad are old friends. Are we really just going to leave him here? Zhang Qi hesitated. Then you carry him. Or should I? Carry him back. And who gets the lynx pelt? Zhang Qi thought about it. Made sense. Just leave him hanging. On the way down, we're bound to run into whoever comes looking for him. Don't worry. This wound's nothing. Less than a liter of blood lost. He won't die. Just as I'd expected, when we reached the foot of the mountain, we ran right into Zhao Xinjian leading that pack of underlings, all rushing up with metal weapons in hand. The moment he spotted the lynx on my back, he blocked our way. How is it that you two shot the lynx? Of course we shot it. What's it to you? Insolent. How dare you talk to your elders like that? Elders? You think you qualify? Our families aren't that close. He choked for a second, but still asked, where's our Ifu? Him? Too green. Got clawed up by the lynx, nearly to death. No immediate danger to his life. But if you keep dawdling around here, well, that could change. Zhao Xinjian blew up on the spot. You just left him to die? Why didn't you carry him back? I sneered. What an outrageous demand. Back in my past life, even when my squad leader gave orders, he was never this entitled. Do I owe you something? That nephew of yours is a piece of work. He used to bully me all the time when we were kids. I saved his life from the lynx's jaws. You should be thanking your lucky stars. If I'd been cold enough, I'd have waited for it to make your nephew its lunch before firing. Served you your feast direct. You wouldn't even have the chance to stand here running your mouth. If anything happens to my nephew, I'm holding you two responsible. Oh, so now you're feeling brave. Kachuk. I pulled back the bolt on the 98K. Zhao Xinjian jumped back in fright. You? I'll go save him first. I'll settle the score with you later. Practice more instead of blaming heaven and earth. If you were actually any good, you'd have hauled that lynx home yourself long ago. It wouldn't have come down to us. Following the guy who'd fled back down, the group found Zhao Yifu hanging from the tree, a mangled, bloody mess. He'd already passed out. Luckily, the wounds weren't fatal, and he woke up not long after being taken to the hospital. But that claw mark on his face was too deep. It was definitely going to scar. Zhao Xinjian hated my guts, but there was no way to pin it on me. Too many people had been there and seen everything clearly. It was his nephew who tried to swoop in and steal the kill first, got taken down because he wasn't good enough, stepped on a trap, and ended up hanging upside down. He was still saved by the very man who'd stolen his kill. To turn around and bite the hand that saved him now would be as shameful as pissing in the upstream part of a river in front of everyone. At his bedside, Zhao Yifu finally came to. Uncle, the lynx, how's the lynx? Zhao Xinjian sighed. This good for nothing. The first thing out of his mouth after waking up was still that pelt. Just focus on healing. Don't worry about that stuff. Why not? I bled so much for it. Zhao Yifu was getting worked up. The memories from before he'd passed out came flooding back. It was Li Jiaming. That little punk. I bled all over the place and he swooped in and took it. It's not fair. The men you took with you already told me everything. You jumped in to steal the kill first, but you weren't good enough. It chased you all over the mountain. Everyone scattered, and you were nowhere to be found. Li Jiaming dropped that lynx with one shot. Everybody saw it. You want me to stand in front of all those people and claim you killed the lynx while it was strung up and you were passed out cold? Zhao Xinjian shook his head. To quote Li Jiaming himself, You really do need more practice. Zhao Yifu was so angry, he nearly coughed up blood again. Outside the Li family's yard, gossip was the village's #1 pastime. For the past few days, the whole village had been talking about the lynx, and today, when I came strutting back into town with it slung over my shoulder, I naturally became the center of attention. The Li family struck it rich now. 1,000 yuan. That's more than I'd make farming in years. A city factory worker only makes 40 yuan a month. This is 2 years' wages in one shot. Standing off to the side, Lu Wenyuan wasn't having it. How can a worker even compare to him? Workers have stable incomes, free healthcare, bonuses on every holiday. Whether a hunter bags anything at all is up to the heavens. Everyone who heard this could practically taste how sour it was, enough to set your teeth on edge. Lu Wenyuan, who doesn't know your history with Li Jiaming? You dropped the melon to chase a sesame seed, dumped him yourself, and now that you can't have him, here you are calling the grapes sour? Sure, hunting depends on luck. But guess what? Li Jiaming just happens to be the reliable one. Over these past days, the villagers had seen it plain as day. Where others came back empty-handed, he came back loaded. What others couldn't catch, he could. Take this time. The whole village knew a lynx pelt was worth 1,000 yuan, but you needed the skill to actually bag one. Say what you want, but in the end, wasn't he the one who carried it home? That was talent. Say, Lu Wenyuan, didn't Zhao Yifu get himself clawed up? Why aren't you at his bedside looking after your big melon? From what I saw, he looked pretty much like a melon when they carried him back. Haha, he's the village chief's nephew. After all, why aren't you rushing to his side? Lu Wenyuan was grinding her teeth to dust. Back then, she dumped Li Jiaming the moment he got laid off from the factory, turning right around to latch onto the village chief's nephew, who had better prospects. What was wrong with that? She had every right to choose. But now, with both of them being hunters, Li Jiaming had made something of himself, while the man she'd chosen not only couldn't measure up, but had gotten his face wrecked too. Just thinking about it, Zhao Yifu's face was a bloody mess. It made her sick, so why would she want to take care of him? She'd egged him on with Li Jiaming in the first place, hoping he'd rise to the challenge and reel in more benefits. Now she was the laughingstock of the village. That's how it goes. When you scheme against others, you often overlook yourself first. Battered by the gossip, she fled in disgrace, thinking to herself, if Zhao Yifu couldn't land the forest ranger job, she'd find some excuse to dump him and move on to the next guy. In the yard, I was busy negotiating the split with Zhang Qi. No way, no way. I barely did anything. Why should we split it 50-50? 30% tops, Zhang Qi said, waving his hand. That's because your gun didn't have the range. What do you mean you didn't do anything? You spent these past few days helping me put on a show for Yang Sheng and the others. Running all that way every day, doesn't that count? Every single time I ask you to come hunting, it's the same story. Pretty soon I won't even feel right calling you along. This, okay, 30%, that's my limit. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was at the gate. I opened it. It was Peng Sanjin, looking sheepish. Seemed he'd already heard the lynx was mine. What do you want? I said, blocking the doorway. Could I come in and talk? No. Huh. He clearly hadn't expected me to shut him down so flatly. Huh, what? You think we're close? Whatever you've got to say it right here. My dad's rule. Can't just let strangers into the house. As for why, go ask him yourself. I came to talk to you about that lynx pelt. Right on cue. Fine. Figured you weren't here for anything good. Spit it out. Peng Sanjin's eyes lit up as he leaned in. Could I take a look at the pelt first? I sneered inwardly. Sixer and I had already agreed on 500. This guy just wanted to size up the goods so he could lowball me. Look at what? Take it or leave it. If you don't want it, get lost. You still haven't figured out the situation here. I started to close the door. Hey, wait. He grabbed the door and held up 6 fingers. My offer, this much. How about it? He figured that since he was topping 500 by 100, I'd be tripping over myself to sell. You mean 600 each? I asked. What do you mean, 600 each? I pushed the door open a crack. Zhang Qi poked his head out from behind me. Hi there. Peng Sanjin jumped. 600 each, obviously. 600 for me, 600 for Zhang Qi. We took that lynx down together. You can't expect him to work for nothing, can you? His face darkened. He'd finally caught on that I was playing him. Li Jianming, don't push your luck. I'm giving you an extra 100. Quit while you're ahead. And don't think I don't know the guy who came looking for you only offered 500. The corner of my mouth curled up. So he actually knew about Sixer's 500 offer. Too bad he'd only dug up half the story. The rumor tearing through the village that the lynx pelt was worth 1,000. 9 times out of 10, he was the one who'd started it. Is that so? I pulled out the 98K and held it out to him. Right then, but not long ago some fool offered 1,000 for a pelt. He took it real serious, even set me up with a good rifle. So tell me, why the hell would I knock off 400 just for you? Peng Sanjin's face turned the color of liver. He got the message. I'd known all along the rumor came from him. Now I was openly humiliating him, and if he didn't want to burn the bridge completely, he'd just have to swallow it. What are you staring at? I snapped. Either pay 1,100 or get lost. He gritted his teeth for a good while, then forced out a few words. Fine, fine, fine. You win. Just hope you don't regret it. TCH, dumbass. I slammed the door on him. Regret? The one who'd be regretting it was you, Peng Sanjin. If anything, I was glad I hadn't gotten tangled up with a shady, double-dealing crook like him. You need to unload that pelt fast, Zhang Qi said suddenly. The look in his eyes just now, like it was dipped in poison, like he wanted to stab you dead on the spot. That pelt's worth too much. Plenty of people have their eyes on it. Sit on it too long, and something's bound to go wrong. I nodded. This was no ordinary pelt like the ones that used to go for 15 or 20 bucks. Liuzi guaranteed 500 at the least, and after Peng Sanjin stirred the pot, the whole village figured it was worth $1,000. So-and-so sold a single pelt for 1,000. Just hearing it made people green with envy. Then I'll head into town this afternoon, before things drag out and go sideways. I'll get in touch with Su Tian first. That afternoon, Su Tian and I took the pelt into town and went straight to the black market. Liuzi was dressed the same as always, hat, trench coat, busy hawking ration tickets to someone. When he saw the two of us, his eyes lit up. The three of us wordlessly slipped into a quiet alley. Take a look at this pelt. I didn't waste words, just shook out the lynx pelt. Liuzi sucked in a sharp breath. He'd already had an inkling, but he was still amazed at how fast I'd worked. Just 1 week, and I'd actually brought down a lynx. His hand ran over the surface of the pelt, and he clicked his tongue again and again. Big enough, whole and intact, and good quality too. He fixed his eyes on the single bullet hole in the head and swallowed. This one's a good 1/3 or 40% bigger than usual. Let me handle the negotiating. 800 at the very least, maybe more. 800. No, at least 800, and up from there, he stressed. My heart jumped. Peng Sanjin acted like handing over 600 was cutting off a piece of his own flesh, and here Liuzi was starting at 800. Here's the deal. If you trust me, take these 600 and the tickets now. I'll go negotiate the price, and you two come back in a few days. Liuzi pulled out a thick wad of bills and ration tickets and stuffed them into my hands. I counted them, pulled out 100, and pressed it back into his palm. Brother, what's this? We're old partners now. No need to talk about trust. I clapped him on the shoulder. A man's got to keep some cash on him. You hand it all to me, and how are you supposed to grease the right palms later? Liuzi froze for a moment, his eyes welling up with emotion, and gripped the pelt tight. All right, I'll talk it up as high as my silver tongue can take it. A pelt this good. Can't let that hide go to waste. Just as he was about to leave, I called him back and pulled out 2 pairs of antlers. Nobody on the black market ever wanted these. They've been sitting at home rotting. Where can I unload them? You could go through official channels. Official channels? The co-op. Right. I'd been running the black market so long my brain had gone stiff. It wasn't like the black market was my only option. I know a guy at the co-op. It's on my way. I'll take you over. Following Liuzi, we arrived at the supply and marketing co-op. He poked his head in and said a few words, and a man in his 30s came out. Let me introduce you to. This is my new buddy, top-notch hunter. Liuzi turned to the man. This is Lu Yongqiang, a co-op purchasing agent. We shook hands. Good to meet you, Jiaming. First time I've ever heard Liuzi call anyone a top-notch hunter. Just Lu buttering me up. I'm not exaggerating. Liuzi said quickly. Remember what Director Zhou from the city wanted? This kid's the one who got it. Buy his goods. And don't you dare pull any of your usual tricks, or you'll be the one who regrets it. Got it, got it. You couldn't beat it out of me. I'd never shortchange Jiaming. Seeing the moment was ripe, Liuzi clapped his hands. All right, you two talk business inside. I'm heading out. Lu Yongxiang put his arm around me and led me into the shop, over to the counter. I set the antlers down. He picked one up and examined it closely. These antlers. When he didn't say anything for a long while, I figured the quality was off. Lu, a lower price is fine. They're all right. No real damage, just dried out a bit. 270 a kilo. How's that? I was taken aback. These antlers had been sitting around for days. No way they were worth 270. This was extra, out of respect for Liuzi. Lu, this price. What? Normally, buying up farm goods meant driving the price down. The harder you pushed, the more you made on resale. Today, out of respect for Liuzi, he'd slashed his own margin to almost nothing. And this kid still wasn't satisfied? No, it's not that, Lu. I smiled. At this price, what's left in it for you? Business only lasts when both sides come out ahead, right? His eyes lit up. Oh, you know how it works, kid. He bent down, rummaged under the counter, and pulled out a brand new scale. He set the antlers on it. 15.6 kilos, call it 16. 230 a kilo, deal? I nodded. These antlers might have ended up as firewood, and now they were fetching just as much as the deer hide. I was more than satisfied. Buddy, next time you've got something good, don't just think of Liuzi. The stuff that's hard for him to move. It's easy over here with me. Something clicked in my mind. He and Liuzi complimented each other. Lu Yongxiang counted out the cash and handed it to me. But I didn't leave. Instead, I started wandering around the shop. See something you like, jamming? I pointed at the shelf. The words came out sharp and cold. I need to translate this text into natural American English. Let me work through it. Hey, how much for that malted milk powder? I wanted to buy a few cans to bring back for my uncle, my aunt, and my eldest brother. Help build them back up. I had cash and ration coupons in my pocket. What's the point of making money if you don't spend it? He took down a can. This stuff's pricey. 40 a can, and I still need coupons. You sure? I grabbed a few more feet of fabric and asked for a few pounds of fruit candy, then pulled out a handful of cash and coupons to count. Lu Yongxiang just stared, dumbfounded. This kid's loaded? He'd been thinking hunters had it rough, but turns out he was the poor one. He got over it fast, though. Liuzi had mentioned this kid scored some goods for Director Zhou. Sounded like a solid connection. Better hold on tight. I packed everything into my rucksack, found Su Tian, and we headed out of town toward the village. On the road, I pulled out some fruit candy and shared it with Su Tian. We walked on. Then I stopped dead and threw out my right arm to block him. What's wrong? Someone's here. The setting sun bled across the sky. A few figures burst out of the tall grass, steel rods and iron bars in hand, faces wrapped in faded, ragged cloth. One of them looked me over, then leaned in to whisper to the leader. Boss, that's the guy who made a grand selling pelts. Look how full his pack is. He must have bought a ton of stuff. The leader stepped forward. Hey there, friend. Heard you struck it rich today? Times V been tough for us lately. Mind lending us a little? I took 2 steps back, scanning them out of the corner of my eye. 5 men, for with weapons. Just 2 of us. When I didn't answer, he coughed a couple times. Your life's worth more than money. Not worth dying over a grand. Hand it over. A grand again. How did he know? I'd only taken in 500 cash today. Who told you it was a grand? I only made 500 today. The other 500. You gonna rob me? Then go collect the difference from whoever tipped you off. Only 500. The leader looked disappointed, then reconsidered. 500 wasn't nothing either. Really, it's just 500. Don't believe me? I'll show you. I reached for my pocket. Don't move. Hands up, he barked. Get him over your head where I can see him. You come here slow. Keep your hands up. I did as he said, edging closer. He signaled 2 of his guys to come pat me down. In a flash. A knee. An elbow. The 2 searching me hit the ground before they even knew what happened. The leader had barely registered the danger before I was on him. Countless close-quarters fights from my past life were carved into my muscles. The blade hidden at my waist cleared its sheath, and in an instant the cold edge was against his throat. Looks like you boys have pulled this a few times. They were careful, I'll give them that. Too bad they only knew how to bully honest folks. Never ran into anyone who could actually fight back. Boss, the last 2 moved to charge. Nobody move. Take another step and your boss dies right now. Back off. The boss shouted at his underling, then gave me a bitter smile. Brother, I'll take the loss this time. Never expected to hit a brick wall. Cut the crap. I signaled Su Tian to tie up the underling. I ask, you answer. How do you know I made a grand today? Did Peng Sanjin put you up to this? I don't know any Peng Sanjin. Some guy showed up while we were drinking today. Said someone from Guzi village had cured a lynx pelt worth 1,000 and sold it in town at noon. We heard that, so we waited here all afternoon on the only road you'd take. Real careful, huh? I cursed. What did that guy look like? Didn't look. Guys like us, we hear this kind of tip and keep our heads down. Just quietly remember it. Who'd dare look up? I swung 2 punches and knocked him out cold, then gave the underling a solid beating too. Finally, a beating I don't have to pay for, and you two just delivered yourselves right to me. I dragged them into the bushes and searched them. Damn, only a quarter. I spat. No wonder they turned to robbing people on the road. On the way back to the village, I was 90% sure it was Peng Sanjin. Su Tian was so angry, he kept cursing him for breaking the code of the trade. Can't buy your goods, so he tips off the road robbers. But this bunch fed me nothing but garbage, couldn't prove a thing. He knows these people's habits too well, I said. He specifically finds villagers to pass the word along. Even if we dragged out that guy, he could just deny everything. That's twisted as hell. Jamming, can you let this slide? No, I can't. But you walk by the river enough. Your shoes are bound to get wet. A man who plays with hawks his whole life gets his eyes pecked out sooner or later. Later, Peng Sanjin really did get his eyes pecked out for pulling another dirty trick on me. But that's a story for another time. The Li family courtyard. Uncle and Auntie froze at the sight of all the stuff I'd brought back. This malted milk, if I remember right, it's damn expensive, isn't it? Uncle's brow furrowed. Bought it specially to build you and Auntie up, I said casually. No need. He waved his hands. I'm plenty healthy, still got 2 acres left in me. Take it back and return it tomorrow. Before he could finish, I grabbed his hand and pushed up his sleeve. What are you doing? Look at yourself, skin and bones. I stared at him. You're not ashamed? I knew Uncle's temper all too well. He ran the household by one iron rule. The kids never go hungry. All these years, for me and my cousin, he'd worked himself to the bone, but he never once shorted me a single bite. You didn't earn this money easy. It's too expensive, he was still refusing. Then I'm not returning it, I said. If you won't take it, then let Annie have it, or my brother. Auntie was overjoyed inside, but one glance at Uncle's expression and she said, Auntie doesn't need it either. Return it tomorrow. My face went completely dark. What's wrong now, jamming? Uncle sensed something was off. I raised my head and looked at the two of them solemnly. Do you know the saying, a child wishes to care for his parents, but they are no longer there? Neither of them said a word. You told me this was money I earned myself, that I'm old enough to make my own decisions, right? My parents passed away too soon. There's no way I can ever repay them for giving me life. But I've never forgotten how you've treated me all these years. Now I want to repay you for raising me, and you won't let me. Uncle's eyes went red. Son, don't say another word. Keep it. We're not returning it. This kid had really grown up. Then it's settled, no returns. But don't go saving it. You have to actually eat and drink it. SSSS. Quick as a flash, I popped the lid off the can, my expression back to normal. It's already open, so it can't be returned. Just drink it, don't let it go to waste. I glanced around the drafty room, the cold calm, and spoke again. Oh, and one more thing. This place is falling apart. The roof leaks, the Kong won't stay warm. Since the money's mine to spend, I'm going to fix up the whole thing. The yard, the house, the Kong, all of it. The next day, I was up before dawn. Fixing a house takes good bricks. I picked up 2 gray bricks and knocked them together. A crisp, clear ring. Then I struck them harder. The break was clean and flat, not a single hole inside. Ring when struck, no holes when broken. A steely tone with a mung bean hue, all gray with a misty dew-white sheen. Good bricks. I paid for the whole batch right there on the spot. Building a house is a simple matter in the village. Feed people a meal and they'll come. Promise them meat and they'll fight to help. These days, anyone who goes up the mountain with me, Li Jianming, never comes back empty-handed. Follow young Li up the hill, and you'll eat meat to your fill. The saying had already spread everywhere. By the time I got home with rice and flour, a row of strapping men was already crouched at my door, waiting to start work. I handed the rice and flour to my aunt, told her to get lunch ready, then turned to go find Zhangqi for a trip into the mountains. Jianming, buddy, you still don't have enough meat? We just finished off that lynx not long ago. Zhangqi looked at me in disbelief. He was only a few years older than me, but lately I'd been dragging him all over the mountains every day, and the man looked completely wiped out. Lynx meat's too sour, no fat to it, doesn't taste good, I said with a grin. A lot of the guys came to help with the house today. Can't let them work on empty stomachs. Fine, 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 let's go. Zhang Qi slung his rifle over his shoulder. Partner with you, and these old bones of mine are gonna fall apart sooner or later. The words had barely left his mouth when old man Zhang cracked his pipe against the back of his head. Then go and quit yapping. Call yourself an old hunter. You're not even as hard-working as this kid. The two of them shouldered their rifles and headed into the mountains. Jianming, Su Tian said you ran into bandits on your way back? Said that bastard Peng Sanjin tipped them off on purpose. Zhang Qi asked. I nodded. He's careful. Didn't leave any evidence. Just as we were talking, a furry little head poked out from my collar. Damn, Zhang Qi's eyes went wide. You take this weasel hunting every day? Zizi goes off and plays on its own sometimes. When it gets tired, it comes back and sleeps on the warm calm. I just feed it a little meat. I patted its head. Squeak. Zizi suddenly squeaked and pointed in a direction, then licked my face. There's game over that way, I said. Zhang Qi reached out to touch it, but Zizi darted away and burrowed back into my arms. Still shy around strangers. In the Li family courtyard, the masons and helpers were already hard at work. Annie had rounded up a few women to help with the cooking too. The women gathered together to sort vegetables, and gossip was inevitable. Suaping, your jamming's been sharp since he was a kid. You said it. Building the house with blue brick, no less. Bet you're eating meat every single meal now, huh? Auntie fought to keep the corners of her mouth from lifting, but the light in her eyes was impossible to hide. Hey, is your jamming seeing anyone? Not at the moment, Auntie answered. One quick-tongued woman blurted. Wasn't it that Lu Wenyuan who dumped him cause he lost his factory worker status? She caught herself and quickly clapped a hand over her mouth. Then she's blind. What's jamming got that's worse than a factory worker? Can a worker eat meat every meal without meat coupons? Another chimed in immediately. Auntie kept her head down over the vegetables and said nothing. That's all in the past. Let's not bring it up. Right. Forget I said anything. The woman quickly changed course. My family's got a niece who teaches over in town, just 3 years older than jamming. Suaping, I know a girl too, works at the broadcast station. I know one as well. The chatter came from all sides, and only then did Annie realize. Her jamming had become the hot commodity. These people assumed the house being built today was going to be a wedding home. Auntie cleared her throat twice. This is the boy's own business. It's up to what he wants. Besides, he's still young. Suaping, now that's not right. Marriage is decided by the parents and arranged through a matchmaker. You raise jamming from a little boy. That kindness is higher than the sky. Of course he'll listen to you. Age is no problem. Plenty of folks get engaged first and register the marriage once they come of age. Auntie sneered inwardly, one twisted excuse after another. Back when jamming got laid off from the factory, every one of them steered clear of him like he was the plague. Human nature. That's pretty much how it goes. Bang, bang. 2 gunshots rang out, and a flock of birds burst from the forest. The deer, head bowed and nibbling on tender shoots, didn't even have time to react before the bullets came flying from a distance and tore clean through it. It staggered 2 steps, collapsed, twitched, its blood staining the ground red, and then went still. Only then did Zhang Qi and I stroll over. Zhang Qi stared at the neat, clean wound the shots had left and clicked his tongue in amazement. That gun of yours, the range and accuracy leave my old hunting rifle in the dust. Even more, what mattered was this. That Kar 98K let him make every shot count, steady and lethal. A gun you tune yourself always beats whatever the village has to offer, I said. My rifle was built for one thing, long-range kills. That got me thinking, so I asked, Hey Chi, you ever think about upgrading? Zhao Yifu's got himself an SKS, and you're the top hunter around here. You ought to have something that fits your reputation. A good horse deserves a good saddle. That Semenov semi-auto would suit you just fine. Yours came from From that place I told you about. Expensive. I still owe you for the lynx pelt money. If you want one, I'll bring it back next trip. Actually, after this last heist, I've been meaning to pick up a handgun for myself anyway. That'd be perfect. Finally, a real gun for me too. Each of us hauled a deer on our back and headed toward the village. Back in the yard, the first thing I saw was Auntie stuck making awkward small talk with that pack of women. Well, look who's back. Jamming bagged a deer too. Handsome and capable, that one. The women pointed and chattered. Jamming, this deer's for our lunch, right? One of them was staring at the carcass, eyes practically glued to it. It came out as a question, but she meant it as a done deal. My heart sank. This venison, I said flatly, is for the guys hauling bricks and laying walls. Her expression froze. I'd given her an out, but made it clear too. If you haven't done the heavy lifting, don't expect a free meal. Take the hint. Zhang-Chi and I carried the deer inside to dress it. Auntie, cook it up like I said, that decent yen flavor. Don't hold back. I snapped off the antlers and peeled off the whole hide in one piece. Chi, eat lunch with us. Leave the antlers and hide with me for now. When I head into the city to sell, I'll grab that semen off for you while I'm at it. Zhang-Chi grinned and nodded. When the food was served, I carried a big bowl of venison over to the guys crouched eating by the wall and personally dropped a piece into each of their bowls. Here, take more. This was hunted just for you. Eat up so you've got the strength to work. By the time I'd gone around the circle, there wasn't much left in the bowl. Chi, you eat too. We each took a few more pieces, and the bowl was scraped clean. That freeloading woman wasn't happy about it. She and Andy had never really gotten along. She'd only shown up hoping for a free plate of meat. Now, watching the venison disappear while everyone else dug in, she got petty and piped up. Say, jamming. Your aunt was just telling us you still don't have a girlfriend. Nope, I answered coolly. We were all hoping to set you up with someone today. But from the way your aunt put it, it sounds like she and your uncle can't really make that decision for you. I looked up at her. There was something behind those words. You saying I'm not a good nephew? I fixed my eyes on her, cold enough to send a chill through her. No, that's not. She quickly explained. What I mean is, your aunt and uncle raised you all these years, so you should take their opinions into account. The girls they've introduced are all nice. As a person, you shouldn't set your standards too high. Round and round she went, but it all came back to calling me ungrateful. So who have you introduced? I cut her off. What's wrong with having high standards? You think I'm not good enough to have them? Her face flushed red, then went pale. She'd just come to mooch off the free food. She'd never introduced anyone. She stammered, but I wasn't about to let her off the hook. The other aunties introduced girls without a fuss. You're the only one who has to stick her nose in. This is my family business, my private affair. It's not your place to boss me around. If you can eat quietly, then eat. If you can't, then get the hell out. Publicly scolded by me, her face contorted with humiliation, and she slunk away. I glanced at my aunt, who just gave a helpless shrug. In that instant, I understood exactly what she'd been putting up with all this time. The whole table of women fell silent after I lost my temper. You can't see into people's hearts, and I couldn't be bothered to figure out who was sincere and who wasn't. Thank you, aunties, for worrying about my love life, I said, picking up my bowl. But I already have someone I like. You have someone you like? Since when? My aunt blurted it out in her excitement, then caught herself. She realized I'd only said it to shut down the topic. Oh, which family's daughter is she? How come we've never heard about her? One of the women pressed. I'd figured no one would bother prying. She's not from our village. Not from any of the other villages around here either. Is she pretty? A city girl? That's when I realized I'd misjudged them. They weren't prying to make trouble. They were just pure gossips. But for some reason, when they asked, the image that surfaced in my mind was that herb-gathering woman in the nomadic robe, so agile and quick on her feet. She saved my life once. Only then did the whole table finally give up. Over the next 2 days, the villagers came to help as usual, and the Lee family provided the meals. By the 3rd day, the meat at home was running low again, but with the 98K, bagging some game was no trouble at all. To give the guys some variety, I made a point of hunting pheasant and wild rabbit. Everyone in the village could see it clearly. With me around, things would only keep getting better for the Lee family. But where some people prosper, others struggle. After Zhao Yifu got clawed by the lynx, He'd recovered enough that the hospital sent him home. The wounds had scabbed over, and his life was no longer in danger. Zhao Xinjian had wanted Lu Wenyuan to take care of him, but she flat out refused, pulling up at Zhao Yifu's place these past few days without stepping outside. Now that he was back, she had no choice but to look after him. "Where were you all those days I was hurt?" Zhao Yifu snapped the moment he saw her. "You stay at my house and don't even take care of me. The nerve you've got." This last remark set Lu Wenyuan off completely. For days now, the whole village had been buzzing about Li Jianming, and she, the woman who'd dumped him, was right at the center of the storm, catching plenty of criticism behind her back. She'd picked Zhao Yifu for the good life he'd promised. But now that she'd moved in, she saw the truth. Zhao Yifu only wanted to fool around with her. "Let me ask you something," she said, turning the tables. "Did you ever actually plan to marry me?" Zhao Yifu was caught off guard. "We'll talk about marriage after the forest ranger selection is over." "The forest ranger thing again." Lu Wenyuan sneered. She'd already worked it all out. If he didn't get the position, she'd move on to the next guy. And here he was, still trying to stall. "You want me to take care of you? Well, let me ask you, do you have any idea what these past couple of days have been like for me? Li Jianming's building a new house and eating meat every day, and all the gossips in the village are saying I'm blind, that I gave up a watermelon for a sesame seed. They're laughing at me because I don't even have any status with you. So what am I supposed to take care of you as?" Zhao Yifu exploded on the spot. "Cut the act. Don't think I don't know. You only came after me because I'm the village chief's nephew. Comparing me to Li Jianming every single day. Isn't that just because you feel like you didn't score enough out of the deal? If you can't stand it, then get the hell out right now." "You." Lu Wenyuan decided to stop pretending. "Zhao Yifu, look at the sorry state you're in. Forest Ranger? You think you can beat out Li Jianming? You used to brag about that great rifle of yours. Well, now he's got a good rifle too, and he even took down a lynx. And you? Plot up like this, and you still want me to wait on you? Dream on. Get out. Get out of here." Zhao Yifu screamed, and in his fit of rage, the wound that had just scabbed over split open again. "Enough." Zhao Xinjian pushed the door open. "I step out for 1 minute, and you two are already at each other's throats? You really don't want to make this work, do you?" The truth was, he'd been standing outside for a while, listening to the whole thing. He only came in when it seemed the two were about to break up for good. The moment Lu Wenyuan saw him, she instantly put on a wounded expression. "Uncle, look at how he's treating me." Zhao Yifu sneered inwardly. This woman really knew how to put on an act. All right, I get the picture," Zhao Xinjian said, waving his hand. "I'll do everything I can to help Yifu land the ranger job, and then the two of you go register your marriage. How's that sound?" Lu Wenyuan was thrilled. With her reputation these days, she probably couldn't do any better than this. Marrying Zhao Yifu once he'd climbed his way up would save her the trouble of scrambling around anymore. She shot Zhao Yifu a theatrical glance, as if asking for his opinion. Zhao Yifu, clutching his split-open wound, felt nothing but disgust looking at her. But he agreed anyway. Once he became a forest ranger with an iron rice bowl in hand, would he really have trouble finding a good girl? The first thing he'd do then was kick this woman to the curb. After Lu Wenyuan went out to work, leaving just the uncle and nephew in the room, Zhao Yifu spoke in a low voice. "Uncle, I didn't. I've got proof. That day at the scene, I saw it with my own eyes. The lynx got its head blown off before I heard the gunshot. Li Jianming's got himself a fine rifle now too." "Humph." Zhao Xinjian showed no mercy. "Way I see it, you don't just fall short on the gun, you fall short on skill too." Ever since last time, he'd known this nephew of his was no match for Li Jianming. "But since I said I'd help you, I've got my own ways of doing it." With that, he fell silent, his face grim, and stared out the window. Late that night, I woke again to a wet, ticklish feeling on my face. It was Squeaky, licking me. Click, click. That sound wasn't right. Someone was here. I snapped fully awake, cracking my eyelids open just a sliver. Sure enough, a dark figure was skulking around the room, rifling through my things. Impressive. If Squeaky hadn't licked me awake, no one would have noticed a thing. I stayed perfectly still, waiting for him to let his guard down. The moment came. I grabbed my quilt and flung it over the figure, then hammered out 2 punches. Asterisk thud. Thud. Asterisk. Everything went black in front of him, but he threw up his arms just in time, blocking through the quilt and taking the edge off the blows. Not bad at all. Right then, a little furry thing wriggled into the covers and scrambled up his arm. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Shit. The figure let out a muffled grunt as something sank its teeth hard into his hand. He whipped his arm, and whatever he'd been holding hit the floor with a clang. I looked. It was my 98K. You dare steal my prize piece. The figure threw off the quilt, and I met him with a kick square to the face. Thud. He rolled with it, bolted for the door, and vaulted over the wall to escape. I snatched up the 98K, leapt onto the courtyard wall, took aim, and fired twice. Asterisk bang. Bang. Asterisk. Both missed. I looked closer. The scope was crooked, knocked out of alignment in the fall. By the time I figured it out, the thief was long gone. I didn't give chase, no telling if he had accomplices. Fast little bastard. Li Jinhua and Li Chang came charging out of the house too. Somebody broke in. Get back inside and see what's missing. I dropped down off the wall and went back to my room. The drawers had been ransacked, the money was gone, and receipts were scattered all over the floor. Good thing I never keep all my eggs in one basket. I pried loose a wobbly brick in the wall and pulled out the envelope. My documents were still there. Only then did my heart settle back into place. Outside the village, in the shadows. Did you get it? What was that gunfire? The masked thief shook his head and held out his hand. Black blood was still oozing from it. I tried to keep quiet, but the kid still caught on. And some damn animal bit my hand. The other man had figured it was just an excuse, but seeing the wound, he believed it. Bad luck. Leave it for now. I'll come find you again when I need you. The thief nodded, turned, and melted into the night. The next day, Li Chang and I headed to the commune to report the crime. We'd barely reached the entrance when we ran into the brigade leader, Lu Qingshan. Several documents scattered across the floor. I hurried to help him pick them up, catching a glimpse of the letterhead regarding the forest ranger of Guzi village. You're Li Jinhua's nephew? Yes, Captain. I explained why I'd come. Lu Qingshan sized me up and nodded. Wouldn't have guessed it. You've been quite the hot topic lately. He pointed. Go to the security office. We filed the case, but they just told us to go home and wait for news. That afternoon, Zhangqi heard about it and came by specially. I scooped 2 spoonfuls of malted milk powder into some water to welcome him. Lost some money. I keep my cash in separate spots, so he only found one. I sneered. That thief tried to steal my rifle last night, too. Shame the scope got knocked crooked in the fall. Otherwise, I'd have put a hole in each of his 3 legs with 3 shots. I laid out my suspicions, Zhao Xinjian. This guy had tried more than once to leave me without a working gun. That thief last night was almost certainly someone he'd hired. What are you going to do? Wait for word from the commune. And buy 2 big black dogs to guard the place. If it hadn't been for Squeaky last night, that thief would have slipped in and out without a trace. I've also got to get a handgun for protection. This whole thing's opened my eyes. I shot 1 lynx and made a little money, and look how many people turned green with envy. Highway robbers, house burglars, they all came crawling out. Zhangqi nodded. On the way over, he'd heard plenty of snide remarks from the villagers, saying I had it coming, saying it served me right for my family suddenly striking it rich. Money I earned with sweat and blood, and now I've got to spend it on guns and dogs just to stay alive. I sighed. By the way, come into town with me. Try that rifle out. See if it feels right in your hands. If not, pick one for yourself. We headed into town, exchanged the passwords, and entered Brother Hay's courtyard. Sixer was there too. Well, brother jamming. HM. And who's this? Zhangqi, a fellow hunter from my village. He and I bagged that lynx together last time. I turned to Sixer. How much did the pelt sell for? He wants to trade in that beat-up rifle of his, too. Good price. The buyer was thrilled, handed over a full 1,000. Sixer pulled out the cash and counted 500 into my hand. I peeled off 300 and gave it to Zhangqi. Oh, right, Sixer said, digging out another coupon. You want this? If not, I'll sell it and give you the cash. I took it and looked, my breath caught. A sewing machine coupon. The 3 rounds and 1 sound. A hot ticket item for any rural wedding. Sell it and it'd fetch a nice sum. No wonder Sixer asked me. I thought it over and kept it. Brother Hay had been smoking off to the side the whole time, taking in every word. Go check out the merchandise yourself. See how it handles. Zhangqi stepped inside and froze the moment he saw the weapons on the wall. That look on his face was exactly like mine the first time I came here. His eyes locked onto the Type 56 semi. This is the same one Zhao Yifu's got. Meanwhile, I picked up a handgun off the table and studied it closely. Something fell off, so I took it to Heiji. Heiji, how much for this turtle pistol? Heiji rolled his eyes. What turtle pistol? That Jap knockoff is a cheap copy of the Luger P08. This asterisk is the real deal. German-made, reliable as hell. That Jap version jams and misfires. Sell one, and you ruin your reputation. Not my fault they copied it so well, I shot back. Looks don't mean squat. It's nowhere near as good. What? You got your eye on it? Yeah. I nodded. Last time I sold that Lynx, I got robbed on the way home, and then my place got burglarized. I want a handgun. Wear it on my hip, keep it under my pillow. Could save my life when it counts. Zhangqi had made his pick too. The SKS semi-auto carbine I'd recommended. This one? Yeah. We both paid, and Heiji threw in a box of ammo for each of us. Back at the black market, I stopped at a stall selling dogs. See one you like? Just looking. My eyes were locked on a few black puppies in one of the cages. Good eye, my friend. The vendor perked up instantly. These are Wuhei hounds from down south. Smart, obedient, and they ward off evil spirits too. The Wuhei, one of the 8 great Chinese village dog breeds. Excellent guard dogs. Easy to raise, happy eating table scraps. Exactly what I wanted. The vendor opened the cage, grabbed 2, and held them out. Purebred. No mixing whatsoever. Hold on. I raised a hand. Not those 2. I want those 2. I pointed at 2 pups in the cage with broad, tiger-like heads and square muzzles. The vendor's mouth twitched. He froze. What? I can only buy the ones you pick. I waved a hand in front of his face. You doing business or not? Yeah. I reached into the cage myself and pulled out the 2 I wanted. Flipped them over to check their paw pads, pried open their mouths to look at their tongues. These 2. The vendor kept clicking his tongue. Out of that whole cage, those 2 were the only genuine Wuhei. The rest were ordinary black dogs passed off as the real thing. He never expected this kid to spot them at a glance. 30 apiece, 60 for both. 50. Otherwise I'll go somewhere else. They're just pups, a few weeks old. Fine, my loss. On the way back to the village, I teased the 2 pups with chunks of meat, and they warmed up to me fast. Zhangqi, ever think about becoming a forest ranger? I suddenly asked. Why bring that up all of a sudden? I told him about running into Lu Qingshan and catching a glimpse of that document. My guess is there'll be a selection by spring at the latest. A selection? Zhangqi gave a bitter smile. Honestly, I've thought about it plenty. A stable job, plus government grain rations. Who wouldn't want that? But after teaming up with you, I know I can't beat you out. You don't want in. Perfect. I grinned. Being a ranger comes with too many restrictions. I've always been a free spirit. Can't stand being ordered around. What I make selling my catch is more than enough to live comfortably. I paused. But that seat? No way I'm letting Zhao Yifu take it. So it has to be you. Huh. Think about it. Once a guy like that gets power, you think we'll have any peace left? Zhangqi nodded hard. We chatted all the way to the edge of the village, where a group of people stood around gossiping. Well, if it isn't Li Jiaming. Bringing home 2 puppies now? Heard your place got robbed. Little late to lock the barn after the horse is gone, huh? The one talking was Wu Chunhua, a regular fixture of the village gossip crowd. Ever since Zhangqi and I paired up, old man Zhang stopped leading the group hunts, and her husband Yang Sheng lost his meal ticket. So she pinned it all on me. Now that she'd heard my house got robbed, she was just itching to watch me squirm. Around her stood all the women who'd reported me before, the ones who couldn't stand the sight of me. Serves you right for going into the mountains to hunt for yourselves. Now you've got what's coming to you. Good riddance. Zhangqi's fists clenched, and he stepped forward to argue, but I held him back. I crouched down and, right in front of everyone, started teasing the puppies with strips of meat. Here, eat up. Good boy. Hey, look how well-behaved you are. The puppies gobbled the meat, tongues lolling, tails wagging away. I stood up. My voice wasn't loud, but every word came through clear. A dog this small, you give it 1 bite, and it already knows to wag its tail. It gets it. I'm the one who fed it, so it's grateful for the meal. I swept my eyes across the crowd. That's why I like raising dogs. Dogs aren't people, sure, but some people? They're the real dogs. Wu Chunhua and a few others froze, sensing something was off. Li Jiaming. What's that supposed to mean? Spit it out. What does it mean? I gave her a sidelong glance. Aren't you the one who loves throwing around fancy sayings? You're so clever. Figure it out yourself. You. Her chest heaved with rage, but she couldn't get out a single word. She wanted to slap me, but didn't dare. She knew I'd hit back for real. And cursing? She was several rungs below me at that, too. So she turned into a shrew, spewing out a stream of the classic village square insults. But the harder she barked, the more it showed I'd hit a nerve and she had nothing left. I couldn't be bothered with her. My mood stayed steady as ever, while she'd already blown her top. Ignoring her now was more humiliating to her than any comeback could be. Li Jiaming, your house is going to get robbed every single day. She screeched at my back, hysterical. I didn't even turn around. Sure, got it. I'll raise these two puppies quick and have them guard the place. Especially against those creatures lower than dogs who keep eyeing my stuff. Back home, I set the puppies down in the yard and started building them a shelter. The two little guys darted around, romping in circles, when suddenly they turned toward one of the doors and started barking. Woof! Woof! I turned to look. Well, what do you know? The two puppies were locked in a stare down with Squeaky. Where'd it go? TSK, 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 over here. I teased them with a strip of meat, and the puppies came running right over. Squeak, squeak. The weasel let out a cry beside me, looking all wounded, like an ex I'd tossed aside. What's your problem? I laughed and tossed it a strip of meat. These two are guard dogs, different job than yours. Relax, I'm not going to throw you out. Squeak seemed to understand. It snatched up the meat, ate it, and actually started tumbling around and playing with the two puppies. Once the doghouse was set up, I put the puppies inside, and Squeak scampered in too. Right then, my uncle and aunt came home. The puppies were fine, but the second they saw that weasel. Holy crap, how'd a yellow immortal get into the house? Squeak actually trotted right up to the two of them, narrowed its eyes, and raised its two front paws in a little bow, up and down. Is this asking for a blessing? Has it turned into a spirit? In broad daylight, the sight sent chills down both the old folks' spines. Squeak, come here. The moment it heard me call, Squeak shot up onto my shoulder. This weasel is that clever? My uncle, Li Jianhua, was twitching at the corner of his mouth, his voice stammering. Yeah, uncle. Don't be scared, it saved my life. I told them about the night the thief broke in, how it licked me awake, bit the thief, and how it even helps me track game. Uncle reached out warily to touch its head. Squeak not only didn't dodge, it stuck out its tongue and licked his finger. Only then did Uncle relax. All right, should we build it a little nest then? No need. It's wild, likes to roam around. As for the two puppies in the yard, I plan to raise them right. Since they're Li Jiaming's dogs, they're gonna eat meat and grow strong. Two big black dogs, fierce guardians of the house. The next morning, bang, bang, bang. Woof, woof, woof. The two puppies barked their heads off at the gate, officially on the job now. Jiaming, you up? Come hunting with me. I opened the door, still bleary-eyed. The moment the puppies saw it was Zhang-Chi, they went quiet. Zhang-Chi, why are you so fired up today? He patted the brand new SKS semi-automatic on his back, grinning ear to ear. Want to try out the new gun? Couldn't sleep all night thinking about it. I laughed dryly. It reminded me of the day after I first borrowed a gun. I went and ambushed him before dawn. What goes around comes around. Now it was my turn to get ambushed. Get ready. I'll take you somewhere good. Why'd you get up so early? Going down to the river to shoot birds. Any later, and they'll all be gone. The early bird gets the worm, yeehaw. I thought to myself. More like, the early bird catches a bullet. Down the village path, one of us marched ahead full of energy, the other trailing behind rubbing his eyes. In a bit, let's have a shooting contest, Zhang-Chi said. Shooting moving targets? He nodded. That's why I got you up so early. Later on, the riverbank gets crowded and the birds scatter. The reed marshes along the river were a paradise for migratory birds. Late autumn in the north brought a biting cold, and the wild ducks, geese, and mallards should have been flocking south by the thousands. But we'd come too late. Only a few stragglers remained scattered across the water. We crouched low and slipped into the reeds. After groping forward for a bit, the view suddenly opened up, reeds all around, with a patch of muddy shallows in the middle. From the bank, You couldn't see this spot at all. Jackpot. There had to be at least a few dozen mallards, heads down, pecking at the mud, completely oblivious to the reaper closing in. Ready? Zhangqi whispered. We both dropped flat, exchanged a glance, and flicked off our safeties at the same time. 2 barrels, 1 rifle, 1 pistol, eased out quietly through the reeds. Bang, 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 quack, quack. In a flash, the shots rang out one after another. The marsh erupted in a chaos of shrieks, ducks bursting into flight, water spraying everywhere. The first few dropped dead on the spot. The rest thrashed their wings in a frantic escape. The slow ones barely cleared the water before we knocked them out of the air, feathers exploding and drifting down like snow. From near to far, we mowed them down one after another, until the flock climbed high and out of range. We stood up and fired a few more rounds, and just like that, our ammo ran dry. Come on, let's pick him up and see who got more. We gathered the fallen ducks one by one, tying them up by the feet. It took a while, but eventually we made sure nothing had been missed. How many'd you get? Zhangqi held up both hands, 4 on each side, 8 total. I said nothing and just gave my own ducks a little shake. 8 as well. I had to hand it to him. Zhangqi had grown up around hunters since he was a kid, and his marksmanship was every bit as good as the special ops training I'd had in my past life. So who wins? Me, obviously. My pistol only holds 8 rounds in a clip. Hold on. Zhangqi pulled out the clip from his SKS and showed me. 2 rounds left. I only fired 8 too. So how do we call it? Call it me being a badass. A man's happiness is really that simple. 1. You're the badass, and the bet's as good as 1. We hauled the ducks back to the village. By then, most people had already gone off to work in the fields. The moment I stepped into the yard, the 2 puppies came bounding around my feet. I gave them a pat and turned to deal with the mallards. Boil water, drain the blood, scald the feathers, pluck them clean. A few rounds of that, and the whole pile of ducks was ready. I chopped up one and tossed it into the dog bowl. The 2 little black dogs yipped with joy and wagged their tails. I was crouched there watching them eat when the village loudspeaker suddenly crackled to life. Ahem, hello, hello. Emergency notice. A herd of wild boars has broken into the crop fields. All villagers, get home and lock your doors immediately. The militia is about to move out. Any hunters with a gun at home, grab your gear and come help. Wild boars in the village? From the tone of the broadcast, the militia mobilizing, and I need to see the Chinese text you'd like me to translate. It looks like your message contains a story in Chinese, but I noticed the beginning seems cut off. Let me translate the complete text you've provided. Need hunter support. This is serious. I immediately loaded the P08 with a full magazine. My uncle was still out in the fields, and I couldn't shake the worry, so I bolted toward the crops. Halfway there, I ran into the squad leader, Lu Qingshan, and militia captain Fan Daong, both leading a group toward the fields. Good man. Come on, perfect timing. When we reached the edge of the field, I sucked in a sharp breath. We'd stirred up a whole nest of wild boars. As far as I could see, 20 or 30 of them were rooting through the crops for tubers. Good news. No one was left in the field, and my uncle was nowhere in sight. He must have cleared out already. Bad news. Barely any hunters had shown up. Last time we went into the mountains, several got picked off one by the boars, so this time everyone was hanging back. Jamming. Zhangqi waved to me from the crowd. Fan Daong called out his orders. There are too many boars. Focus on driving them off. Don't push them over the edge, and don't even think about wiping them all out. Militia takes the lead. Everyone else backs them up. Your lives come first. Nobody play the hero. Got it. The group pushed forward. Once the militia got close, they opened up with continuous fire. Bang, 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 flop, flop, oink, oink, gunshots, the sound of rounds hitting flesh, and squeals all tangled together across the field. I fired off a few rounds too, but at that range, hitting a boar's body with a pistol did limited damage. These beasts had thick hides. Some were even caked in mud or crusted with tree bark, tough as armor. I cursed under my breath. Pistols are only good for saving your skin up close. I should have brought the 98K. For targets like these, you need a rifle chambered in 7.62. But there was no time to head back and switch. Oink! The gunfire scared off a few, but the bolder ones just kept chewing right where they stood. One young militiaman lost his nerve darted forward a dozen steps, and took aim at a big one. Bang! Oink! Hit it! The boar's jaw was blown into a mangled mess of blood and flesh. But instead of fleeing, it whipped its head around, roaring like mad, and jerked its head up, eyes blood red, locked dead on the man who'd shot it. Target acquired. Charge. Terrifyingly fast. Oh hell! The militiaman stumbled back a few steps, scrambling to reload and fire again. Bang! Oink! He'd rushed the shot, didn't aim, and only grazed off a tuft of bristles. He tried to fire another round, but the boar was already on top of him. Get out of there. It's gone rabid. Lu Qingshan yelled frantically. Semi-autos, cover him. Zhang Qi immediately swung his rifle around, hunting for the crazed boar. But right then, oink! Another roar. A second enraged boar came charging out from the direction of the village, a hunter sprinting for his life in front of it. Zhang Qi, take that one. I pointed toward the village entrance and was already rushing toward the militiaman being chased. The militiaman just felt a sudden force yank him sideways and fling him through the air. By the time he snapped out of it, I'd already dragged him off his path and lifted him clear off the ground. In midair, I raised my pistol, aiming at the boar behind us. Bang! Bang! 2 shots, both dead center in its eyes. The other one, Zhang. The text appears to cut off at the end. If you'd like me to continue translating additional text, please share the rest. Chia landed his shot dead on too. Squeal. The militiaman and I hit the ground together as the boar shrieked in agony not far off. I pumped a few more rounds into its head. The one in the distance staggered a few steps, then dropped with a heavy thud. Move in and finish it. Cover them. Lu Qingshan shouted. Fan Daong charged up with 2 others, raised his rifle, and drove the bayonet hard into the boar's neck. The rest of the boars, seeing their own slaughtered so brutally, turned tail and bolted. The militia chased them off with a few more volleys, making sure they wouldn't circle back. The militiaman I'd saved was still shaken. It took him a while to collect himself before he grabbed my arm, thanking me over and over. The group swept through the village once, confirmed nothing was missed, and only then did the loudspeaker announce the boar attack was over. The second word got out that it was safe. Villagers came pouring toward the village entrance. Nobody had to call them. Everyone knew it was time to divvy up the meat. But the moment the crowd gathered, the grumbling started. Just 2? I clearly saw 20-some of them earlier. Only 2. We're not going to end up with no meat, are we? Both boars were massive. One had to be over 300 pounds. But the villagers still weren't satisfied. Someone got more and more outrageous. You think, maybe the hunters hid some of the pigs for themselves? Everybody quiet down. The militiamen keeping order looked grim. They'd nearly gotten themselves killed for this. And this was the thanks? Who could stomach that? I looked at this crowd and sneered inwardly. Not one of them showed up when we were fighting the boars, but they all crawled out of the woodwork when it was time to split the meat. Yang Sheng never showed his face, rifle and all. Zhao Yifu's injury was Schrodinger's injury. Perfectly spry when meat was being handed out, right on cue to flare up when it was time to hunt. And a few of my uncle's neighbors were shooting me openly hostile looks, seeing me standing beside the brigade captain. I had no idea when I'd even crossed them. Everyone quiet down. We're dividing the meat now, Lu Qingshan began. I heard what some of you were saying just now. In past years, when boars came into the village, it was always a group effort. And there were never this many. Captain, cut the nonsense, someone interrupted. 2 pigs, this many people. You tell us how that's supposed to work. Can you let me finish? Lu Qingshan suddenly raised his voice, and the man finally shut up. There were too many boars this time. To avoid casualties, our priority was driving them off and protecting the fields. We only took down these 2, and even that was a close call. Another one jumped in to challenge him. What's that supposed to mean? So many boars, you spend half the day out there, and all you get is 2. A snide, mocking voice cut in immediately. Come on now. We had the 2 best hunters in the whole village out there today. The ones who always come back from the mountains loaded up. Plenty of boars around too. So how'd they suddenly go quiet? Or maybe they knew the meat had to be shared, so they held back on purpose. I turned toward the voice. It was Wu Chunhua. Eyebrows arched, lips curled, wearing a smug little grin. The accusation pointed straight at Zhang Qi and me, instantly setting the whole place off. Yeah, ever since these 2 teamed up, Old Zhang won't take us into the mountains anymore. Selfish. Is it really so hard for them to pitch in for the group? The ones talking were a few hunters. I scanned them. Every single one was the type who couldn't put food on the table unless old Zhang carried them. In their eyes, I was the reason they'd ended up like this. But not one of these guys had fought the boars alongside the militia today. The hunters who'd actually shown up worked alone anyway. They never relied on the group. The word group was just a tool to them, held high when they needed it and forgotten the moment they didn't. I was about to step up and let them have it when Lu Qingshan suddenly spoke. I never said I was giving any to you. Captain, what's that supposed to mean? Zhao Xinjian called out from the crowd, his tone dripping with sarcasm. After every boar hunt, the loudspeaker calls and everyone comes to split the meat. Now you just decide not to. The villagers chimed in, egging him on, as if they'd forgotten the man in front of them was the brigade captain. Lu Qingshan slammed his fist down on the table. When did the loudspeaker ever call you to the village entrance? You all came sniffing after the meat on your own. I haven't even called you leeches yet. Dead silence fell over the place. Last time a whole bunch of you went into the mountains. Remember how that turned out? Lu Qingshan glared at Zhao Xinjian and Zhao Yifu, the two ringleaders. Ever since then, you haven't dared touch so much as a boar's bristle. Back when fewer boars came into the village and more people hunted, sure, everyone got a bigger share. Today 20 or 30 charged down at once, and hardly anyone had the guts to lift a finger. You cowered at home and didn't do a damn thing. And now you've got the nerve to complain the hall's too small? I already said it. This was a drive, not a hunt. Can't you understand plain words? And you've got the gall to accuse them of doing it on purpose. What? Do they owe you something? Bang. Another slap on the table. Here's the deal. This meat only goes to the people who took part in the drive. Anybody's got a problem, go complain to the commune. Everybody else, get lost right now and go do whatever you're supposed to be doing. The militia and the few hunters who'd put in the work all wore dark expressions. The villagers took one look at the situation and slunk off with their heads down. Li Jianming, Zhang Qi. 2 legs and half a rack of ribs for each of you. I took the meat, then turned around and shoved the 2 legs back at Lu Qingshan. Li Jianming, are you bribing me in front of everyone? He threw the legs back. Cut the crap. Heard your son got hurt and your family's out of meat coupons. Take it home and make him some soup. I tossed them back again. Give me those organs in your hand. I'll keep them to feed the dog. You stood up for me today, so we're even. Don't put it like that. Lu Qingshan sighed. It was supposed to be neighbors helping neighbors, and you make it sound like some shady deal. I really wasn't taking sides. I was actually planning to give each family a share, but they went too far. They really did go too far. Barely anyone showed up to help. Yet the villagers still had the nerve to talk like that. They'd already stirred up everyone's anger. Back and forth, they were the ones who pushed Lu Qingshan to the opposing side. As I neared home carrying the spare ribs, I caught sight of a few neighbors standing not far from my gate. The moment I shut the door, I heard a kid tugging at his mom's hand, drooling as he said, "Mom, I want ribs too. We don't have any. I want some." The woman stared at our tightly closed courtyard gate, a sly glint flashing in her eyes. She scooped up her child and lowered her voice. "Son, Mom's got a way to get you those ribs. Just wait a little longer." In the yard, I whistled as I carried the meat inside. But Uncle, Auntie, and my cousin Li Chong were all just going about their business, completely unfazed by the meat in my hands. "Auntie, I brought back some ribs. Should we stew them?" "Sure." Utterly flat. "Uncle, why didn't you go help divide the meat?" "Why would I need to? You were bound to bring meat back anyway. It's not the first time." Li Jinhua waved his hand. "Besides, we've got to keep a low profile now. Too flashy draws envy. And thieves." I was taken aback. My family had gotten so used to me bringing home meat that it was no big deal anymore. Shun Suaping had already lit the fire and started cooking. Before long, the aroma of stewing ribs filled the yard and drifted straight into the noses of certain people outside. In an instant, the 3 men in the yard became true believers, and even the 2 little black puppies barked excitedly. Dinner's ready. The ribs were set on the table, and the 2 puppies circled the table legs, tails wagging. We had just sat down. Our seats hadn't even warmed up. Knock, knock, knock. What a time to come calling. Great timing. I got up to answer the door. Standing at the gate was one of the very neighbors who'd reported me. with a kid in tow. The two puppies charged over, barking wildly, and the child hid behind the woman in fright. But the smell of the meat inside forced him to peek his head back out. "Well, Jianming, having dinner, are you?" the woman said with a smile. "Yep, you came at just the right time. You aren't going to invite me in to sit for a bit?" I planted myself in the middle of the gateway like a door guardian, my two vicious hounds standing watch at my feet. "Hu Meiwan, what brings you here? Come in, come in," Shen Suaping called out between mouthfuls. Hu Meiwan acted as if she'd received an imperial decree, scooping up her son and slipping past the puppies into the yard. "Oh my, I've always known you'd do well. Look at you, hunting every day, and now the brigade leader even gave you half a rack of ribs. Your family must never run short of meat these days, huh?" Heh, she couldn't hide that fox's tail if she tried. "Actually, we're still short," I said coldly, staring straight into her eyes. "Not long ago I had no gun to use, couldn't hunt. Huge appetites. For mouths to feed at home, and food disappears fast. Besides, a few days ago, just when things were finally looking up, some thief set his sights on us. So I bought two puppies to guard the place. They've got to eat meat too." I picked up two pieces of meat and set them down in front of the puppies. The little guys were drooling all over the floor, but they just stared at my chopsticks without moving, until I dropped the meat on the ground, and then they pounced. "Mommy," the boy clawed at Hu Meijuan's hand, absolutely starving for a taste. You actually feed a dog meat this good? Something wrong with that? They're gonna guard my home someday. Shouldn't I feed him well? Besides, this is meat I hunted myself." I picked up another piece and tossed it on the floor, letting the two dogs fight over it. To mother and son, this was nothing short of sacrilege. The boy couldn't hold it in anymore and wailed, "Mommy, I want meat. I want meat." "Baby, this is somebody else's house. Behave." Hu Meiwan scolded, but her eyes kept darting toward our bowls. "Meiwan," Shin Suaping spoke up, "looks like your boy hasn't had meat in ages. What's the deal with that husband of yours? The kid's still growing, you know." She reached over and dropped a few pieces into my bowl. "Here, Jianming, eat up." Good thing Jianming can hunt his own meat. "Meiwan, you need to make that husband of yours work harder, earn more work points, and buy the kid some meat. Don't shortchange your own child." With that, she completely ignored Hu Meiwan, leaving her hanging out to dry. I nearly laughed out loud. I quickly played along, chowing down on the ribs with gusto. "Didn't you come to sit for a while? Go on, take a seat," I said. Hu Meijuan's face went green. She'd come to mooch off us, and somehow the whole conversation had turned into a lecture about her good-for-nothing husband. Fine. If she loved watching other people eat well, then I'd give her a show. I kept my head down and dug in harder. Just as the plate of ribs was nearly picked clean, Hu Meiwan finally couldn't take it anymore and put her son down. "Oof, my arms are tired. Sweetie, go play by yourself for a bit. I want meat. Give me meat." The boy lunged straight for my bowl. I snatched it up before he could get it. Missing his target, the brat actually grabbed my sleeve and yanked, and sure enough, knocked a piece of meat loose, sending it onto the table. He instantly snatched it up and bolted, ready to shove it into his mouth. Squeak, squeak. A flash of gold streaked past like lightning, snatched the meat in one bite, and took a nip out of his hand for good measure before vanishing in an instant. "Ah, it hurts. Mommy, it hurts." Hu Meiwan hadn't seen what happened. All she knew was that her son came crying back to her. The two puppies, convinced this kid meant me harm, started barking furiously at mother and son again. "You people." Hu Meijuan's face fell, and she was about to explode. "Hu Meiwan, is this how you raise your kid? He just grabs whatever people won't give him. My son's in your house. You've got to take responsibility for this bite," she shouted, clutching her son's wound with a righteous look on her face. "Which eye of yours saw my dog bite your son?" I set down my bowl and stood up to face her. My tone made her flinch, but she stubbornly held her ground. "I don't care. It happened at your place, and you've got a dog. Can you explain it away? You haven't finished that half rack of ribs you got, right? Give the rest to my son, plus 10 yuan for medical bills, and we'll call it even." I had to hand it to her twisted logic. Her son gets bitten, and the first thing she thinks of is shaking me down. And if I say no, given once, and it never ends, she'd just keep coming back for more. Anything that ever went wrong from now on could get pinned on today. If you don't agree, I'll go straight to the village chief, the brigade leader, and I'll report you to the commune. Just then, I caught sight of Zizi quietly slipping around behind the mother and son. Then go ahead and report me, I said, the corner of my mouth curling up. You? Fine, fine, fine. So you won't do this the easy way, huh? Do you even know what bit your son just now? I ignored her threat and countered with my own question. What? She froze. I pointed to the ground behind her. Humaywan turned around. A weasel was standing upright on its hind legs, its two front paws bowing to them over and over, as if begging for a title. Night had already fallen. The eerie sight scared her so badly she stumbled back 2 steps and dropped flat onto the ground. Zizi immediately scrambled up her pant leg and onto her body. Zizi, Zizi. Aya. Watching the weasel climb toward her face, Humaywan scrambled to her feet, flailing wildly to swat Zizi away. Then she grabbed her stunned son and fled from my yard in a panic. Zizi, come back, I said, waving my hand. It darted up onto the table and let the whole family pet it. Never thought a little thing like you would make such a good guard for the house. I laughed. Here, give it a piece of meat too, Li Chong said, picking one out and handing it over. That night, while I was playing with Zizi inside, I heard another knock at the door. Who is it this late at night? It's me, Lu Qingshan. Brigade leader? I opened the door. It's so late, what brings you here? But my heart skipped a beat. That good-for-nothing Humaywan. She couldn't have actually gone and reported me to the commune, could she? The moment Li Jinhua saw him, he warmed right up. Ah, brother Qingshan. Sit, sit. Jamming, get that stuff we brought back last time. The malted milk, and make a cup for Brigade Leader Lu. I came this time to talk to Jamming about something. Did he do something wrong? If this kid's been acting up, go ahead and give him a smack. You have my permission. I was just coming out with the malted milk and my face went stiff. Uncle, I'm not that much of a troublemaker. No, Lu Qingshan quickly. This afternoon we hunted wild boar. Jamming and Zhang Qi did great. Jinhua, old friend, I'd like to talk to him alone. Sure, go on into his room. I won't get in your way. Once inside, I got straight to the point. Captain, what's this really about? Humaywan came looking for me. I sent her packing. I said nothing. I know. She's just jealous that your family's doing better now. Seems like there are more and more folks like her in this village. If nobody envies you, you're a nobody. I'm not scared of them. Never mind that. Lu Qingshan lowered his voice. I came today for something else. There were just too many wild boars coming down the mountain today. You know what that means? I didn't answer. It means this winter's going to be rough. Those words made my fists clench without thinking. This winter held too many memories I didn't want to relive. In past years, only a handful of boars ever wandered into the village. This many coming down at once to tear up the crops. It means there's no longer enough roots up on that mountain to feed them. His expression turned grave. I reported back to the commune, and word from up top is that the weather station's forecasting a brutal winter this year. On top of the crops getting torn up, the harvest is bound to take a big hit. Don't spread this around. That's why I didn't say it in front of your uncle. Famine has a way of creeping up on people before they ever see it coming. You know about the forest ranger position? What about it? The selection's been moved up. They're sending someone down to organize everyone for a trip up the mountain. First, to stock up on more food for winter. Second, to keep the boars from raiding the village again. Whatever wild game we catch this time actually goes to the people. The commune will trade it all for grain and store it up. My guess is the selection will probably come down to whoever bags the most boars on the mountain. Think you've got a shot? I'm betting on you. Once you're a ranger, you'll be somebody. After that, all those folks in the village who envy you won't dare come at you out in the open. I didn't rush to answer. I stayed quiet for a long while. If I become a ranger, does that mean I'll have to be like the old mountain keepers, living up on the mountain and taking those people from the village out to hunt? I could tell the folks up top weren't just looking for someone to stroll through the woods. They wanted to dump the hunting crew's work on this person too. So my first question cut right to it. Lu Qingshan knew exactly who I meant by those people. Come on now, mountain keepers are ancient history. Nobody's living up on the mountain these days. Just patrolling regularly is enough. You go up the mountain every day as a hunter anyway, so why not take the extra stipend? What's wrong with that? I curled my lip. 1 stipend for 2 jobs worth of work. And I'd have to drag that pack of ungrateful wretches up the mountain too? Small favors earn gratitude. Big favors earn resentment. Today you lead them up the mountain to ease the famine. By tomorrow he'll act like it's only right that you pave a road for the whole village. As for leading the hunting parties, Lu Qingshan said, catching his breath, old Zhang used to handle that. But after you partnered up with Zhang Qi, nobody's been taking care of it. Let's be generous about this. Otherwise these folks really won't make it through the winter. I'll think about it. All right, I'm heading out. Just put on a good showing when the time comes, and you've got it in the bag. I understood loud and clear. If I wanted to be the forest ranger, I had to lead people into the mountains this winter. Whether Zhang Qi was willing, I didn't know. But right now, I wasn't. Unless they let me name my terms, sweeten the deal. Then maybe I'd consider it. Before long, early winter arrived. There was a biting chill in the air. That day, a crowd gathered around the village bulletin board. I squeezed in for a look. It was the notice for selecting the forest ranger, pretty much exactly what Lu Qingshan had described. This shouldn't have come so soon. But a wild boar attack on the village had forced it ahead of schedule. The evaluation criteria were posted: physical fitness, marksmanship, and a hunt in the mountains. The first two came down to your own ability, but the last one required forming a team to go into the mountains. The notice didn't say why, and everyone standing around was baffled. But I saw it clearly. What they wanted wasn't a lone wolf. They wanted a pack leader, someone who could command respect and lead a team. Only then could the ranger chosen this winter shoulder all those goals Lu Qingshan had talked about. So the fitness and marksmanship tests were just appetizers. The real killer was the team hunt at the end. The moment the notice went up, the hunters quickly banded together. Zhao Yifu had fully recovered, and a group had gathered around him. Over on Yangsheng's side, a few of his buddies had teamed up too. Zhang Qi and I had already settled things between us. In the past, old Zhang and Zhang Qi had led the mountain trips. Him leading one more time this winter, no big deal. But when it actually came time to form a team, the two of us were stumped. Being too strong turned out to be our weakness. Zhang Qi and I never brought anyone else along. Just the two of us heading up the mountain in perfect sync, each taking our own game. Now that we wanted teammates, hardly anyone was willing to come. Wu Chunhua was making her rounds through the village, watching the two of us come up empty. The gloating on her face, she couldn't hide it if she tried. She dashed straight home to find Yangsheng. So, can you land me that forest ranger position and get me eating on the government's dime? Hard to say. Remembering past lessons, Yangsheng had lost all his confidence. Even with just the two of them, their skills aren't something to underestimate. What a rotten deal, hitching my wagon to you. You're scared stiff of just two people. How could you ever measure up to Zhao Yifu? What are you talking about? Yangsheng glared. Since when was Zhao Yifu fit to be compared with Li Jianming and Zhang Qi? Oh please, he's the village chief's nephew. That kind of advantage. Clout. You got any? Yangsheng went quiet. He wasn't sure he could take me and Zhang Qi. That's true, but Zhao Yifu? Him he didn't fear one bit. Meanwhile, Zhao Yifu had gathered his crew. Let me be straight with you. He looked around at everyone. In a fair fight, we can't beat Li Jianming and Zhang Qi. Even if it's just the two of them, we lose. That gap's unbridgeable. Accept it. So we're screwed no matter what, someone chimed in. Zhao Yifu smacked the guy on the head. If we were screwed, why the hell would I call you here? Who said we have to win head on? We split into two groups. Anyone who can hunt comes with me into the mountains. He lowered his voice, a wicked glint in his eyes. The other group's job is to tail Li Jianming and Zhang Qi, mess with them, make sure they can't bag anything. And if Li Jianming ends up alone, he drew a finger across his throat. That's not really okay, is it? Someone flinched. I said if he's alone. When a shot goes off, who's gonna prove it was you who fired? Once I'm the forest ranger and my uncle's still the village chief, you think there won't be plenty in it for you? He'd picked up this trick from the last lynx hunt. Back then, Yangsheng had led people to sabotage my hunt, and I couldn't get a proper shot off for days, had me on edge the whole time. It worked. The only thing Yangsheng hadn't dared to do was fire a shot in the dark. But this selection hunt was a one-day test at most. There wasn't much time to drag things out. What about Yangsheng's side? He's useless. Don't worry about him. Everyone was a little surprised, but the village chief's nephew had spoken, so they let it drop. Just as Zhang Qi and I were sweating over taking on the whole village with just the two of us, a group of people came knocking on our door. You two can't find teammates, huh? I took one look. What luck? These were exactly the hunters who, when the wild boars raided the village, hadn't hidden at home, but had come out and risked their necks alongside us. There were a few militiamen too. The one I'd saved that day kept calling me Brother Jamming, warm as could be. I asked around and learned that after the boar hunt, the way the squad leader had divided up the meat had angered the villagers, and these guys had become the scapegoats, getting targeted at every turn. Talk about a pillow arriving right when you're nodding off. I slapped my forehead. How had I not thought of them from the start? I counted heads, just enough for 2 teams. Zhang Qi and I would each lead one. All right, let's work out a battle plan. Everybody speak your mind. Looking at the hunters and militiamen in front of me, I already had a plan brewing. 2 teams. Zhang Qi and I each lead one. That gives us better odds. Here's how we set it up. I laid out the whole plan in one breath, and everyone kept nodding. We went back and forth, building on each other's ideas, playing to everyone's strengths, and finally locked it in. That settles it. These next few days, I want everybody sleeping well and building up your strength. 2 days before the test, the schedule and the point values were announced. 2 days. The one morning was physical training, running and mountain climbing, followed by shooting in the afternoon. The next day was hunting, a full day of it. Physical fitness counted for 20%, shooting 20%, and hunting 60%. Just as everyone expected, the main event came last. On the day of the evaluation, everyone gathered at the designated site. Up front stood a long table lined with name cards for the commune and village cadres. But nobody recognized the names on the seats in the center. Before long, the commune director, the brigade leader, and Zhao Xinjian came walking over, chatting and laughing with a few others. They ushered the guests to the center of the table. These were the leaders from the city. Zhao Xinjian sat beside the leaders, gesturing animatedly as he talked, occasionally pointing toward Zhao Yifu. The leaders didn't waste any time. After a few brief remarks, they had a young man beside them go over the details. There wasn't much to the physical and shooting portions. The focus was on hunting. It was a points system. Different game earned different scores, and the specific point values wouldn't be announced until right before the competition tomorrow morning. If there are no other questions, let's begin, said the middle-aged man seated in the center. Wait, I have a question. Someone below raised his hand. Everyone turned toward the voice. What's your question? The middle-aged leader asked in a booming voice. Sir, I noticed some people brought their own weapons. For fairness, shouldn't we all use the same kind of gun? The one speaking was none other than Zhao Yifu. The middle-aged leader nodded. This comrade makes a good point. Since this is an evaluation, it needs to be fair. That's the only way to see who's really got what it takes. Have the weapons been arranged? He turned to the village cadres. That's up to the brigade leader and the militia unit. Zhao Xinjian cut in, shooting a smug glance at Lu Qingshan. Lu Qingshan glared at him hard, but there was nothing he could do. Once it was put out in the open like that, it was sure to be adopted. The weapons are easy enough. We'll have it coordinated quickly. It won't hold up the evaluation, he replied. The evaluation officially began. Zhao Yifu sauntered over to me, looking pleased with himself. Well, kid, looks like that 98K of yours is going to gather dust at home this time. I gave him a sidelong look. You think I rely on the gun? Give us the same weapon and I'll still beat you one-handed. We'll see about that. Everyone lined up at the starting line. The rules were simple. Run from the start to a marked spot on the mountain, grab a small red flag, then carry it back to the start. You could pick your own route. Only the time counted. The starting gun fired, and everyone charged. Me, Zhang Qi, and Zhao Yifu shot out front, neck and neck. Yang Sheng, sly as a fox, stuck close behind us. That one on the left up front. That's the one who suggested standardizing the weapons. My nephew, Zhao Xinjian introduced with a grin to the middle-aged leader. Oh, so that's him, the leader nodded. Running this hard already? Your injury's healed, and you're showing off. I jabbed at Zhao Yifu as we ran. I've been fine for ages, he shot back. I stayed strong, but keeping up with my pace was already wearing him down. Every breath came in gasps the moment he opened his mouth. I smiled and pushed faster. Zhang Qi stayed right on my heels. Zhao Yifu watched helplessly as the gap widened, sinking back into Yang Sheng's group. The reviewing stand grew smaller behind us. Lu Qingshan saw that only Zhang Qi and I were out in front. The corner of his mouth curled up, and he stood. Director Lin, they've pulled way ahead. Why don't you take a rest? This is a tug of war. You can't tell anything from the start. What matters is who comes out on top in the end. Zhao Xinjian seethed inside. You sly old fox, waiting until Zhao Yifu fell behind before inviting the leaders to sit? Captain Liu is absolutely right, he shot back, refusing to be outdone. What is an early lead proof? We'll see who brings the flag back first. Hell, we won't really know until the test wraps up tomorrow. Zhang Qi and I kept up the lead. I glanced back. Zhao Yifu was dropping further and further behind. Yang Sheng, though, kept hanging on despite the distance. What's the deal with this kid? Didn't see that coming. He's always tailing us. Guess we trained him up just by messing with him. We both shut up after that, saving our breath. This test wasn't just about stamina, it was about knowing the mountains. No set route meant you had to figure out the fastest shortcut yourself. The midpoint was an old shack, abandoned for ages. The referee sat slumped in a chair, yawning with boredom, twirling a little red flag in his hand. Hey, hello there. Zhang Qi and I appeared out of nowhere. His foot jerked and he nearly toppled off the chair. That fast? What's fast about it? It's been a whole hour. Wait, that long already? I thought it had only been 5 minutes. He hurriedly untied the cloth wrapping the flags. One each, that's all you get. Inside the cloth were 8 flags in total. We each took one, leaving 6. Grabbing a flag was the only proof you'd reached the midpoint. In other words, anyone without a flag wouldn't even make it to the next round. One by one, 8 people claimed the red flags. Then the referee simply locked the door and left. Those who arrived later found the shack empty. They stood around dumbfounded, wanting to ask questions but finding no one, and had no choice but to turn back the way they came. Back at the starting line, everyone figured the timing was about right and gathered at the reviewing stand, waiting to see who'd come charging back first. There they are. Someone shouted it out. Down the distant path, figures were already closing in. Zhao Xinjian couldn't sit still. He rubbed his hands together and half rose from his seat. Village Chief Zhao, no faith in your own nephew? Lu Qingshan watched him with a grin. Zhao Xinjian's heart lurched. Who says I don't? Let's just see who comes back first. The figures grew clearer. Out front were 2 runners shoulder to shoulder, with a third trailing far behind. It's Li Jiaming and Zhang Qi. It's them. The young militia soldier cried out excitedly once he could see clearly. Zhao Xinjian couldn't hold it together any longer. He planted both hands on the table and stood. Got going. Zhang Qi and I sprinted back to the starting line, one right behind the other, in full view of everyone. We hoisted our red flags high and jammed them into the registration stand. Lu Qingshan rose unhurriedly and introduced us to the middle-aged official. Director Lin. These 2 are the finest hunters of our village's younger generation. One is the son of the old guard's top hunter. He's been going into the mountains with his father since he was a boy. The other's a newcomer, but his marksmanship and skills are every bit as good as any veteran's. Remember when the wild boars raided the village? 2 boars, and these 2 took them down, 1 each. Oh, then I'm looking forward to this afternoon's shooting even more, Director Lin said with a nod. Yang Sheng came stumbling back to the starting line. He'd pushed himself the whole way, trying to pace his energy, but we'd still left him far behind, chasing us until he was half-dazed and questioning his whole life. Yet when he got there, the registration stand held only 2 flags. I'm actually the third one back. In that moment, a flood of emotions hit him. He'd lost only to the 2 of us from start to finish, and he couldn't help feeling a little smug. He glanced back, no one behind him, and started cursing. Damn it. If I'd known I'd get third, why'd I bust my ass like that? Should have saved my energy for tomorrow. The top 8 trickled in one by one. Zhao Yifu came in 6th, but at least he got a flag. Those who came back empty-handed only found out when they registered. No flag, eliminated. The crowd slammed the table in fury. What do you mean, eliminated? You said go to the designated spot and grab a flag. We got there, and there was nobody. Now we come back and you say we didn't get a flag. What is this, some kind of joke? There was always someone at the designated spot. There were only 8 flags. You were too slow. You think the judge was going to hand out all the flags and then just sit there waiting for you? The staff member said. What kind of garbage rule is that? Why didn't you say up front there were only 8 flags and the rest get cut? You can't kick us out on that excuse. We're not accepting it. And what gives you the right to reject it? Lu Qingshan stepped forward. Captain, you clearly said we'd be scored by time. Now out of nowhere there's an elimination? That's a hidden rule. It's not fair. We demand to be scored by time. Let me make this crystal clear. Not a chance. Lu Qingshan said without an ounce of mercy. Why not? We went slow in the first half to save our strength for the second, and then we got there, and there was nobody. We wasted all that time for nothing. And weren't there 3 events anyway? Some of us are dead shots. You just eliminate us like that. How are we supposed to accept it? No, you're done. Because you never understood one thing. This is a selection, a competition. It's not a game of make-believe. Lu Qingshan's voice dropped. You were all thinking about coming from behind, always assuming there'd be a chance later. But why did the others give it everything from the very start? It's exactly that mindset of yours. The competition hadn't even begun, and you'd already lost. Go home. With an attitude like that, another chance would be wasted on you. This afternoon's bullets won't waste it on you. His words left everyone speechless, yet no one could argue back. During the lunch break, Zhao Xinjian pulled Zhao Yifu aside. Why are you such a disappointment? Fine, you can't beat Li Jiaming or Zhang Qi, but you can't even beat Yang Sheng? I was counting on you to make me look good in front of the higher-ups. Uncle, I really tried my best. I'm not fully recovered yet, but I made it to the next round, didn't I? I've got everything set up for the hunting phase. I'll win it for sure. Forget it. Zhao Xinjian waved his hand, knowing there was no point scolding him now. This afternoon, use your Type 56 semi-auto. Nobody knows that rifle better than you. That's your edge. And I've got my guy running the draw. I'll have him slot you ahead of Li Jianming and Zhang Qi. That way, you can rig something with the rifles. Zhao Yifu's eyes lit up, and he nodded hard. Zhao Xinjian patted his shoulder. What happened this morning is behind us. Take first place this afternoon. It's only worth 10%, but every point counts. Before the afternoon session began, the rules were announced. 2 rounds, stationary targets and moving targets, all using the same standard issue rifle. In the first round, shooters would go in order across 8 positions. And the last 3, positions 6, 7, and 8, happened to be Zhao Yifu, me, and Zhang Qi. Yang Sheng was up first. He walked to the firing line, picked up the Type 56 semi-auto, turned it over in his hands, and frowned deeply. Captain, I've never used this rifle before. Can I fire a couple of test shots first? Lu Qingshan sneered. Never used it? So you go home and grab your hunting rifle to shoot from this far out. Yang Sheng's face flushed, and he fell silent. Everyone was using the same unfamiliar rifle, and nobody got a test shot. He took 2 deep breaths, planted his feet, and raised the rifle. After each shot, he waited 3 seconds to steady his hands and his breathing before firing again. Target report, position 1, 85 points. I nodded from below. The kid was timid. His hands shook the moment he faced big game. But otherwise, he had real potential. The next 4 shooters went up. Not one of them beat him. Then it was Zhao Yifu's turn. He took the rifle, dropped the magazine, loaded, and racked the bolt in one smooth motion. This was the weapon he knew best. Target report, position 6, 87 points. The highest score yet. He tossed the rifle down, but instead of leaving, he hopped over in front of me and lowered his voice. I know you're good, but you can't use that Car 98 of yours here. You've never touched a Type 56 semi, have you? Me? I use one every single day. With that, he strutted off, looking smug. I picked up the rifle. In that split second earlier, my peripheral vision had swept across the rifle body as I aimed, and I already had a good idea of what was going on. Bang. First shot. 8 points. Something was wrong with the rifle. The realization was almost instinctive. #translation. I looked down to inspect it. There was the problem. 2 quick snaps, and it was fixed. Down below, Zhao Yifu's face went pale. How is that possible? He thought nobody understood the Type 56 better than he did. He was wrong. In my past life, I'd spent countless days and nights at the shooting range. I'd handled this rifle more times than he'd eaten meals. If anyone in this world had the right to say nobody knows it better than me, it was me and me alone. The corner of my mouth curled up. Asterisk bang, 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 asterisk. 8 shots in rapid succession, the intervals razor thin, as natural as breathing or taking a sip of water. After the 9th shot, I didn't spare my own target number 7 a second glance. I pivoted. Bang. The support pole beneath target number 6 snapped clean off. The paper target, still attached to half a pole, crumpled to the ground. The whole place erupted. Zhao Yifu shot to his feet, pointing at me. Li Jiaming, what's the meaning of this? My hand shook on the last shot. I said with a cold snort. That a problem? You? Hands shake sometimes. It didn't affect your score, and I'm not asking for a redo. Target 7, 88 rings. The crowd gasped. With those 8 consecutive shots as proof, anyone could see the last shot was intentional. Otherwise, it would have been 98. If you suck, practice more. I looked straight at him. Don't think I don't know you rigged that rifle. That one's on me. I was careless, gave you too much credit as a person. But you can't even win by cheating. So tell me, aren't you the one who sucks? At the center of the presiding table, Section Chief Lin laughed out loud. Captain Liu, this kid you mentioned, he really is something. Beside him, Zhao Xinjian's face had turned green. His own nephew had tried to pull a dirty trick, only to get crushed under my foot while I stole the entire show. Referee, aren't you going to do something? Zhao Yifu snapped, humiliation turning to rage. The referee had already heard Section Chief Lin's remark. Why would he bother with Zhao? Was he wrong? It didn't affect your score. What are you so worked up about? Next, I handed the rifle to Zhang Qi, who had stepped up. Qi, this thing got tampered with. I fixed it. Just shoot like normal. Zhang Qi took the rifle, his voice unsteady. Brother, that move you just pulled. If we hadn't been partners this long, I'd seriously wonder whether you were even human. Don't be so dramatic. Go ahead and put up 90-something rings yourself. The other contestants watched all this unfold, their faces draining of color. Some had already started thinking about pulling out. But what they didn't know was, it was still far too early to quit. Target 8, 96 rings. Zhang Qi took first place, but everyone knew exactly who the real number 1 was. With the fixed targets finished, they switched to moving targets. The staff planted 2 forked poles at either end of the range and strung a thick iron wire between them. From the wire hung 5 lines, each one a ball of mud tied to a wire. People stood on chairs at each end, pushing and pulling the wire so the mud ball swung wildly left and right. How they pulled depended entirely on their mood, no pattern at all. A crude method, dirt cheap, but genuinely hard to hit. 30 seconds, 7 rounds. Score by the number of mud balls you hit. When time's up, any unused shots are forfeited. This time Zhao Yifu's dirty tricks were useless. We drew lots, and I ended up last. Yang Sheng got lucky again, first up. Begin. The wire yanked randomly, the mud ball darting left, then right, sometimes freezing and quivering when the tension balanced out on both ends. Yang Sheng aimed for 7 or 8 seconds without firing a single shot. Only then did he taste the difficulty, and the pressure doubled. Bang, bang, 2 rounds off. And again, luck was on his side. The 2 men at the ends happened to pull toward themselves at the same moment, and the ball stopped for 4 or 5 seconds. Bang, bang. He seized the chance and fired 2 more in a row. 7 rounds done, 3 balls hit. Damn it, he cursed in frustration, nearly throwing down the gun. Truth was, if he hadn't hesitated those few seconds, he could have done better. Hunting in the mountains allows for empty chambers. It was never about luck, but decisiveness. Zhao Yifu went second. With Yang Sheng having cleared the path, he didn't hesitate. But his skill was limited. Just aiming left him drenched in sweat. In the end, 7 rounds, 3 balls too. Zhang Qi went third. He took the gun and checked it inside and out. I'd reminded him again and again down below. Never overestimate Zhao Yifu's character. Start the clock. Zhang Qi raised the gun steadily. Breathe. Aim. Just like shooting a live target in the mountains. Bang. Not bad. A true child of a hunting family, Director Lin said to Lu Qingshan. This young man's got real skill, and his temperament's gentler than that Li Jiaming's. Zhao Xinjian immediately sidled up. You're absolutely right, Director Lin. Last time, when the wild boars raided the village, Li Jiaming did his part, sure, but that kid's got a terrible attitude. The boar meat he took down. He wouldn't even share it with the villagers, like those pigs were born to be his alone. Lu Qingshan's face flushed red at once. The boar-sharing decision had been his call. Zhao Xinjian was pinning the blame on me, cornering him so he wouldn't dare speak up. Just as Lu Qingshan gritted his teeth to explain, Director Lin spoke first. Young men are full of fire. A bit of a temper is normal. Besides, he's earned merit. No gold is pure. No man is perfect. This is exactly the time we need capable people. As long as he's got the skill, a little temper is a small flaw we can tolerate. Zhao Xinjin froze. You're right, Director Lin. Director Lin shifted the topic. Village Chief Zhao, the fellow whose target pole got shot off in the last round. That was your nephew, wasn't it? Is there some bad blood between those two, and that's why you're talking about him like this? Zhao Xinjin hurriedly denied it. No, I'd never dare. He knew full well, from now on, there was no way he could ruin things for me and Zhang. Qi's image in Director Lin's eyes was set now. Bang, bang. The third contestant fired all 5 shots and missed every single one. Zhang Qi, on the other hand, blew away all 5 clay balls with 5 shots. The guy completely lost it. He slammed his gun down on the table, his voice trembling. I'm done. I quit. The staff member glanced awkwardly toward the main platform. A uniformed man in a cap standing beside Director Lin barked out. Let him quit. Get lost now. Anyone else want out? Speak up now. I'll approve it. No problem. The team heading into the mountains tomorrow doesn't need this many people anyway. Anybody who wants to turtle up the moment they fall behind. We don't want that kind of trash as a ranger. The words didn't leave an ounce of face for anyone. The remaining few were already no match for the 4 of us. And hearing this, they each started thinking about backing out. I quit. I'm out too. The last one let out a long sigh. Ugh, I'll quit too then. 8 people. And just like that, only 4 were left. I stood up from my chair, turned to Zhang Qi, and said, this is all your fault. Shooting that well and scaring everyone off. You've got the nerve to blame me? Zhang Qi shot back instantly. Why don't you consider whether it was you scaring them off in the last round? After our little exchange, I stepped up to the shooting position and checked my gun. Ready? Let's go. Get set. Time starts now. Bang, bang. In one raise of my arm, 2 clay balls burst apart. I predicted the trajectory based on how the hanging ropes were moving, and immediately, bang, bang, 2 more. 4 for 4. 3 bullets left, a dozen or so seconds on the clock, just the last ball to go. Ending it like this would be way too boring. I took a deep breath and raised my gun, waiting. I waited for the 2 ends to sync up again, right as the last clay ball swung to its highest point on one side, dragging the rope with it. Now, bang, bang, bang. The first shot snapped the rope, and the clay ball, freed from its restraint, flew upward. Just before it fell, the second shot hit it. The ball didn't shatter, but the impact lifted it higher again. When it reached the peak and was just about to drop, the third shot finally came and shattered it. The entire place went dead silent. Is this even human? Zhang Qi's voice shook. Even he was stunned. Once he snapped out of it, he pointed at me and cursed. See that? I told you it was you who scared people off. Good thing you drew last. If you'd gone first, even I would have wanted to quit. Were you deliberately hiding this from me? Why would I hide it from you? If I'd wanted to keep it secret, I wouldn't have shot like this today. I leaned in close to his ear and lowered my voice. I was actually trying to show off and force those 2 to quit too. Who knew these 2 idiots wouldn't drop out even after all that? Zhao Yifu slumped to the ground. Watching that solo performance of mine, his eyes went completely hollow. That kind of marksmanship, he'd never catch up to it. Not in this life or the next. Captain Liu, this kid. Has the kid ever served? Asked the man in the hat. No. He's just a kid, 17 or 18. I watched him grow up, Lu Qingshan answered. But lately it's like something just clicked in him. His skills came out of nowhere, practically overnight. You interested, Section Chief Qi? Section Chief Qi nodded. With shooting like that, even if the kid didn't make the cut as a forest ranger, he'd be a real catch to have under his own command. Not one of his men could shoot like that. Fan Daong, standing off to the side, started to sweat. A talent this good, and he'd never spotted him before. Now the kid finally showed his stuff, and some guy from the city was already trying to snatch him up. The scoring wrapped up. Because I deliberately shot away Zhao Yifu's target pole and finished 8 rings behind Zhang Qi on the fixed targets. Zhang Qi was sitting in first place for the day. The staff told the 4 of us to come back the next morning to hear the final rules. That night, at Zhao Xinjin's house. In the dim room, The two of them sat across from each other, not saying a word. You sure about tomorrow? Zhao Xinjin spoke first. He'd tried to smear me in front of Director Lin today, but hadn't made a dent. If anything, my little display of trick shooting had left him rattled, and now all he could do was turn around and ask his nephew. That disgusted look he'd worn at noon, the one that said his nephew was a hopeless disappointment. He couldn't manage it now. Not even a trace. He couldn't. There was no way. Yeah. Zhao Yifu gritted his teeth. Tomorrow's hunt counts for 60%. That's what really decides it. I already promised those hunters something to keep them from teaming up with Li Jianming and Zhang Qi. Tomorrow those two will only be able to form a team of two. The guys I lined up will tail them the whole way, mess with them until the hunt's over. There's just the two of them. Two fists can't fight four hands. His eyes went dark. The key is this. We absolutely cannot let them use their own guns. He's still got a pistol on him. Tomorrow they need to get a full-body search. As long as he can't use his own gun, he won't be able to pull anything off. At first light, everyone for the final hunting exam had gathered. For people, Zhang Qi, me, and those two who still had their eyes on the forest ranger spot, Zhao Yifu and Yang Sheng. The rules were simple and brutal. Team up and head into the mountains, 4 hunting rifles per team. Beyond that, no privately owned firearms of any kind allowed. Kills were tallied by points. Small game like pheasants and hares counted for 1 point. The real money was in the big stuff. An adult wild boar was 10 points, a piglet 5. An adult wolf was 8 points, a wolf cub 3. From the moment you entered the mountains until 5:30 in the afternoon, you had the whole day. You hauled your kills back yourself to get them counted. One more rule. All wolves and boars taken were to be handed over, exchanged for grain, and stored with the brigade. I got it the second I heard it. This rule shut down any road to cheating, and it let them use these people's hands to clear out a batch of animals that would come into the village and cause trouble before winter set in. So the points. That's the only reason the payout's so high. Yang Sheng started grumbling. Why the hell should they force us to go hunt wild boars and then confiscate the meat too? He was scared of boars. Half the color had drained from his face. You got a problem? Section Chief Qi glared at him. If you're too scared, back out now. There's still time. I heard somebody in your village can take on a boar. No problem, no problem. Yang Sheng immediately shrank back. Zhao Yifu looked at Yang Sheng like he was staring at an idiot. His whole mind was fixed on how to deal with me and Zhang Qi. But once everyone had gotten into formation, he froze. He'd probably assumed that Zhang Qi and I could each scrape together 2 or 3 warm bodies at most. What he didn't count on was, we each brought a whole squad, and there were militiamen in them too. Militiamen. Now he had nowhere to point that dirty gun of his. Chief, they've got militiamen in their squads, he shouted at Section Chief Qi. So they've got militiamen. And we're all hunters here. He's bringing in militia, this. What about the militia? Any rule against them joining a team? Or do you figure one militiaman can take down 10 boars single-handedly and ruin the fairness? Zhao Yifu choked on that. So much whining. Anything else? Once you're in the mountains, nobody's gonna hold your hand. Yeah, he wouldn't let it go. Search them. Check who's smuggled in a weapon. I laughed. You're really trying to squeeze every last drop, aren't you? So scared somebody might get one over on you. Cut the crap. You dare to be searched or not? Go ahead. I'm not the only one getting searched anyway. The staff went down the line, patting everyone down. When they got to me, nothing. I shot him a glance and let the corner of my mouth curl up. Think you can dig out what I've got hidden? You're still green. Once we're in the mountains, you'll find out. I led my squad and slipped into the woods first. I'd guessed Zhao Yifu would split his forces. Sure enough, he broke his people into 3 groups. One to hunt me down, one after Zhang Qi, and the rest going with him to bag the big game. His plan was loud and clear. Avoid a head-on fight. Keep circling back. Just make our lives miserable. The forest was huge. Who said only they were allowed to hunt a given patch? Too bad. That's a game I can play too. That day my tactics came down to one thing. Stick to Zhao Yifu like a burr and hand first place to Zhang Qi. So I pulled nearly all the militiamen to my side, while Zhang Qi's group was all seasoned old hunters, steady as they come. The men Zhao Yifu sent after me ran straight into my people and got pinned down on the spot. Then, covered head to toe in grass, I crept out ahead of him. He led his men into the brush and found 2 grown boars, happily rooting up tubers in the dirt. Get ready, he whispered. For gun barrels poked out from the grass. I beat them to it. Bang, bang. 2 shots gone wide, deliberately wide. The boars took off running. Who fired? Zhao Fu blew up. I rose up out of the grass and walked toward him step by step, brushing the grass off my face. Surprise. Li Jiaming. What the hell are you doing here? Why can't I be here? I said, taking my time. The woods are huge. Who says you're the only one allowed to hunt out here? His face froze for a second. He recognized those words. Don't bother guessing. I cut off his train of thought. I'm just here to screw you over. You're a crack shot, and you came all this way just to mess with me? So you're just handing the forest ranger job to Zhang Qi. I don't care whether I get it or not. I stared at him. But I can't let you get it. If you took that position, you'd abuse it every single day just to make my life hell. So, let Zhang Qi have it. He was so mad his face turned purple. But he knew I was right. If he really got the job, he'd never let me set foot in these mountains again. But, he sneered, raising his gun. You were stupid enough to come out here alone to die. Don't move. Those words were mine. He looked up, and somehow, there was now a pistol in my hand, its black muzzle pointed right at his forehead. You brought a handgun. That's against the rules. Aren't you afraid I'll report you? Report me. I laughed. You think a one-sided statement counts as evidence? Don't move. Nobody move. His men sprang out from the bushes, guns leveled at me. Zhao Fu let out a breath. Li Jiaming, oh Li Jiaming. You walked right into it. Don't blame me for what happens next. You want to kill me out here? Why not? Dead men don't talk. My smile turned even colder. Who said I came alone? Rustle, rustle. Several figures rose up from the grass, their muzzles all trained on his men. Now it's 4 on 4. I've got militiamen on my side, and I'm holding an extra semi-auto. I hefted the gun. Let's see which is faster, your hunting rifles or my pistol? The standoff froze. With this many people watching, you don't have the guts to actually kill me. Zhao Fu's eyes darted around. How about everybody lowers their guns and talks? Fine. You first. You first. Your gun's the dangerous one. Exactly because my gun's the dangerous one, you should go first. Both sides just stood there, locked in place. One of his men cracked first. Boss, come on. I'll put mine down first. He tossed his gun to the ground, and the rest followed. They all put theirs down, Zhao Fu said, staring at me. You still won't. On the count of 3, 2, 1, we drop them together. Deal. 3, 2, 1, drop. We let go at the same time. He'd been holding his gun with both hands. He spread them apart, and the gun hit the ground. I'd been holding mine one-handed. My right hand let go, but my left hand smoothly caught the pistol as it fell, the muzzle steady. Pointed back at his own forehead. Li Jiaming. You cheated. All's fair in war. Just then, a burst of pounding footsteps came from the woods. Damn. The boars are back. They charged straight at us. I was the only one with a gun. I had no choice. I swung the barrel toward the boars. Zhao Fu seized the moment. He grabbed the hunting rifle off the ground and bolted. Bang! I fired twice at the charging boars. Squeal! The boars screamed. In the split second I was busy turning my gun around, Zhao Fu snatched up the rifle and dove into the woods. Keep an eye on the boars and these guys. Don't let them pull any more tricks. I left the militiamen behind and took off after him. What's the rush? I shouted. Where was this speed during yesterday's fitness test? Don't chase me. I won't run if you stop chasing. He panted between gasps. The roles had reversed. Now I was the hunter, tracking, stamina. I had him beat on every count. No matter how he ran, he couldn't shake me. After a stretch, he stopped, gulping air, wiped the sweat off his forehead, gripped the rifle steady, flicked off the safety, and scanned around warily. I picked up a rock and tossed it into the bushes off to the side. Rustle, rustle. Bang. He didn't hesitate, fired straight at the sound. Well, hell. He was actually shooting to kill. I cursed under my breath. He'd never planned to just wait me out. He genuinely wanted me dead. Li Jianming, if you know what's good for you, stop following me. Or don't blame me when this gun goes off. His voice was shaking. All bluff. I raised my gun and aimed at his feet. Bang. Bang. Dirt exploded around his boots. He stumbled back 2 steps, legs trembling. Li Jianming, you son of a... He swore, then slung the rifle and ran again. I stayed with him, always keeping the same distance, close enough that I could hit him, far enough that he couldn't hit me. He got it too. I wasn't missing, I was toying with him. But he didn't dare turn and shoot again. 1. He couldn't hit me. 2. He was scared of really setting me off. A precious life like his, the village chief's own nephew, wasn't worth throwing away in a fight with a dirt-poor nobody like me. So he ran, and I chased, and there was nowhere for him to hide. We ran a long while. Little by little, the footsteps behind him stopped. He halted, turned around, looked all around, and slowly let out a breath. Phew. Facing the way he'd come, he shuffled forward on wobbly legs, then dropped his whole weight down, collapsing onto his backside and leaning back. Not a tree. More like a pair of legs? HSSS. Come on, Li Jiaming. Can't you just pretend nothing happened today? What's the point of dragging this out with me? Go back and hunt for game now. There's still time. He said it all so vividly, but there was no response behind him. And there, facing him, stood someone. That person. Why did they look so much like me? Truth is, I'd stopped a while ago. Halfway through the chase, I'd spotted animal droppings on the ground and a set of ridiculously huge footprints. In the woods, if everything suddenly goes quiet except for the birds, you'd better pray it's not, because something big has scared all the other animals away. I stood at a distance, raised my hand, and gave him a wave. Zhao Fu froze solid. Li Jiaming's over there. So what the hell is behind me? He was trembling all over, too scared to look back. He could feel the thing behind him slowly crouch down, then stretch out an impossibly long tongue and lick his face. On that pink tongue, rows and rows of tiny barbs. The thing leaned down, sniffing and licking at Zhao Fu's face. That one lick made every hair on his body stand on end. Maybe the lick jolted his adrenaline, because his frozen, dead legs suddenly reconnected with his brain. He scrambled away on all fours, putting good distance between them, then turned to look. A black bear. The beast stood on all fours, staring at him with a dumb, blank expression. Zhao Fu's hands and legs shook so badly, he couldn't even grip his rifle. The bear could smell the gunpowder in the air, but the second it saw this two-legged creature shaking like a leaf, all its wariness drained away, and it lunged straight at him. I watched from a distance, a chill running through me. This black devil was practically a demon. Bang! Zhao Fu stumbled as he reloaded and fired just as the bear closed in. The gunshot startled it into leaping back a few steps. It waited 2 or 3 seconds, realized it wasn't hurt at all, and charged again. Roar! At that low, guttural roar, Zhao Fu nearly died of fright. He dropped the gun, spun around, and bolted. I almost laughed out loud. His legs weren't sore anymore, and he was running faster than a rabbit. Looks like the lesson from that lynx last time really stuck. But my laughter died fast, because that son of a bitch was running straight toward me. You motherf. I took off like a shot. Li Jiaming, why are you running so fast? Wait for me. Zhao Fu had already been exhausted, and now he was running so hard his lungs felt like they'd burst. But he didn't dare stop. If his lungs didn't burst, his head would. Wait for you. Do I look crazy? Good thing I'd been training my endurance since being reborn. Otherwise, with my body from my past life, I might not have outrun him. And then I'd have learned firsthand what they say. I don't have to outrun the bear, I just have to outrun you. For a moment, 2 men and 1 bear tore through the forest, sending birds and beasts scattering in every direction. Elsewhere, Yang Sheng's group had just brought down a wild boar. It wasn't big, but it was at least full-grown. A good haul. Who said I couldn't bag a boar? Yang Sheng grinned as he looked down at his prize. He knew full well that raw skill. Can't beat me and Zhang Qi. But who knows? You've got to take your shot at that slim chance. Maybe luck's on his side. Just as he was thinking this, his teammates' ears perked up. Sheng, sounds like there's more over there. Yang Sheng leaned in to listen. Sure enough, there was movement, and not a little. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Whoa, from the sound of it, that's at least 3 or 4 wild boars. Before he'd even finished, a figure came bursting out of the woods. Yang Sheng stared, dumbfounded. Li Jiaming? Why is it you? Damn it, where's my boar? I glanced back while running. It's coming, bro, it's coming. Just hold on. It'll be here any second. What the hell is he talking about? Sheng, more movement, his teammate said. Asterisk rustle. Rustle, 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 asterisk. Yang Sheng thought to himself, don't tell me Li Jiaming's being chased by a boar too? Ha, Li jamming. Oh, Li jamming. So you've got days like this too. He had his men aim their guns at the bushes. But what came bursting out was, again, a person. Zhao Yifu. Everyone was about to fire and barely managed to hold back. You two playing hide and seek, pretending to be boars to mess with me? Yang Sheng snapped. Zhao Yifu didn't even acknowledge him, just kept sprinting. Bro, there's more. More. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A black head poked out from the bushes. That black bear had been circling us through the woods for ages, and it had finally caught up. It looked at the row of people with guns raised in front of it, and everyone stared right back at that black head. The air froze instantly. Neither side dared to move. A black bear. Rower. The whole crowd scattered in terror, completely forgetting they still had guns in their hands. I was out in front, and the bear wasn't after me anyway, so I ducked off to the side and stopped to watch. It had set its sights on one of the guys in Yang Sheng's group. You idiot. You've got a gun, shoot it. I yelled at the top of my lungs. The guy snapped out of it, and, trembling, fumbled for his bullets. He was so nervous it took several tries just to get out 2 rounds, and his hand shook so badly while loading that he dropped one. He didn't even bother aiming, just spun around and fired. Bang. Rower. The black bear paused, let out a furious roar, switched targets, and charged straight at Yang Sheng. Damn it. Why is it coming after me now? Yang Sheng took off running. That shot hadn't done much damage, but it had made the bear wary, so it went for the one with the weakest fight in him. And Yang Sheng's next move only proved the point. Just like last time with the boar, he started climbing a tree. Don't climb the tree, I shouted frantically. This isn't a sow. It can climb, and way faster than you. Too late. Yang Sheng had already made it halfway up. The bear rushed to the base of the tree, kicked off with all 4 paws, and shot upward at terrifying speed. Help! Somebody help me. Watching the bear come flying up at him, Yang Sheng nearly wet his pants again. Asterisk bang. Bang. Asterisk. I drew the Luger from my waist and fired twice. Hashtag translation. Roar. The black bear let out an agonized cry and tumbled down from the tree trunk. Yang Sheng let out a long breath, and his clenched bladder finally relaxed too. But barely 2 seconds later, the bear scrambled to its feet, glanced at its wounds, glared at me again, and came charging with a furious roar. I bolted. A pistol is a pistol, after all. At a distance, even if both shots landed, the impact was nowhere near a rifle's close-range hit. I swapped magazines as I ran. I hadn't expected things to get this tricky today, so I'd only brought 2, and this was the last one. Bang. Bang. I turned to fire off a couple more shots now and then, but I couldn't aim while running, so they barely did anything. No good. In a situation like this, I needed to get in close and take it down with the shotgun. An idea popped into my head. I stopped shooting and made a beeline for a thick, sturdy tree. I sped up to the base, then kicked off hard with both feet, using the momentum to run a few steps up the trunk and grab the lowest thick branch. Hand over hand, I swung myself out to the far end away from the trunk, nimble as a monkey. Seeing me climb a tree without shooting, the bear assumed I was out of bullets and had lost my nerve. It immediately wrapped itself around the trunk and scrambled up fast. Reaching my height, it slowly stretched out to grab me. Watch out, everyone shouted. Asterisk crack. Crack. Asterisk. The sound of branches snapping came from beneath the bear's feet. Startled, it didn't dare reach any farther. But not reaching didn't mean giving up. It backed up a couple of steps, braced its rump against the trunk, and raised a front paw to swat at the branch. Crack. The branch snapped again with a sharp crunch. The bear reared its paw up high, about to bring it down. Bang. Crack. Almost the instant the branch broke, I whipped out my Luger and put a round straight into its eye. Asterisk thud. Whump. Asterisk. The bear and I hit the ground at the same time, one landing firmly on 2 feet, the other flat on its back. Roar. Clutching its right eye, the bear let out a low, tearing growl. The thing they call Black Blind Man was now genuinely half-blind. Damn it, even that won't kill it. I steadied myself, turned, and ran. I'd meant to finish it in one shot, but this beast had way too much health. Give me the gun and the ammo. I yelled, running to the tree Yang Sheng was in. Huh what? Do you know what time it is? Oh. Yang Sheng fumbled to pull the slung rifle off his back and tossed it down along with the ammo. Catch. I caught the gun, looked up at him, and was speechless. You're still not coming down? Did you not just see what that was like? Before I could finish, the bear had caught up behind me again, its roar dripping with savagery. I was certain that if it got its claws on me, it'd start chewing from the face. Terrified, Yang Sheng shrank back up the tree and only slid down once I'd lured the bear far enough away. Whoever set the trap, come lead the way, I shouted as I ran. Yang Sheng's crew exchanged uneasy glances. They had dug a trap, but that boar trap, nobody could say for sure it'd hold a bear that size. Besides, the bear was chasing me, so whoever led the way would be walking straight into the lion's den. So you're all just a bunch of cowards, huh? Fine, I'll do it. Yang Sheng actually stepped forward. Sheng, you sure about this? Everyone asked, stunned. If it wasn't for him back there, I'd have been swatted dead already. If you won't go, then hand over your gear. Yang Sheng jutted out his neck, snatched a rifle from someone's hands, picked two brothers willing to come along, and charged after me. Li jamming. I looked back. It was Yang Sheng, coming around with his men to help. I never saw that coming. We'll cut through the shortcut and get ahead. You follow us. We'll lure it into the boar pit I dug. Got it. Roar. Behind me, the black bear let out another furious roar. It had locked onto me for good, itching to tear apart the man who'd blinded its eye. Thank God the beast couldn't understand human speech. I picked up the pace. By the time I came around to the front, Yang Sheng and the other two were already waiting. Run? Don't worry about me. When the bear comes, I'll keep up. The three of them immediately took the lead, sprinting toward the trap. It's over there. We hit it well, so match our steps, build up speed, and jump across. Don't fall in yourself. Around a few more bends. We're here. One after another, the three of them leaped over the pit, then stood on the far side, anxiously waiting for me. The black bear and I were closing in fast. Jump, Yang Sheng shouted when I was 3 steps from the pit. HAA. I launched myself over. But the black bear behind me, the instant I cleared the pit, stopped dead in its tracks. It was eerie. This thing's turned into some kind of demon. The three of them stared, jaws dropped. So much for it not understanding human speech. Something's really off about it. I muttered too. Was there actually a person hiding inside that bear's hide? The bear was on high alert, not daring to rush forward. The situation was too much like the trick I'd pulled on it earlier up in the tree. It was afraid of getting caught again, so it slammed to a halt. At the same moment, Yang Sheng, the other two, and I all raised our guns and aimed at it. 4 men and 1 bear, frozen in place. It was early winter up north, but sweat beaded on my face, sliding down drop by drop. I couldn't tell if it was from the running or from this deadlocked standoff squeezing it out of me. Suddenly, I edged half a step to the bear's right side. I was still the one it hated most. Seeing this cunning human move to its right, its blind side, it turned to follow. Just as I thought. No matter how careful and crafty this bear was, its right eye was well and truly blinded by me. Its vision had to have a dead zone, so I'd circle it. That was my plan. The close-range shot hadn't killed it, so I tried the trap. It wouldn't take the trap, so I'd use its blind spot to run it in circles until it dropped. I kept shifting my footwork, working my way into the blind zone of its right eye. Drilling in. The black bear couldn't figure out what I was up to, and it started to panic. I seized on its confusion and turned the tables. Now I was the one leading its steps. Finally, the moment came. I lunged forward and leveled the gun straight at it. The bear whipped around to chase after me in its blind spot. But the instant it turned, it saw my gun pointed right at its one good eye. Click. I squeezed the trigger, and the hammer fell. The bear flinched and dodged again. And in that split second, one of its paws stepped right into the trap I'd so carefully laid for it. The gun didn't fire. The magazine had been empty for a while now. That clicking was nothing but the hollow snap of metal. It had fallen for it. No matter how cunning it was, an animal's wits could never match a man's. Thud. Roar. Roar. The bear plunged into the pit and howled in fury as the spikes inside tore into it. But this pit had been dug for wild boars. Neither the depth of the spikes nor the height of the pit was enough to kill it. Enduring the pain, it clawed its way up, struggling. The moment its head poked out, several gun barrels were already pressed against the space between its eyes. Asterisk bang. 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 Asterisk. I stood at the edge of the pit and looked down. That black head had already been blown apart. This time, it was truly dead. Together, we hauled the bear out of the pit. Damn, this thing's heavy. Must be over 300 pounds. I swung my cleaver, hacked off the bear's paws, split open its hide, and had it butchered in no time. Come on, let's carry it back. After all that, Yangsheng's team had lost all appetite for hunting. Zhao Yifu was in no position to threaten Zhang Qi anymore, and I was spent myself, unable to fight another round. So everyone headed back to the village before the hunt was officially over. Only Zhang Qi's team was still up in the mountains. The village leaders and the crowd of onlookers waiting at the village entrance saw Yangsheng's team carrying 2 wild boars on poles and a few hares in hand, me hauling a pile of freshly cut meat on my back, and Zhao Yifu returning empty-handed. It's not even 5:30. How come all 3 teams are back already? Plenty of people were puzzled. Yangsheng registered the boars and hares, and the 2 pigs were immediately turned over to the collective. But when it came to me, I had no intention whatsoever of registering that pile of bear meat. Right away, someone got worked up again, remembering the last time the village hunted wild boars, and remembering the first time I went up the mountain and divided the meat. The old jealousy came surging up. Li Jiaming, why aren't you registering and handing over what you caught? We agreed everything gets turned over to the collective in exchange for grain. You think you can pull the same special treatment stunt as before? The words were sly, and they hit their mark. I answered him coolly. What I killed wasn't a wild boar, and it wasn't a wolf either. What the hell is there to register? And as for pulling special treatment, which time are you talking about? The team leader and the higher-ups are all right here. If you've got a grievance, spit it out now. The moment I said it, I made it clear I'd drag him right in front of the leaders for a face-to-face confrontation. The man instantly deflated. Li Jiaming, you didn't kill a boar? Then what did you kill? All cut up into pieces like. Is that so? Lu Qingshan puzzled over it. He'd always thought highly of me and had been hoping I'd come out on top this time. Instead, my team came back empty-handed on the wild boar front and stirred up this whole mess besides. We killed a black bear. Not sure how that counts. Whoa! Gasps broke out all around. What? Say that again. You killed a what? Lu Qingshan couldn't believe his ears. A black bear. Don't believe me? Ask them. Yang Sheng and the others were all there. We took it down together. That's true, actually. Lu Qingshan froze. Sure enough, the rules had never said a word about how killing a black bear would be scored. For one thing, bears were considered too dangerous. Nobody was ever supposed to tangle with one. For another, this bear had been brought down by 2 teams working together. So even if you did want to count it, how would you split the credit? At that moment, Zhao Yifu, who'd kept quiet until now, jumped in. Even so, that bear was killed during this hunt, so it should be turned in. And another thing, I want to report Li Jiaming. He broke the rules and brought his own gun. Damn it, why don't you just shut the hell up and get lost? The second Zhao Yifu demanded I hand over the bear, Yang Sheng blew his top. I told him on the way back that he had a share in this bear. What Zhao Yifu was saying amounted to snatching the meat right out of his mouth. Bear paws, bear bile, every part of it was worth good money. Yang Sheng looked ready to blow his head off right then and there. The few of us risked our necks to take this bear down. The bosses haven't even said a word. Who the hell are you to say it gets turned in? Yang Sheng roared. And besides, if Li Jiaming hadn't brought his own gun, you might not even be standing here right now. What exactly happened here? Spell it out. Lu Qingshan barked, frowning. Yang Sheng gave a quick rundown. Hunting the boar, running into the bear, and joining forces with me to bring it down. I added a few things on the side. I didn't bring up the fact that Zhao Yifu and I had been trying to sabotage each other out there. Neither did he. Bringing it up would just start an endless round of finger-pointing, and it wouldn't do either of us any good. Before long, Zhang Qi's team came back too, 6 wild boars. Director Lin, what do you think about this? Lu Qingshan was out of ideas and could only turn to Director Lin. What's there to say? We go by the rules. I spoke up first. Zhang Qi bagged the most boars, so his overall score is the highest. He's the forest ranger, fair and square. No way. I don't agree. The moment Zhang Qi looked set to take the position, Zhao Yifu jumped up again. Today's an unusual situation. I'm requesting a rematch. You don't agree? Who the hell cares what you agree to? I stared him down. I never asked you to hand over the bear I killed for free, and you've got a problem with that. Zhang Qi has the highest score, and you don't agree with that either. All because you're the village chief's nephew? Funny. I've never once seen the team leader hand out favors to his own relatives. You, you sniveling little punk. Zhao Yifu was so furious he stamped his feet, jabbing his finger at me. Enough. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Zhao Xinjian. Someone shushed him, worried this nephew would blurt out something crass in front of the officials. Director Lin didn't even glance at Zhao Yifu. He turned to Yang Sheng and me. You said you were panicking at the time, but you ended up killing the bear anyway. Who stepped up to take charge? Walk me through that part again, in detail. It was Li Jianming who took charge. Yang Sheng jumped in. Come to think of it, he saved my life too. He could have just left us, but he didn't. That black bear was so cunning. You guys weren't there to see it. Yang Sheng told it like a storyteller, pouring out the whole thing. How I fought the bear, how I directed him, and man, he made it sound thrilling. When Director Lin finished listening, his face broke into a grin. Huh, well said. And there's one thing he got right. Without Li Jianming, you'd have had some serious casualties today. Nobody's going to dispute that, right? As for Zhao Yifu's accusation about me carrying a private firearm, Director Lin had long since put it out of his mind. This young man heard his own evaluation to save others, didn't complain once, and even said to go by the rules. Director Lin's gaze went cold as it swept toward Zhao Yifu. Now look at certain people, a rematch? With your skill level, you think a rematch would even matter for you? You didn't bag anything yourself, and when you saw someone else risk their life to kill a bear, you got jealous and demanded he hand it over. We never even assigned points for the bear, but you sure got worked up about it. He suddenly stood up and pointed to his own chair. How about I get up and you sit here instead? Zhao Xinjian went pale with fright and immediately slapped Zhao Yifu across the face. Apologize to the director now. Village Chief Zhao. Director Lin waved his hand. The one your nephew owes an apology to isn't me. He pointed at me. I waved my hands quickly. No, no, no. An apology forced out like that isn't sincere. It'd just make me look like I'm throwing my weight around. Zhao Xinjian was so embarrassed he wanted to crawl into a hole. All right, let's get down to business. Director Lin pondered. Taking everything into account, I still favor Li Jianming. Zhang Qi's good too, he bagged the most today. But unfortunately, there's only one spot. By this point, anyone could tell he was leaning toward me. And why not? Who wouldn't consider the guy who killed a black bear the best candidate? It's fine, just let brother Zhang Qi take it, I said mildly. The two of us are close. If he needs help on a mission down the road, I'll always be there. You seem like you don't care whether you get it or not. I honestly don't care, I said, shooting Zhao Yifu a glance. I just don't want certain people getting it, then using their position to get in the way of my hunting later on. Zhang Qi, Director Lin turned to him. If I really gave it to Li Jianming, would that sit wrong with you? Sit wrong? Director Lin, you don't know. This Li Jianming's been planning all along to MMPH. I clamped my hand over his mouth. What the? Speak up, everyone. Seeing how things were unfolding, Director Lin quickly turned to Lu Qingshan. Let everybody go home. The crowd dispersed, leaving only a few of the contestants behind. Yang Sheng, Zhao Yifu, you two can head back too. We're taking Li Jianming and Zhang Qi to the commune to talk things over. Sure, Yang Sheng agreed readily. Before leaving, he shouted at me, Li Jianming, don't forget my cut. Don't worry, you'll get your share. Zhao Yifu stood frozen in place, his face grim, until Zhao Xinjian finally dragged him away by force. Still can't read the situation, huh? As the group walked toward the commune, Zhao Yifu tried to follow, but Zhao Xinjian yanked him back. There's no point going now. You were out of the running from the start. Why? With your skills? The leaders saw right through you. They only called for Li Jianming and Zhang Qi, not you. Li Jianming took down a black bear, and Zhang Qi bagged 6 wild boars. No matter how you slice it, there's no room for you. Go home. Inside the commune office. All right, no outsiders here now. Director Lin leaned back in his chair. So what little scheme did you two pull? You can come clean now. Zhang Qi and I exchanged a glance. I nodded, and only then did he explain how we'd managed to bag those wild boars so smoothly today. Sacrifice a pawn to save the king? Now that's interesting. Director Lin smiled. So you figured Zhao Yifu would send someone to stir up trouble, and you just waited for him to take the bait. Not entirely, I said. Even if he hadn't come after me, I would have gone after him. It's a personal grudge. Ow. Before I could finish saying grudge, Lu Qingshan smacked me on the forehead. Watch your mouth in front of the leaders. But it's the truth, I said, rubbing my head. I just don't want Zhao Yifu to be the forest patrolman. If he gets the job, my life will be miserable. Anyway, now that you all know, whether I get it or not doesn't matter to me. Why, you little? Captain Lu, don't. Director Lin stopped him. At least the kid's honest. He's not trying to deceive us. Just then, Section Chief Chi, the one in uniform who'd chewed out the guy who quit during the shooting test, spoke up. Mind if I say something? What is it? Director Lin, if you folks don't want this kid as a patrolman, I'll take him into our bureau. Section Chief Chi looked at me. Young man, your marksmanship and skills are top-notch. We're short on talent, just like you. Come work for us, and I'll supplement your allowance out of my own salary. Hold on. Section Chief Chi, your bureau's already packed with talent. Don't come poaching from our village. Militia Captain Fan Daong was getting anxious. He'd had his eye on me for a while. Li Jiaming, come work with me. You'll be a deputy captain the moment you sign on. What was going on here? Why had this suddenly turned into a bidding war over me? Enough, Director Lin barked, silencing them all. Who said I didn't want him? A man who can kill a black bear. You think you get to just grab him for yourselves? He turned to look at me. Kid, you know what we care about most in picking someone for this job, right? I do. I nodded. You want someone who's a strong hunter, who can lead a team up the mountain, and who can reliably bring back grain, so the whole village makes it through the winter. I paused. But I've thought about it a lot, and I still don't want to lead a team out there in winter. That's a two-man job to begin with. And given how things are between me and certain people in this village, I'm not about to risk my neck for them. Sounds like you've got it all figured out. Director Lin fixed his eyes on me. Then let me be straight with you. I think you're a better fit than young Zhang. You've got the skills, and you've got the brains. What if I insist that you take it? Then we negotiate terms. And if we can't reach a deal, forcing me won't do you any good. I bit off every word. There you go acting up again. Negotiating terms with Director Lin? Did you forget your uncle said I've got permission to straighten you out? Lu Qingshan jumped, startled. Good. I like a young man with some backbone. This is exactly the kind of guy I like. Director Lin raised a hand to stop Lu Qingshan. Go on, what are your terms? Section Chief Chi and Fan Daong exchanged a glance. This one, they weren't going to get. All right, I'll lay them out. Go ahead. First, this black bear I killed is mine. I don't turn it in. Fine. Nobody said up front that you have to hand over a bear you kill. You shot it, it's yours. Second, forest ranger and hunting team leader are two separate jobs. That means 2 stipends. If you can't do that, then I keep and dispose of part of whatever game I bring in. No problem. You can keep a portion for yourself. Third, since we're putting the hunting on the table anyway, let's just form a proper hunting team. I pick the members. Zhang Qi is my deputy, and I handle the training and the pay. When we go into the mountains in winter, I only take them. See? What did I tell you? This kid's got brains. Director Lin showed off to the others. The 2 stipends, that's for him too, isn't it? It is. I'm used to working with him. I can't have him helping me out for free every single time. Director Lin nodded, satisfied. This young man had a real sense of loyalty. Last condition, the hunters' guns in the village get placed under my management. Well, hear me out first. I stepped forward. The whole reason I ended up getting chased around by that black bear today was that my gun wasn't up to the job. If I'd had my own rifle, I'd have blown it away with 2 shots from a long way off. The good weapons should be pooled together and put in the hands of whoever can make the most of them. With good guns, the hunting team will be a lot safer up in the mountains this winter. That makes sense, Director Lin nodded. I'm not trying to hoard them for myself. The militia can share oversight. They've managed the village's guns before, after all. The shotgun. He even took back the one brother Zhang Qi lent me. He'll probably be just as strict this time. Huh? That happened. Fan Daong was stunned. How come I didn't know about this? His face changed. So somebody's been pulling stunts behind my back in the unit. After this meeting, I'm cleaning house. Fine, your unit can sort that out internally, Director Lin said with finality. Now, let's get to the personnel appointments. All right, so you've all been scheming behind my back, huh? Speak up, who did it? Fan Daong gathered the militia together, his fingers trembling with rage. If Li Jiaming hadn't brought it up today, I'd still be completely in the dark. How many times have I told you? You're the village militia? Someone who didn't know better would think you were Zhao Xinjian's private army. One militiaman raised a shaky hand. Captain, I know. Talk. It was the vice captain. That day he pulled me and Gongzi aside, told us to check whether those 2 hunting rifles at the Zhang family's place were still there. Fan Dayong's gaze turned ice cold in an instant, swinging toward the vice captain, Zhang Jinmao. That look made Zhang Gunmao's scalp prickle, cold sweat breaking out all over him. Well, I underestimated you, Fan Dayong sneered. Being vice captain isn't enough to satisfy your appetite. Serving as Zhao Xinjian's private soldier beats being my second in command. That's not it. Captain, hear me out as I explain. Huh. Smack. A slap landed across Zhang Gunmao's face. In his panic, the fool had let his real thoughts slip. Perfect timing. Our newly appointed captain, Li Jianming, will be handling the hunters' guns in the village, Fan Dayong said through gritted teeth. You? Take these two, go to Zhao Yifu's house, and bring me back that Type 56 carbine. This. The three of them stood frozen in place. This what? You think I'm asking for your opinion? This is an order. If you can't collect it today, then quit being militiamen. Go be Zhao Xinjian's private soldiers and let him pay your stipend. The three still hesitated. Zhao Xinjian was the village chief, after all, and it was best not to cross him if it could be avoided. But right now, not crossing Zhao Xinjian meant crossing Fan Dayong. Their livelihoods were on the line, and they knew perfectly well which side their bread was buttered on. Get out. Go handle it now. Just looking at you three makes my blood boil. The trio slunk out the door. Fan Dayong took a swig of tea to tamp down his anger. If only Li Jianming could join the militia, he'd be perfect to replace that parasite Zhang Jinmao. Too bad. There are no if-onlys in life. The appointment notice went up on the village bulletin board. Nobody was surprised. The test was to hunt a wild boar. He'd bagged a black bear instead, way beyond the requirements. With skills like that, recognition was only fair. Even the naysayers had to fall in line. Besides, having a man like that as forest ranger meant a little more peace of mind for the whole village. Director Lin had said that in winter, the ranger would need to carry. The team hunts and trades game for grain, which goes to the brigade. The more capable the chosen hunters, the more grain each household gets. So when Li Jianming became a forest patroller, most villagers were secretly pleased. After dinner, Lu Wenyuan was wandering around the village when she found herself at the bulletin board and saw the notice. She frowned, turned on her heel, and quickened her pace. She didn't want to spend another second among the crowd, stand there any longer, and someone would start pointing at her, gossiping about how she'd dumped Li Jianming for Zhao Yifu, and how foolish that looked now. Since Zhao Yifu was so useless, she needed to find her next prospect fast. At least she was still young, and thankfully Zhao Yifu had kept putting off filing their marriage report. Otherwise, she'd never get out of this. With that thought, she sped up and headed for the Zhao house. But when she reached the door, she walked right into a scene. 3 militiamen were blocking the entrance to Zhao Yifu's house, saying something to the people inside. She trotted over and heard Zhao Xinjian's voice. Captain Zhang, why are you suddenly here to take Yifu's Type 56? Can't you cut me some slack, seeing as I'm the village chief? These are orders. We just carry them out. Don't put us in a tough spot. If you've got a problem, take it up with Captain Fan. Slack? I cut you slack, and I'm the one who gets it from the captain back home? Zhang Jinmao sneered inwardly. You know how important a rifle is to a hunter. If you take it, what's my nephew supposed to do? What's he supposed to do? Not my problem. Back when you had me confiscate the rifle Li Jianming borrowed, did you ever stop to think he was a hunter too? What was he supposed to do? Zhang Jinmao said helplessly. This was the new hunting captain Li Jianming's idea. He says centralized management helps the rifles serve their purpose better. He's also reorganizing the hunting team. Say, why not have Zhao Yifu join up? Li Jianming again. He's settling a personal score under the cover of official business. Zhao Yifu snarled. The 3 men couldn't care less whether it was personal or official. Yell all you want. That's your business. I just follow orders. With a simple hand it over, they lifted the Type 56 straight out of Zhao Yifu's hands. Only after this whole show was over did Lu Wenyuan step inside. Oh, Wenyuan, you're here? Come, sit on the con. Seeing that something was off about her expression, Zhao Xinjian quickly greeted her. No need, Uncle Zhao. That one word, Uncle Zhao, told Zhao Xinjian everything. Back when she still had her hopes pinned on Zhao Yifu, she'd called him uncle as a would-be relative. Now this uncle made everything clear. I came today to say, Zhao Yifu and I, let's just call it off, Lu Wenyuan said calmly. I pulled every string to get him made a forest patroller, and look how that turned out. He's just a spineless good-for-nothing. I, Lu Wenyuan, could never marry a spineless good-for-nothing.